finally made it to the week. We finally made it. Welcome in, everyone. I hope you've all had a great week so far.
Penis. Got stuck in the door. Nice little penis. Yeah, that's gonna be so.
We're just gonna start with Bedlam, I see. But welcome in, everyone. I hope you've all had a great week. Congrats on making it to the weekend.
We piss on your pyramids.
No, please. But I'm so proud of you guys for making it. Congratulations. I knew you guys could do it. But yeah, today we'll be doing day 3 of our Total War Warhammer 3 End Times tournament. We're gonna be figuring out, hopefully today, who gets to move on for the next round on Sunday. I'm really excited despite being O2 myself and wanting to die inside. So I hope you guys are prepared. I hope you guys are excited. Because I know I am, so... yeah, we'll get started here very soon. We're only gonna hang out for a minute because we don't have a lot of time to spare today. We're probably gonna be playing games literally all fucking day. So if you want to check it out, you can type exclamation point bracket to see the current bracket if you are participating to see who you're up against next. And like we did last weekend, I'm just kind of gonna be casting the games and stuff and talking about what I think and like how the games will go and stuff like that. So it ought to be a ton of fun. We'll take a look at the bracket here in just a moment, so you guys can see who's up next and who are the first few people of our day. But until then, I hope you guys had a great day. We're gonna hang out for a second and let people get on in. So, thank you for the raids. I am so sorry it took me so long to get to it. I was still starting up stream. Vetty and Scarlet Knight, if you guys are still here, thank you all so much for the raids. If you don't know who I am, my name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess. I do War Thunder, variety, strategy, and history streams. So yeah, you know the big shtick, we're playing the tournament today. It ought to be a ton of fun. Hopefully we don't go too late. It took us like 8 hours, I think, to get through a bracket and a half last week. So maybe games will be a little bit shorter this time around. I'm really hoping we don't have to push it back another weekend, but we might have to, so. But yeah, if you are new here again, I have a master's in history. I work as a museum curator full-time. So we like to do like virtual museum tours, history cahoots, history streams, play strategy games, stuff like that, military related stuff. So if you're into that and you like hearing a 5,000-year-old tomboy goddess say dumb shit on the internet and also occasionally wax historical philosophy, well then I'm the tomboy tan goddess of your dreams. So feel free to kick back, grab a snack, and get comfy, but don't get too comfy because I'll take your organs. So yeah, besides that, Jadel, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the harem. Jen, thank you for the 7 stream streak. Comrade for the 7 stream streak. Mocked for the sub. Welcome back to the harem. Q for a 75 stream streak. Huge. And Tyladron for the 10 stream streak. I really appreciate it, guys. Stressed out all week, working out the match in my head. Time to bet on black. What are you stressed out about? There's no playing, you just watch. You know, there's no strategy to work out. It's the AI, dude. Hey, Rhino. Whoa! Thank you for the 5 gifted, Greg. That is so sick, man. Thank you for inducting 5 more members into the harem. Thank you, thank you. The boot cult, it's the Pizza Hut cult, thank you. Yo, Angel of Death, thank you for the gifted sub, much appreciated. Thank you for inducting another member into the harem. I'm stressed, I wanna win. Look, nobody gets to complain. I spent so many sleepless nights organizing this thing. And Cetra the Imperishable, ironically, has died extremely fast in both of my matches and cost me both of my matches. So, if there's anyone that's allowed to complain, it's me. I'm doing things. Well, I hope they're good things. Thank you, Oathbreaker, for the 5 stream streak. Thank you for your devotion to the cult. Horses are just better, Hara. Yeah, apparently so. I I'm really still sad that the AI in map fucked me over against gear. Complain after my matchup against 2 chariot teams in a row. Okay, that's fair, actually. I am the second. I have the second worst luck. Tyledron definitely has the worst. The horses lost to the lizards, remember? I remember, which is why next time, the next tournament we do, I mean, if I'm being honest, I'll be playing Nagash, but I will heavily consider playing the lizards. Yo, a car show tomorrow? That sounds sick, dude. Hell yeah. I'd have to put my money on Pancreas or Lore Master. I think Lore's already lost a game. Wait, no, they didn't lose a game. They almost lost a game. That's right. I don't know. I think Pancreas has an okay army, but I think if Pancreas and Lore Master were to go at it, I just think Khorne just stomps High Elves. I'd say the guy who got butt gored by a bull has the worst luck. Okay, wait, we're not talking about in the history of the universe, dude. We're talking about the tournament. Of course that guy has the worst luck. But at the same time, it's like riding on a, like, I don't know, it's like riding the Velocicoaster at Universal without a belt, and then finally on the 15th attempt, you fall out. So, you know, he just kind of rolled the dice one too many times, and now his butthole has to get stitched back together. It comes with the territory. Thank you for the lurk, Tyledron. I'll happily take your organs. Also, if you don't know, I have not put it on any of my link websites yet, but if you are on Instagram, I finally opened up an Instagram. So if you want to check that out, you're more than welcome to. It's the same thing there as it is here. So open your little Instagram app and just search Hara Rae Sol. I'll be posting mostly just art and clips. Don't expect any regular posts. In fact, I kind of forgot today. Same thing with the short today. It got into me too late, so I did not upload it before stream, but it will be up tomorrow and Tuesday. So yeah. Go check it out. I go to the bathroom and it whimpers at the door because dogs know you're going to the bathroom, and the entire point of a pack is to watch each other when they go to the bathroom. They get worried. It's a protection thing. Yeah. Hey, Lorelai. Thank you for the 75 stream streak. That's crazy. Thank you for your devotion to the cult. Yeah, big number. Lorelai and Q have the same streak right now. But yeah, did you guys also see that they finally, they call it, resynced, but it's only just a remaster of Black Flag? So, Hara, why do you get mad when I do it? I don't know what you're talking about. The only person in this entire cult that watches other people go to the bathroom is me, because I'm omnipotent and it's important. But it actually looks really good. I saw side-by-side comparisons of the graphics and stuff, and they're keeping it mostly the same. I think they're adding a little bit of extra stuff to it. I really don't care for the $60 price tag. But they're apparently adding a little bit to it. So hopefully those little additions are good. But the graphics look incredible. I saw people being like, this looks like dog duty. And meanwhile, compared to its old graphics, it looks absolutely incredible. And it's just like, dude, people on the internet are crazy. You really can't appease most people on the internet. It's more like most gamers. You can't appeal to most gamers. I mean, it looks too good for it to be made by Ubisoft. I mean, to be fair, it was made by an Ubisoft when Ubisoft was good, and now current Ubisoft, it's like Bethesda with the Oblivion remake. It's a game that came out during a much better time for the company, and now that it's so old, the company's like, yeah, we can just add graphics to it, and there's no way we'll fuck it up, and that's what they're doing. I didn't play Black Flag. This will be your chance. It's a lot of fun. I think that it's more interesting than a lot of the other Assassin's Creeds, just because, straight up most of it is, boat warfare. You're not, it's not like when we played Pharaoh or whatever, Origins. Give me one moment. Sorry. Sorry about that. But, what's kind of cool about it is, you're still an assassin, but it's, in between ships. So, like, it's not like Origins-wise, where it's like, here's an area, assassinate, like, 15 people, then get out. It's like, oi, matey, drive your boat up against theirs and fire all the cannons, and then climb on the rigging and assassinate the captain, and get money. So, yeah. Igabor, what was the capital city of ancient Egypt? Depends on the decade, I'm not kidding. Depends on the pharaoh, is more accurately. Ancient Egypt, across its 5,000-year history, had, like, literally, like, 30 to 40 capitals, probably. It's still the classic. Origin was the new gen and doesn't feel the same. I would say, well, I mean, look, don't take any word from me. There's not a single point, like, there's not a single Assassin's Creed I think I actually really like besides Black Flag. If I'm being entirely honest. And even then, like, playing it again, like, in the modern day, I might not like it. My tastes might have changed, so. The first capital was Genu, right? I have no clue. There's a reason Thebes and Memphis are talked about more than most. I mean, Cairo was at one point, like it is today. Memphis, Hierapolis. I mean, again, like, there were a ton of cities. It literally just depended on where the pharaoh wanted to be. That's literally it. And sometimes he would go, hey, I don't like any of them. I'm making a whole new one. So they would make a whole new one. I thought it was Tanis. Ooh, I don't know about that. I mean, likely. Again, I don't know the first one, but it was one of them. Like, Giza was another, you know, the pyramids of Giza. Like, again, though, like, it moved. It moved, like, literally with every pharaoh, so... Like, asking, like, what's the capital of ancient Egypt? The answer is, like, almost, like, actually just saying yes. Like, you would have an easier time saying what cities weren't the capital of Egypt, ancient Egypt. It's long ago enough, I'm not blaming anyone for not knowing off the top of their head. I mean, it seems like nobody in chat knows. Somebody Google it! It just, like, it's one of those, like, minute details that I've just kind of, like, never thought of, like, committing to memory, so... Day 3! Give it up for day 3! Yo, Mod, thank you for the 75 stream streak. That is some crazy dedication, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, Spartan. Welcome, man. But how was everyone's week? Anyone do something really... Anybody do anything fun? I watched a video on some of the worst, like, astronaut... like, space disasters, and man, dude, some of those things are horrifying. Like, actually crazy. Like, there was a Soviet mission, I forget which one it was, but, like, they went up into space, everything was perfectly fine. They went to their little space station and ran, like, a bunch of tests, everything was fine. On the way down, everything was fine. They land, everything was fine. They pop open the capsule, and all 3 of the astronauts were dead. And it turns out what happened is that there's like a pressure release valve to like equalize pressure when they're coming down through orbit or the atmosphere or whatever. And it got hit by a piece of tiny space junk that ruptured it, made it vent all of the air into the vacuum of space, and they all suffocated in under 30 seconds. Like, actually insane. Like, actually insanely horrifying. Like, I don't even know, like, apparently they didn't even realize what happened. Like, they were just, like, there 1 second, and then they all got knocked out and then died within 5 seconds of being knocked out. Like, because literally all of the oxygen in their lungs and everything got vented out into space. Yeah, it's bad. It was bad, dude. And... that sounds really interesting, Ogren. Yo, thank you for the follow, Lil E. Welcome to the cold. How you doing? Yeah, I agree though, Ogren. I think those kind of like mythology and history related D&D campaigns are really fun, especially like fantasy wise, and a lot of people forget like about them and don't think about doing stuff like that. But you gotta really love researching it, you know what I mean? You gotta really love it. I've always been surprised that no one's taken, like, the D&D system and moved it into a more, like, at least tangentially related, like, ancient setting, you know what I mean? Like, make the map literally the Mediterranean, but call it not the Mediterranean, and, like, you know, like, off-brand all the names for all the countries and stuff. I think that'd be really interesting. And keep, like, everyone's mythology in the ancient world alive kind of thing. That's what GURPS is for? No thanks. It's not ladylike for me to do that. Can I just get a real-life leveling system like D&D and then I'll have the motivation to do work? Howler. Howler, please don't hit me with that shit where it's like, my life is like a video game. What is it? Doing question save the day or whatever it is. The guy with the switch. Collecting coins. Oh my god, dude. It actually kills me inside. Yo, thank you for the lurk, Sardo. Nope, too late. Thank you for the organs. Burps make me want to vomit, no offense. I don't know why I'd be offended by that. That was Eminem, alright? No, you're right. It was on his recovery album. It was actually a top song on the top 50 charts in the US for like 2 weeks. Back to the sarcophagus. Make sure you reapply your bindings. Make sure you reapply those. Generic universal role-playing system. That's what I tell your mother in bed. Oh my god, it's Hunger! What's up, dude? Excuse me, Villalobos' mother, would you like to play some generic universal role-playing systems in your bedroom tonight? I'll wear the pizza outfit. I'll wear the Little Caesars pizza outfit. I'll spin the sign and everything. God, can you imagine that? Like a couple getting like way too deep into like the role-playing like thing. And she's just like, oh yeah, you spin that fucking sign. You fucking spin it. You spin it. That'd be crazy. Yeah, it gives a whole new meaning of spin on it, Dio. Yo, what's up, Mino? How's it going? Alrighty. We're gonna go ahead and get our bracket pulled up. I want you guys to look at the bracket. So we can check out our games today, and hopefully the ones that we'll be moving to pretty quickly. We got some big ones starting out early, so it ought to be really fun. Let me see here. Okay. There is the bracket. Whoa, round three. Our first game is gonna be Pancreas against Gian. Then we got Stimpack and Pompano. Then we've got the Boy Kissers versus Omega Bamba, Ross versus Jin, Cecilia versus Blue, Scorch versus It's Your Boy Foy, Nyaz against Gorilla, and me against Jadal. Those are like our top, like our first like 5 or 6 matches. Now we're gonna go ahead and look at the standings. Y'all probably didn't know there were standings, but there are indeed standings. So this is a 2-0 record. If you get 3 wins, you're almost guaranteed to go into the top 8, I'm pretty sure. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 people at 2-0 right now. So yeah, if you get 3 wins, you're practically guaranteed unless some major upsets happen. If you're like me and you're 0-2, I don't know what to tell you, but if you get 3 losses, you're probably fucked. So you're definitely out if you have 3 losses. I don't know if the game is gonna let us, I don't know if you take 3 losses, if you're going to be able to play in the last round. Kind of hoping not to save time, but it might just let us all play it out anyway. We will see. But yeah. So, our current contenders for the top 8 are Pancreas, Stimpack, Boy Kissers, Ross, Sister Cecilia, Giandroid, Stale Pompano, Omega Bamba, Jin, Blue Plant, and Lore Master of Sotek. Those are the ones that are like all contending for those spots right now. I unironically think I might be, okay, no, Aurelia has at least lost the game. I might be one of the few actual, like, VTubers that is 0-2, which feels absolutely dog shit. So yeah, after this, it'll be based on tiebreakers, which we will probably have tonight or tomorrow, Sunday, before we get to our bracket, which we will do those beforehand to figure out our top 8. All right. There's not a loser's bracket, so it is Swiss, which means you'll be playing people of your own, like, record each round, so. Thanks for keeping me company down here, alright? You're welcome, Angel. Look, I'm an expert, but I'm also a bird of the people, okay? I'm a bird of the common loser. So I thought I would personally get myself to give you guys some radiant light in the loser's corner, so everybody feels like, you know, they got a creator to root on for in their own area to play against. You know, if you're 0-2 and you're like, man, I think I'm screwed, at least I could possibly play against Hara, you know? Like, at least I'm not completely blocked out of playing other creators. And who the fuck touched my crown? What the fuck? So yeah. Yo, what's up, TikTok? How's it going, dude? Can Hara finally score a win? Will Tyladron finally face a non-cavalry army? Yeah, really. Thank you for the lurk, Hunger. I'll happily take your organs. Nothing much. We're just playing. We're about to start some Total War Warhammer 3 tournament. Rounds. Yo, what's up, Private Maverick? Almost called you Magnus. In a church crypt, that sarcophagus sucked. What do you not like about my sarcophagi? Then you can clown on my sisters who will never learn multi-shot? Yeah, actually. The entire app of TikTok. Mr. TikTok, why the fuck do you only show my clips to, like, 20 people? Why'd you do that? I'm against Vamps this round. I'm going 1-2. Oh, boo fucking who? Boo fucking who? I'm going 1-2. I am 0-2. If I go 0-3 and lose against Jadal, which is very possible, I am out. I am donezo of my own tournament. Without a single win, dude. You know how embarrassing that is for me to spend hours putting this together and then get no wins? That is beyond cringe. Speaking of beyond cringe, we're gonna go ahead and move on over to Total War Warhammer 3 and start getting our first game readied up, all right? And I need a tissue. Give me 1 sec. Oy. All right. Going easy on us is what you did, right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I went 0-2 so you guys would have a creator to play against at the bottom. That way, no matter how bad you do, you can still show up and be like, I could play against a creator. It'd be so much fun. But also, in a more meaner light, I actually thought to myself, how funny would it be to go 0-2 and, like, knock out people permanently? Like, I'm gonna start winning now, and it's gonna be embarrassing. Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone! My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian peregrine sun goddess, and I do War Thunder variety, strategy, and history streams. Thank you for the raid, Artie! We're doing a Total War Warhammer 3 tournament today. How you doing? Keep telling yourself that, gal. I will, and I will legitimately gaslight myself into further confidence. Into a bigger ego. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and get our first game set up. Alrighty. Game 1, Pancreas and Gian. So that'll be interesting. Oh, no, I don't want to say that. like our map. All right, Schwarzhofen. Pretty flat-looking map here. Now that's our streamer? Damn right. See you, Eric. Oh, thank you, Artie. Much appreciated. With pancakes no worky? Yeah. God, this guy's gonna be able to, like... I don't know, how toxic would it be if he wins for a celebration and I, like, send him a birthday cake? Would that be messed up? Or like a celebration cake? Would that be bad? Like just one cupcake? Like a very ornate, like fondant covered, like techless figurine on top cupcake. It'd be funny. It would be kind of funny. Literally, I'm just like, congratulations on winning. I'm totally not upset. Here's a cupcake. Look, it's only because I think Pancreas is cool and he would find it funny. All right. So our first game is going to be Pancreas's High Elves against Gian's Bretonnia. I don't think Bretonnia, I think Bretonnia, all three games has done, well, most of their games has actually done really well. But same thing for the High Elves. So this will be an interesting clash. This army is extremely well-rounded, and this one is as well, but this one has way more units. So this is like quality and quantity. So I'm very interested to see how this goes. Rapunz de Lyonese is also extremely strong. So we'll see how, you know, Techless, who's dismounted and has barely any spells besides Flock of Doom, really deals with it. What spells are on the damsel? It is Earthblood and Regrowth and Life Bloom and the Scroll of Shielding. So, now make sure you guys get your bets in. You only got 2 minutes to do it. Put your bets down, and we'll get started with it just in a moment. I wish the Empire was more competitive. I wish the Tomb Kings could win anything. Yeah, I think every time we've seen this army fight, at least the High Elves, the Sword Masters of Hoeth, like, or Hoth, I don't know, dude. They always, like, clean house. Like, it's very rare that we see them actually get wiped out. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform. Yeah, Hoeth. If there's a Hoeth, do you think there's like a Sword Master of Raketh? Or like a Sword Master of Ploweth? And to think that Pancreas actually almost did an Empire army too. All right, we're gonna go ahead and start our map up and take a look around. Looks like the bets are heavily favoring Bretonnia. So if you have like any extra points, you might want to put them in the High Elves. No, it wouldn't be Swordmaster of Scythe. It would be Swordmaster of Scytheth. Which honestly, it just sounds like a Skaven naming scheme at that point. All right. So the other thing is, it looks like Bretonnia will have the high ground, which I don't know if that'll matter here. Actually, it might, because those peasant bowmen have extremely long range, about as much as the Sisters of Avalorn. So it'll be interesting to see how that extra range assists them. Yeah, it's still going. We're just now getting to the back half of the Swiss. We still have a whole bracket after this for the top 8. Oh my god, it's Fushigi! What's up? Alright, so bets are in. Let's go ahead and get started. Get you out of there. Oh, and it's a big unified force here of the Bretonnians. Ooh, I don't know, actually. It looks like the peasant archers aren't going to have more range, but at least there's that blessed catapult. It hasn't been too, honestly, it hasn't been too impressive, this tournament. And it looks like it continues to really not be that impressive. I got an okay hit on these Everqueen's court guards here. And it's doing a little bit against the sword masters, but it's not like a dwarf cannon, like that, those quake cannons we've seen so far. Obviously, huge point difference, but still. And it looks like the Sea Guard actually have the range here to freely hit these Beast Slayers, which don't have a ton of armor. The peasant mob is now starting to hit these sword masters of Hoeth, but they have high armor, the opposite end. These Beastmasters are already halfway done. The battles has barely started. We're just now hitting the line. The Spearmen are going to make them charge into them, which is a smart move there. They get the reach advantage. That's something else that's kind of interesting in this game, is that, like, Spearmen don't get, like, a reach advantage. That'd probably make them too overpowered, though. All right. Looks like some are already beginning to break. These Beastmasters especially, that was a regiment of renown. That was extremely important. However, it looks like the Pegasus Knights are finally taking their move on the Sisters of Avalorn in the back line. Meanwhile, the Peasant Archers still go untouched. We do see that these Scions of Methlon over here are 2v1ing these peasants. They're having a very easy time on this left flank. These Pegasus Knights aren't being super effective either. Now that they got their initial charge in, they need to turn around and do it again to a different unit. The cavalry has now broken this right flank and now has free access to the entire back line of Bretonnia. That's looking pretty hairy. They're about to clash right in the rear of these archers. Those peasant bowmen are not going to last long here. These swordmasters, despite being few, are like definitely holding their own though. They're holding back 4 Bretonian units up here, even though they're supported by a Grail Reliquary, however you say it. Fucking hate that word. One of my least favorite medieval words ever. Yo, what's up, Free Drake? Thank you for the follow, Dark Kitsune. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? The Blessed Field Trebuchets have definitely dropped their siege weapons. It's looking really bad for them right now. The cavalry, the Grail Knights are fighting this Arcane Phoenix, which is not a great matchup. They'll deal with it, but it'll take a very long time. Thank you for the follow, Saitori Imiko. Welcome into the cult. And thank you for the follow, Dark Kitsune. Oh, I thought I already thank you for that one. Interesting. Thank you regardless. Welcome to the cult, guys. Yo! Thank you for the gifted sub, Zane. Thank you, much appreciated. Hey, Imiko, welcome in, how's it going? Yeah, it looks like Bretonnia across the line is now starting to completely crumble. They focused this Phoenix, which wasn't a terrible idea, but they really needed these Grail Knights in other areas to deal with this occupied front line of the Elves. Had they been freed up a little bit, it might have looked different. There's still enough for Bretonnia to still be in the fight, but these Grail Knights are going to put in a lot of work. And seemingly focusing Techless is probably not the play here. They need to crash on those Sword Masters right here. They are making a crash. But it's not much because those Sword Masters aren't preoccupied. Now, Bretonnia is still holding on. These Sword Masters are going to be exhausted and have a very hard time chasing down units. Oh, okay, you got me on both. It's all good, it's all good. I appreciate it either way. Thank you, thank you. That reminds me, I do need to put up the thing that tells me about YouTube stuff too. Probably be wise. I have so many boxes. Okay, there we go. Oh, we got some kind of spell coming in. They're currently afflicted by the peasant's duty, which is giving some extra leadership, but it looks like it doesn't matter. They're in full retreat. Meanwhile, Rapun's the Lionese is trying to 1v1 Techless, and while they're winning, they are surrounded by the leftover sword masters. It is still very close. It is nowhere close to being over. It really depends upon how hard can Rapun's carry with this Grail next to them and this Damsel next to them. While their Grail Knights hopefully hold down the fort. Because these swordsmen are all exhausted and they're starting to get torn up here. Oh, what a crazy charge from the Grail Knights! Look at this absolute carnage on this front line. Just, oh my lord, 1 elf for every 10 peasants. An absolute slaughter being left behind on that old front line. Slowly, however, the number of the Bretonnians are just starting to absolutely wear down the elves. The bar still heavily favors. Oh no. I think Bretonnia just won it. I think it gave it to Bretonnia. It did! Bretonnia is the victor! Rapun's the Lionese! Carried that backline, scared Techless from the field, and created the victory here, despite these massive numbers from these sword masters. That's insane! You have 277, 167, 163, 121, and 203 on 5 units, and they still found a way to lose. Those Bretonnians are so scary. Their cavalry seeming to absolutely carry the day alongside Rapun's. We're starting to see that leadership here is a really big decider for armies on some of these battles. Yeah, the Pegasi indeed shut down the archers. They did. So congratulations! That is a 3-0 for GM. They are very likely going to the top 8 bracket. All right. Gonna go ahead and give GM the win. Next up is Stimpak and Pompano. Alrighty. So both of these are also sitting at 2-0. Still, Pompano has been using this extremely large, monstrous build for the lizards, and it's been working out for them pretty well. This combination of chameleon skinks and pterodon riders, while they don't do a lot, they do enough harassment to allow all these Kroxigors and this Dread Saurian that has been carrying all of their battles to get in for wins. Meanwhile, on the other side is Stimpak VT's Beastmen army, which is almost all melee related. But as we saw, despite Tarox getting absolutely fried against the Wood Elves in their second round, there's enough numbers that they're very scary. The Dread Saurian is indeed a menace, but with how many spearmen there are on this Beastmen roster, it could really see itself having a difficult time here. All right, let's get our map together. Shell Mountain on the Cathay Plains. Alrighty. This really could be an either or. The Lizardmen have a ton of armor-piercing, not necessarily anti-infantry units, but they're massive. However, the Beastmen have a lot of small, diversified units. If I had to put my money on it, I think Stimpak's winning personally. If this was just all like axe infantry, or if this was all like sword infantry, I wouldn't think that Stimpak would have a good chance. But because all of it is anti-large, almost all of it is anti-large, even the weaker, especially these weaker units, I think they're just gonna wear down these few. So they're gonna surround and essentially poke to death all these Croxagores. It's gonna be like cavemen, like human cavemen, fighting like Minotaur, or not Minotaurs. Yeah, Minotaurs are totally real. Fighting woolly mammoths. Fighting mammoths. They're just gonna circle it and just jab at it till it dies. You know what I mean? Exactly. It's the pokey sticks. Hey, Irony. Welcome in. So go ahead and get your bets in. We're gonna go ahead and take a look at the map. That's my thoughts on it. However, the Croxagores and the Lizardmen do have the high ground. And if those skinks go untouched, well, actually, so here's something I didn't consider. Hold on. Every time. Here's something I didn't consider, though. These pterodon riders and the skinks are going to go untouched the entire battle. And I don't think the Beastmen have crazy armor. So the question becomes, this is actually a really small map, though. So that's going to be really bad for the Lizardmen, because they're just going to get encircled on this rice paddy here. And there's not going to be a lot they can do about it. But the thing is like, I just don't think the skinks or pterodon riders can get hurt by literally anything in this army. It's all melee. So it becomes like, how much damage can the skinks and pterodons do before the battle ends? Alrighty, looks like Chad has a lot of bets on the Lizardmen, but it's about 50-50. It could go either way here on the point, so make sure you get your bets in. You got maybe 20-30 seconds left, okay? What does the Conjure Rat Sputin reading do? It summons my priest that spins in the corner over there. Can I just forfeit? I already know that my army's shit. No. What's the fun in forfeiting? It's not about winning or losing. It's about the carnage. It's about the murder. Where would we be if everybody gave up on their murderistic dreams because they thought they sucked at it? Like shit. The fucking, like, 15-man team that tried to assassinate Franz Ferdinand. Imagine if that last guy had given up because the first 14 fucking failed. Imagine where we'd be. Imagine how peaceful Europe would have been. He didn't. He did not give up. He took a break and got a sandwich. You can't prove it. He did not give up. He merely took his union given break. All right, let's get started. Put him back there. All right, let the battle begin. Oh, they are already pretty much surrounded, and that looks like what the Beastmen are going to try their best to do, just essentially form a full encirclement here and then just slowly squeeze inwards. The high ground really doesn't mean a whole lot. It is some steep high ground that's going to make them slow. With how small the map is, it should not affect much. Hey Rex, welcome in. How's it going, dude? The Pterodon Riders are coming out and they're harassing a little bit, but again, their damage isn't very high. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cult. Glad you're doing well. Who do you think's gonna win, Rags? Give me 1 second. My computer is being stinky. Why are you being stinky? Oh, I know why. It's because Stimpak's army is so massive. Alright, so it looks like the Sinners clashed here. Taurox is going up against the Dreadsaurian in the center, but they're losing HP fast to these Minotaurs. They're also beginning to encircle on their flank here, which is going to cause some major problems. Let me see if that helps. Sorry guys, I'm having a little bit of technical difficulties here. There we go. There's a lot of free spearmen here, which is really good for the Beastmen. I mean, it is just a sea of units here, starting to surround this Dreadsaurian. And while it's killing 5 people with every swipe, there's a lot of swipes it's gonna have to make. The Skinks have now circled around the back and are hitting these spearmen shields. Sadly, they're shielded. That extra armor is gonna mean a lot here. These chameleon skinks have also been forcibly engaged into combat. Yeah, this scenario is not looking good for the Lizardmen. These Kroxigors are starting to lose as they're surrounded, getting poked to death. And this Saurian, while he's putting up a good fight, you've still got Taurox there, and Taurox hurts. Now, finally, these Ungor Spearman herds are starting to finally complete this encirclement. Before long, these lizardmen aren't gonna have anywhere to route to. They're not gonna be able to regroup. Now the concentrated fire from these Skinks and these Pterodon riders in the back end, though, are starting to really wear down these weaker Beastmen units. Yo! Thank you for the sub, Jungle. Welcome back to the era. It looks like this is the only saving grace on this line right now. This little left flank over here for the Lizardmen is starting to cause a lot of problems. It now just comes down to can the Saurian and their lord hold, or can the Dread Saurian and these sacred Kroxigors last long enough for the rest of the army to break out of this pocket? If they can and get the flank here, it'll be really bad for the Beastmen. The Pterodon riders have now engaged in melee, creating an attacked in rear status and causing some of these Beastmen to start fleeing. Unlucky for the Beastmen, as we've talked about, leadership is a big modifier as we've seen in these battles, and the Beastmen just don't have a ton of leadership compared to these Lizardmen, who have extremely high leadership. Shoot, we have some Beastmen units with -14 leadership, which is just abysmal. And it's taking its toll. The question becomes, can Taurox keep his men on the field? The Lizardmen are now entering a rage state, which is going to keep them from fleeing even more. While there are still plenty of spearmen left, they still have not done nearly enough damage to warrant the amount of retreating troops, despite them starting to reform. These Skink skirmishers are going to kind of pick them off as they start to come back into this pile as well. But everything is just absolutely piled up around this Dread Saurian, which still has most of its health bar. It looks like possibly the Beastmen, like, unintentionally put too many eggs in the basket trying to fight this Dread Saurian. If they had committed more to crushing the weaker outlying circles of Lizardmen, they might have a better chance here. Just sacrifice a couple spearmen to the Saurian and finish off everything else, then surround it. But now that they haven't, there's enough Lizardmen pieces to just kind of harass on these sides. And they're starting to run away with it. Just look at all these Beastmen bodies out here. The Saurian's now at 123 kills. Nakai himself at 118. Everything else for the Beastmen has done a lot of damage, but doesn't really have high kills. Taurox, however, still has half his HP. And if he can still keep, meleeing into this Saurian, it might look much better for them. Everyone is getting really, really low here. While those Pterodon riders are going to keep these spearmen busy, they're not really winning, but they are just going to win the morale race here. It's looking like the Beastmen are finally running out of gas. It's just Taurox against the world. And even his leadership isn't very high. He's trying to finish off these Croxagores, but they'll fight to the death. 279 kills in these sacred Croxagores, which we saw stuck in a circle, acting almost like an honor guard for this Dread Saurian. They're nearing 400 kills just between those two units. Oh, Taurox is wavering, and that's it. The Lizardmen take it. Rather confidently as well. Over 1,600 losses for the Beastmen, and with a tenth of that number being lost for the Lizardmen. That's crazy. I guess we can see that being cold-blooded is an evolutionary benefit. Absolutely cold-blooded. Let's take a look here. Yeah, it just looks like a lot of units spent their time trying to absolutely whittle down these sacred cohorts of Hwaddle and the Dread Saurian, and they couldn't even accomplish that. Over 360 kills. Wow, over actually 400 kills. Over 400 kills just between these two units, not including the sacred 326 for regular Croxagore. That is insane. Oh, you can't see it? Here, hold on. That'll help with half of it. But yeah, multiple units for the Croxagore in the multiple hundreds, which is just insane. Some insane statistics there. Alrighty. Let me double check and make sure. So yeah, Pompano takes the W. Stimpak is knocked down to 2-1. Alrighty, our next battle will be the Boy Kissers against Omega Bomba. Let me get that pulled up. That should be Cat Almighty. Alrighty, so we have another Chaos face-off here. It is kind of like a general Chaos army with Village, who we've seen put in a lot of work this tournament, and 2 Hell Scourges, the rest just being regular aspiring champions and chosen, up against a full Slaaneshi army, where this Scourge of Arden and these Heralds of Excess have just mowed through units. So we'll see how they'll be able to react to one another. I think I'm feeling Slaanesh. These Heralds of Excess should absolutely cut through these, even though they're high-armored Warriors of Chaos. Hey, Azure Dragonson, welcome in. How's it going? Hey, Rari. Welcome in, guys. How y'all doing? So yeah, going into a full melee army like this, I really am leaning Slaanesh here. Let's go ahead and pick out our map. All right. So it'll be the Crumbling Cliff in the Old World Mountains. And we'll go ahead and take a look at our map real quick as you guys start to get in those bets, which should come up any minute now. It's looking like the Warriors of Chaos will have the high ground. Oh, and it is an extreme high ground as well. Sadly, they have a little bit of range, but not a ton. A more ranged army would find this very beneficial. But it'll kind of be neutral here, so it'll be interesting to see how both armies react. Oh, Jadal, you need to put the bet up, dude. Oh, the Curseling is Slaanesh? Yes. Dakawa the Denied One is... Just put Slaanesh and Warriors of Chaos. Oh, Village the Curseling is... Just put General Chaos for him. Don't worry about Tzeentch or anything like that. What does preen mean? Preening is when a bird picks out broken or old feathers to kind of like groom itself. So. All right, go ahead and get y'all's bets in. You got 2 minutes. Just meant the different factions for the army. Don't worry about it. Just listen to what I tell you. I'll always say the faction of the army. Just go with whatever I say, okay? But yeah, technically, Village, the Curseling, I think is... Well, actually, you said he's Tzeentch, but he's pink and purple like he's Slaanesh. The factions are reversed on the poll. Oh my god. Yeah, they are swapped. Okay. Go ahead and cancel it. Yeah, Jadal, you're dropping spaghetti everywhere, brother. Do I need to make it? Do I need to make it? Yeah, Slaanesh is the Tormentors. Chaos Chosen is the Curselings Chosen. Spaghetti all over the floor. Now the question is it a tomato-based or meat-based sauce? Both? Would you like mix them? I find it so interesting that a lot of people don't know that, like, there's different types of spaghetti. Do the boy kissers right? Honestly, I don't know if I want to do the boy kissers right. They're 2-0 right now. I want both armies to lose. If possible. It's not possible, but I want both armies to lose, please. That is called a tie. I'm well aware, and it'd be great. Oh my god, Hara, Moshi Moshi Bird Desu. What's up, Pomp? What's up, buddy? I'm going to sleep because 3 a.m. stream watching is hardcore. What do you mean it's Saturday tomorrow? Don't go, we're at the good part. You know, honestly, maybe I should have started at the bottom. We might do that next round, actually. Yeah, we'll probably do that next round. We'll start at the bottom next round. Because then we'll already know who's getting eliminated in the O3s. So it'll be kind of like adding suspense for the 3-0s. Praying for their downfall, what the heck? It's Warhammer, not Peacehammer. I'm allowed to be a little bit rude. All right, bets are split about 50-50. Chad seems to think it can go either way. I think I'm still favoring Slaanesh here.
We piss on your pyramids.
No thanks. I would rather you didn't. Thank you. Alrighty, you got about 10 seconds left for those bets. And we are all good to go. Let the battle begin. Now, something important to remember is that there are 2 skull cannons, which we'll see if they can put in the appropriate amount of damage, but considering they're focusing the Scourge of Arden, luckily they're missing and hitting the thing that they actually should be shooting, which are these crossbowmen down here. They're now making an attempt at hitting these crossbows. Much smarter decision from the AI here than we normally see. A direct hit on a Dakala, who, as we've said so far, is a very scary unit, but we've yet to see actually pull a carry out yet. Okay, the moment I glaze the AI, it makes the stupid decision of shooting the single units again. Warriors of Chaos, making their charge over here. A spell coming out to hit these Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh, but not having much effect because it was actually aimed at Dakala. Can the AI stop aiming for Lords? It's multi-target effects. All right, the lines clash. Dakala coming in close. Again, the artillery skull cannon over here failing its way upwards by missing Dakala and hitting these archers. Or rather, these infantrymen. Dakala and Village meet in the middle. However, Dakala is surrounded at the moment. With this Scourge Dragon coming in to assist. Unfortunately, the cavalry seems to be focusing the skull cannons, which it really shouldn't be. If it focused these Warriors of Chaos backline, it'd be over really fast, but instead they're targeting single units. These skull cannons are not going to have much effect on this line here. It's really going to hurt Slaanesh. Slaanesh's Pleasure Seeker Cavalry is having a bit of a strong effect, but they've already got some devoted fleeing the field entirely, possibly not coming back. Dakala on this backline is actually starting to get beaten pretty hard, but she's still giving Village just about as much as she's getting. Village takes a huge hit. She's suddenly taking the lead in this battle. Village is actually considering fleeing. Both Lords could die on this backline back here. Village is taking his leave, with Dakala now surrounded by Chaos Warriors with Hell Scourges. It's a tough fight to beat. Village immediately ceases routing, realizing now that whoever was the weird lady kicking his ass is leaving him alone. Huge! Another spell coming out of Village, going for these crossbowmen to finish them off. Just enough to make them rout. Oh, this skull cannon's about to disintegrate, but not before it knocks out these crossbowmen. It barely stays in the battle. It's an extremely close match, almost entirely stuck 50-50. Village has gotten his shield back, however, and that will be a problem for Slaanesh. The other skull cannon seems to have completely disintegrated. They're now down to 1, but it still has more than half its HP. Chaos is now starting to completely surround Dakala here with these Pleasure Seekers, hoping to hit this backline to free her. It's looking extremely hairy in this middle, but it still could go either way. This battle is still extremely close. Village has entered melee again with Dakala and is getting his ass beat. One wrong step and he's dead for good. And that could change the whole battle. Luckily for him, he's got an honor guard keeping him safe. Thanks to these Chosen and these Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh and these Chaos Trolls holding Dakala back. More crossbow fires starting to wreak in. Pleasure Seekers are now hitting the back line of these Chosen great weapons. Both Lords are extremely weak. I would be surprised if Village comes back. He's down to less than 500 HP. One hit from Dakala and he's done for. These Heralds of Excess Seeker Chariots are also getting weighed down here in the back. It is extremely close, but it looks like Slaanesh has the edge. Can these aspiring champions hold on and turn it? Can Village stop routing and turn around? If he can cast one big spell, it might actually turn the tide here. Everything on their side is so low. It's just a matter of can they finish it off. It looks like Village is going to flee the field entirely, however. He could not get the spell off. Dakala, while extremely hurt and shaken, is going to cast a spell right on top of her that absolutely eviscerates the Chosen Warriors that had her surrounded, and that might just be it. Village is just too afraid Oh my god, Village has realized that both of his faces have been depicted as soy jacks, and he's running from the field. He's donezo. It's over. Slaanesh takes the win. Dakala being able to barely hold in on that 1v1, causing so much damage to Village on that back line, is what brought them the victory. Ah, it's crazy. Yeah, Village twice went, maybe I could, no, never mind. That was an extremely close fight. 20,000 damage compared to the 6K from Village. Dakala just carrying that fight through, considering how terrible some of these Seeker Chariots just performed. A very lucky outcome for Slaanesh. Alrighty. So that is a win for the Boy Kissers. They're now 3-0. Next is Bob of Ross against Dark Djinn Lord. Bob of Ross will be playing Nurgle. I forget what Djinn is playing. I apologize. It is Tzeentch. So it'll be Tzeentch against Nurgle. All right, so Bob of Ross is Poxmasters. Oh, there we go. Bob of Ross is Poxmasters against Dark Djinn Lord's Samoth's Scribes of Tzeentch. It is indeed Rival Chaos Gods. Who will win, the Lord of Everlasting Change or the Lord of No Change at All? Considering Nurgle has very few, actually only one ranged unit, while Tzeentch has these two Changebringers, it could be a really rough battle for Nurgle. Oh no. Uh-oh. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and pick our map. And we have the Old Hunt Rise in the Norskin Mountains, a very apt location for two competitors of the great game. Yeah, you guys accidentally pressed or did the betting at the same time, so it closed both bets. All right. I would humbly ask the mod team that one person, you guys figure out in the Discord real quick, which one will make the bets and which one will change the victor on the bracket, okay? You guys just give each other one of those roles. Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and check out our map. Well, the mods get the betting together. The bet is up. Go ahead and start putting your bets in. We got a big fat 40 points for Nurgle. Holy shit, big bets. We have multiple people seeming to bet only 10 channel points. Not a whole lot of confidence in this Nurgle army. Luckily for Nurgle, there are some trees, if they can make it to it, that could stop the Changebringers from having a huge effect, but it'd only be covering half their army. All in on myself? Hey, you gotta have confidence. So Samoth's Scribes, Tzeentch has a lot of bets. It's 10,000 more channel points towards Tzeentch. So if you think you could win, if you want to just take the low at all, take the underdog, you have a lot to win off this. You can 4 times multiplier your points. Assuming that Nurgle gets this upset. If it is an upset, who knows? Not even the gods know who could win a mortal battle like this. What exactly counters Dakala? She seems kind of bonkers. Any archers? As we've seen with like every lord so far that likes to run in, a lot of archers will instantly melt just about every lord. Besides that, you need another lord that is lord or hero that's like an exceptional duelist. Which Village is not. Because, for example, we saw Dakala go up against the Mask of Madness, which is the duelist from Slaanesh. And the Mask of Madness absolutely tore apart Dakala. Dakala had barely any chance. Never bet against the Nurg Surge? That's what I'm saying, Skipper. All right. So, our betting is over. Let's get this battle started. Honestly, I need to start officiating these things like the robot judge from Zoids. In the red corner. In the green corner. Are all fighters ready? Battle start! Honestly, I should probably just get that sound clip together for Sunday. I think it'd be so much fun. Dakala is a very strong melee lord, that is true. All right, so it looks like the forces of Tzeentch are moving up to meet the units of Nurgle. Again, Nurgle doesn't have any range besides this Noxbringer here, which, as we know with the AI, is immediately going to try and focus the Chaos Lord, as is tradition. However, we have seen that Tamarkon on this mount is just absolutely horrifying and hard to kill. Did he just wrap his tongue around his own horn? That's loot as all hell, man. These Changebringers are coming in and putting some damage onto these Bile Trolls completely unopposed, which is going to be a problem. The Tzeentch AI does not realize it needs to move its units in. The charge starts. They now finally understand the memo of, hey, if we don't get in close on this fight, we're just gonna die. But it might be a little too late. These Chaos Trolls, while they do have the benefit here, they're charging into Halberds, some of which only with half HP. Their only hope being this Noxbringer on this backline to actually kill these Changebringers, which are just putting in so much work on any melee units that are not close enough to a Tzeentch unit. The real question becomes how much damage can Tamarkon take and deal in this battle? And can he focus down this Chaos Sorcerer fast enough? However, that is the hero. There is a second Chaos Lord he'd have to focus on who is carving his own way through this right flank. These Chaos Dwarves are now focusing these Changebringers and have finally taken them out, but it's a little too late. Now they're getting charged by Chaos Warriors. They're taking their cut, but they're gonna feel the pain. Tamarkon is now 1v2ing the Chaos Sorcerers of Tzeentch. He's getting Eiffel Towered, but bro, he's a big boy and he can take it. He is not buckling under that pressure. These Changebringers are now coming around the back. They finally scared off these Chaos Warriors of Nurgle, are now actually focusing Tamarkon rather quickly. He can get Eiffel Towered, but a third grouping here is too much for the big lad. He might just go down here without even being able to retreat. The Rod Knights make their charge. But these Changebringers, they're just gonna kill Tamarkon right out. Despite him healing, he's still staying alive. But these Changebringers are actually moving into melee. They're all out of ammo. Can Tamarkon survive it? He's got so little HP left and he's dead. Dead to the strike of the Chaos Lord. How will that affect Nurgle? They're already on the back foot. Now Tamarkon has died to these Changebringers and Chaos Lords. AT, welcome in. You got pirate lore? Hell yeah. All that's really left is this Noxbringer that's fighting its way through this Chaos Lord down here. Everything else is just about routed. Will he be able to actually do some damage here? He will not. He's already unstable. It's only a matter of time now until it's over. It looks like Tzeentch has taken this battle as usual. The Lord of Change has snuck a fast, sneaky, long-planned plan onto Nurgle. And the unstoppable spear finally penetrates the immovable shield. They do indeed hate each other. They're polar opposites. Just like Khorne and Slaanesh hate one another. And that is all she wrote. Tzeentch with a rather relaxed victory here. Most of their units actually at full health. Those Changebringers just went 2 unopposed. Alrighty. Yeah, as we can see, that's 50 kills for the Changebringers. And the other one did 7k damage. 20,000 damage from Changebringers. Almost 28,000 total. Is just absolutely insane damage there. Tamarkon himself only dealt 6k. Everything else along their lines doing some pretty middling damage for Nurgle. Big congratulations to Dark Jin Lord. Alrighty, up next is Sister Cecilia and Blue Plant. Sister Cecilia is the other Bretonian army, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is 1-1 at the moment. And they are going up against Blue Plant's Lizardmen. Now, this was the more mobile, but weaker, less thick Lizardmen army, which lost, I believe, against Chaos last round. I can't quite remember. Actually, it might have been a Bretonian army that used cavalry to smash all of these skinks. And as we've seen, these skinks do a lot, as these Saurus spears can actually hold their own long enough. Very little damage, but allows more than enough time for these skinks to just kind of play around and skirmish around these backlines and mess up just about anything that gets in range. The only problem is that Bretonnia has some companions and some Knights of the Lionhearted, which, if they don't get stuck on a melee unit, are going to cause havoc on these skinks. As we've also seen, the Rapunz de Lyonese and the Grail absolutely keep these battle pilgrims in the front line no matter how much damage they're taking until they literally all die. My bets here would be on Bretonnia for sure. All right, our map setup is going to be on the Ash Plains of Nagaroth. Not as flat as you would think. Interesting, T. That is pretty cool. Honestly, if you like research Blackbeard, it's a very interesting story. He was actually really cool. Not a cool person, as in not a great person, but like just what he did as a pirate was pretty cool. Alrighty. Let's go ahead and take a look at our map. Bets are over, but I'm pretty sure we had a big push for Bretonnia here. Just like bin mounds, just not as flat as you think. What do you mean by that? Are you implying my bin mounds are flat? That's pretty rude. Yo, thank you for the follow. Dropping the ball. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? Also, Thomas and Phantom, thank you for the 5 and 3 stream streaks, respectively. Thank you for donating to the cult. All right. Lizard Wizard, Lizard Wizard. Does he have a gizzard, though? Alrighty, let's go ahead and get started. As we can check out by this map, the Lizardmen are actually gonna have a lot of room to play with all these trees and this high ground. So we'll have to see if these Knights of the Lionhearted can just catch enough skinks to win the battle. Because while these skinks are experts at skirmishing, they're not gonna have nearly as much range as these peasantmen archers. Luckily for these few units of spears, Saurus spears, these battle pilgrims aren't going to do a lot of damage. The only problem is they're going to soak up a lot of time. The goal limit for the builds here, I think, was 12,400. It's the basic amount. It's the original amount for a regular army in multiplayer battles. All right, these peasant archers with their long range are starting to inflict some casualties on these chameleon skinks out on the left. As I thought, they are going to slowly try and pick apart this cavalry However, these Sara Spears are just gonna they're gonna have to hold off so much damage. The Skink Oracle as well, they're already looking at a problem with these Lion-Hearted Knights being able to start to get a flank on these Sara Spears already. And they're gonna crash hard. This is gonna be a really hard hit for these Sara Spears. And while they're gonna take the damage, in fact, it's actually the Knights of the Lion-Hearted that are taking a ton of damage from these Skinks that are just unopposed firing upon them, including the damage from the Skink Oracle and the Chameleon Stalkers. That's actually really bad for the cavalry back here. They really missed their priority. Luckily for them, there are 4 units of peasant bowmen back here to focus things. And the rest of the skink units are being chased around the map. But this is about to be 3 of them freed up from these Knights of the Lionhearted just getting eviscerated. Meanwhile, this Skink Oracle and Rapans are fighting in this little back corner. Arrows flying in from the peasant bowmen, causing the Skink Oracle to be poisoned and taking a lot of damage against Rapans. These Knights of the Lionhearted are fighting to a man, but even these Chameleon Skinks kind of aren't afraid of them anymore. They've been pared down so much, they're about to be completely wiped out. More arrows flying in on this Oracle. He's getting focused down. However, the Grail has already fled the field, which is a really big loss here. That is a big reason why those Battle Pilgrims are able to sustain so much damage. That's a lot of leadership lost. The Oracle is now fleeing, which gives time for Rapans to now focus on these Chameleon Skinks. The Peasant Bowmen just continue to rain in fire. But these spears, these Sara Spears just don't seem to care. They're just absolutely eating up these Battle Pilgrims. Here comes Henry. As we've seen multiple times this tournament, Henry is a great assassin for enemy lords. However, he is going to commit himself on top of Gorok, which is going to be a rather worthy opponent for him. Can the archers actually tip the scales here? This Bastiladon is being fought by these Battle Pilgrims and this Grail. Just look at all of these. Oh my god, these debuffs on these Battle Pilgrims are insane. The Skink's poison is starting to really take effect here. The plus 60 armor on the Bastiladon is also causing a ton of problems. The Sara Spears have broken some of the Pilgrims that are now going to start attacking these Bowmen, as well as Henry. This is looking really bad for Bretonnia. We might be having ourselves an upset. Rapans the Lioness is now scaring away these Chameleon Skinks and might now have time to come help out Henry, who is losing harshly to Gorok. Despite being on a big bird, it would seem that the evolutionary chain still favors the dinosaur. Rapans is still mistakenly chasing these Chameleon Skinks instead of helping out our hero. Luckily for her, Henry probably, if he flees, will be back. It's looking rather close. The last of these blessed Chameleon Stalkers are being finished off by these Peasant Bowmen in melee. It's pretty much archers and skirmishers just left over fighting now. It's just lords and skirmishers. Both melee lines, for the most part, have disintegrated outside of a couple Sara Spears. Looks like the early retreat of that Grail is causing a ton of problems, as is the quick death of those horsemen, as now both cavalry units for Bretonnia have been completely wiped out by these Skinks. There's just too many. It's too much of a web for them to deal with. The Bastiladon is now moving in to try to finish off Rapans de Lioness. Henry is attempting to assist. Henry is taking some major damage from these Skinks that are able to just sit on the outside and flank and skirmish. If he's not careful, he will die to the poison. Rapans is trying her best to stay in this fight, however. using her leadership buffs to try to keep Henry interested. But it looks like he's out for good, and it's over! The Lizardmen take the victory! The huge upset on Rapunzel the Lioness! Those battle pilgrims just could not hold out, and those skinks absolutely eviscerated any cavalry that moved their way. It just was not enough cavalry to deal with that many skinks. Absolutely crazy performance here. These blessed chameleon skirmishers getting over 200 kills just by themselves. Incredible damage coming out of them, and the Saurus Spears just being so much more powerful than the Battle Pilgrims, and just having enough leadership to deal with them, to not buckle under the pressure. Huge win for Blue Plant. Alrighty. We're actually making some really good speed here. We're already getting about a third of our way through the battles. Up next will be Scorch against It's Your Boy Foy. Scorch's dog rats against Boy Foy's funny green things. So it should be a Nurgle army, I believe, against rats. Oh, my mistake. It is Orc Boys. There's two armies named Green something, and one is Nurgle and one is Orcs. Please don't. So it'll be Scorch's Ratmen versus Foy's Orcs. So it'll go really interesting. Start getting your bets in. Our map will be the Valley of Thieves at the Nehekara Desert. It'll be a very open battle here. The Greenskins having a ton of cavalry, which is always frightening for Skaven. Boys, boys, boys! Yo, what's up, Dilius? Welcome in. How you doing today? How's it going, friend? When in doubt, blame the CPU. Yeah, I'm pinning the blame on the CPU. Yeah, you always gotta, you always have to blame the AI. Voting for Skaven because I want to see rats. So let's see what chat thinks. The Orcs have a 4-1 lead on channel points here. You can quadruple your points if we get another upset. Alrighty, let's go ahead and check out our map. Alrighty. We've got an extremely wide army here for the Orcs, as they have the past few times, just with how much cavalry they're able to dispense here. They also have two of these Ragnarok spiders, which, while they are range-based here with the Shaman and the Flinger, are still very scary units. I believe this Orc army is 1-1, if I'm not mistaken, having lost against, I think, the Wood Elves. In that one massive cavalry charge down the hill, the Wood Elves just absolutely butchered them. But we'll have to see how it goes. All right, bets are in, right? Let's get started. Battle start. So it is a very small rat force that is heavily range-focused. Actually, I made a mistake. It's actually a very large rat force. So a lot of them are hidden to us right now as they're all gutter runners. They will likely not perform well against this cavalry, which has now split itself into 3 whole divisions. This first shot from this Ragnarok has already come in, and the second one is about to come in as well on these rattling gunners, to little effect, but enough for the time being. These rat ogres are making their charge. Rattling gunners are spraying into the cavalry, but not having nearly enough of an effect here. However, this Goblin Great Shaman has walked his way straight into a rattling gun firing line and has taken some major damage early. Oh, a huge hit from that Flinger, hitting 2 units at once here. The AI is already attempting to focus down this Great Shaman, who's found himself stuck in the middle despite the huge cavalry clashes If he goes down fast, this could be really bad for the orcs. Again, the orcs are very, very focused on leadership, as are the rats. So this could just come down to whose lord dies faster. A huge spell hitting the back line, and the rats accidentally running into it here. Luckily for them, it's not going to cause enough damage. A lot of this cavalry remains untouched, but the shaman is fleeing already. And that is going to be a major problem considering Deathmaster Tzeentch back here is barely taking any damage. However, these gutter runners and rattling guns have finally been caught by these orc boys who are just going to start cutting them to pieces. And the shaman did not flee despite taking significant damage. Oh, they're both 1-to-1? Yeah, that's what I thought. There's always going to be one 2-0 or one team that will have to go down one, so that makes sense. They'll have to play down. More arrows coming in on this shaman from these gutter runners. They're so close to making him flee the battle. If they can just commit something, it'd be huge. But it looks like it's not going to be fast enough. These orcs just continue to whittle away at all these ranged and weaker units of the rats, of the Skaven. They really need Tzeentch to just one-shot this shaman right now. But instead, he's focusing on some orc boys. He's caught in the middle. The shaman is moving way too close to him, however. In fact, it's looking like it's challenging Tzeentch to a 1v1, which is just very unadvisable. Again, despite this huge lead the orcs have built, if the goblin shaman dies, it could be over. Yo, Starrock, thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the Harem. How's it going? All right, the 1v1 clash has started. He's already lost 50% of his armor, which is really bad for him from the Weeping Blade. He's still taking the fight. And the combat is rather even. Neither one has really struck a blow against one another yet. Both are AIing by the looks of it. The rats, while they are fleeing, they notice their lord is still on the field. So they are not completely routed, but a lot of their units are gone. It might just be too late for the rats. Going good, waiting on food, love. Total War Warhammer 3, I know, right? What's better than a bunch of carnage in an AI tournament? Tzeentch is still there. He finally gets a hit on the shaman. Some rats remain, but it might not be enough. Again, he needs this kill on this shaman. If he's unable to get it, it could just be done. His army is just crumbling around him, despite the fact they keep chipping these orc units. He is completely surrounded by these orc boys that are acting as a vanguard. He's barely able to even get a hit in over here. A spell's coming in from the goblin shaman. It looks like that might be it. The lord is routed. It's over. The orcs take the victory. An extremely unlucky result for this Skaven army having to go up against literally nothing but an orc cavalry army. It was actually probably closer than it should have been. Plenty of dead green creatures on the field here. If only Deathmaster Tzeentch had started a little bit faster on the goblin shaman, it could have turned the battle. A lot of these orc units, well, they have heightened leadership here because they're winning. A lot of these units would have already fled the field if their lord had died. Somehow this is Odysseyn's second time in a row being the odd man out. Ouch, yeah, that's tough. I mean, he won his last one though, so. Hey, Barrel, yeah, it is. It is our AI v AI tournament. All right, so congratulations to Foy. Up next is Nazgul and Gorilla. All righty here. Nazgul is running an army of dwarves, a mixture of cannons, iron drakes, and dwarf warriors, as well as Malachi Makaisen, versus an army of what is likely Gorilla's full army of Rattling Gunners. So this is going to be the range-off battle of the century. This is going to be a very interesting battle. We've had nothing but melee battles. We've had nothing but cavalry battles. We've had nothing but monstrous infantry battles. But we have yet to have a ranged versus ranged army. So this is going to be very interesting to see, and I'm very curious as to who's going to win. That's a lot of Rattling Gunners. But Iron Drakes and these mortars are going to make up a big difference before the armies actually clash. All right, let's check our map. We get the Altar to Chaos on the Chaos Coast. This battle might actually just come down to whoever gets the high ground. And if these 4 cannons, these siege artilleries can do enough damage before the armies clash together. Fightin' food, funny talking burb girl, Gork and Mork be praised. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm not green, but I'm like yellow and gold. Is that close enough? Is that a close enough for the York boys? Can I join? I like Carnage. If dwarves lose this, I'm broke. Make sure you guys get your bets in. It is favored towards the dwarves right now. Some people are really underestimating some of these Rattling Gunners here. We're gonna go ahead and check out our map. And it looks like the dwarves are going to get the high ground. I would be a good bad moon. Are you calling me short? Yellow like the richest teeth. Yeah. All right, so the dwarves, fortunately, are on a downward slope here, which is a big boon for that dwarven army. All right, bets are in. Battle is set. Let's start it off. All right, those cannons are immediately going to start firing here. And the rats are going to advance. They're going to be forced to advance. The cannons, however, are having to maneuver. They're actually a little too close, which will actually favor these Skaven Rattling Gunners. The dwarves did not put their full army on this back slope. However, these dwarf warrior great weapons are gonna just absolutely tear through these Skaven slaves. They're already making their charge. The cannons haven't even fired their first salvo. Some of the rounds are now firing, chipping a little bit of these Rattling Gunners and Skaven slaves. Any moment now, there ought to be an orange tide and a green tide. Here comes the green from the Rattling Gunners. Will we see the Iron Drakes respond in kind? They are much shorter range, but much more devastating. And some of these great weapon warriors are already getting worn down. All right, the Iron Drakes are starting to hit. However, they are going to be forced to hit their own units here. The great weapons, oh no, the range difference is making a massive difference here. The Skaven are just absolutely ripping through these machine guns. However, their line of protective Skaven slaves are gone completely. Could they skirmish their way out of this battle? Or will they be able to work down these dwarves before they meet their lines? The cannons are now starting to work in as well. Iron Drakes have had the chance to start spraying too. So while the dwarves took some heavy losses early, there is now no front line for the Skaven. Oh, another unit of Iron Drakes just getting absolutely eviscerated due to the range disadvantage. Look at all these scorch marks on this back line here and all these dead dwarves. This slaying of this hill is just absolutely benefiting the Skaven. A line of fire coming up from Ikit Claw, who's on his last leg himself. It is now practically down to just cannons for the dwarves. cannons and 2 Iron Drake units, who granted are just absolutely tearing apart these Skaven on this left flank, but this right flank has the height advantage and is slowly starting to chip out these cannons. The cannons continue to fire forward. Malachi is trying to focus on this side over here with his rifle, but will he be nearly enough? Bullets flying in from all directions with absolutely no cover here but the cannons themselves. Warp shot just spraying through these lines of dwarves. They're being practically killed to a man here, and there's very little time left. 3 cannon units remain, but they can't focus on an entire army at once. Looks like some are reorientating their shots to try and finish off Ikit, hoping that morale might save the day. He, however, is on a favorable slope here and is casting a spell. Oh, here come Iron Drakes to hit Ikit. He's about to take a ton of damage here. He's still alive. It is a 50-50 here. It can still go either way. If Ikit Claw goes down, I agree. The rats probably just run. And he is in a really poor spot. With no backup, these Rattling Gunners are still reloading. Finally, the shots come in. Ikit Claw is fleeing, but he might be able to return and keep the rats in the battle. The rats now are using the other hill here to focus down Malachi and the last remaining cannons. A small and very battered dwarven force trying to turn around and try and keep this battle in their favor. But these Rattling Gunners, despite wavering, are still just have enough leadership to continue to chip them out. The cannons are now responding in kind, finally turning themselves around alongside Malachi. But it's still not enough to make them flee. They're meant for armor piercing. They're not meant for large infantry units. They will do some damage, but it's not going to be enough. And that's our 2nd or 3rd cannon unit already fleeing the field. They're down to 1, and Malachi is now having to fight these Rattling Gunners by himself. Ikit Claw, however, might not return to the field. If he leaves this battlefield, it might just be enough. The dwarves might be able to hold out. Leadership is very low on all sides. It is quite literally Malachi and 1 cannon unit waiting and hoping that Ikit Claw is fast enough to get off the field, is a big enough of a coward to get off the field before the battle ends. He's making his way for the wall. Malachi is still slowly holding. Any second now, he'll cross that line. Ikit is out. Is it enough? Is the leadership loss enough? Full-on route for these. Full-on route here. It might be it. The dwarves. The dwarves might have just barely held on. Incredible if so. Ikit being full-on shattered might have caused the loss. A few remain, but they're failing to hit Malachi. Like he's blessed from the gods himself. The warp shot just hitting around him and not hitting his small frame. Like a miracle, it all misses, all flying around him in corners. Stray hits, stray shots, nothing confirmed. The cannons remaining on the field. An absolute insane last stand, Alamo in nature. Witness Malachi McKyson. He still remains with plenty of leadership. He will not be off this battlefield till he dies. More shots being fired from the cannons. It's over. The dwarves take it. Against absolute all odds, Malachi McKyson and 1 cannon unit absolutely rout over 5 or 6 Rattling Gunners. Insane win. Absolutely insane victory here. Malachi McKyson holding it. Oh my lord, that is insane. Oh my god. It looked like sure defeat in Malachi McKyson. Absolutely coming in the clutch like a prime KD to win. Absolutely insane. Had that been a melee-oriented dwarf faction leader, the dwarves would have lost, which is so ironic because Malachi, being a weaker ranged lord, has actually lost this dwarf army at least one battle. And now he just won them one. Being short is indeed positive. Makes you harder to hit. All right. Insane battle. Insane battle. Congratulations, Nazgul, on the victory. All righty. So, up next is me against Jadel. All righty. It is my little Tomb King force. My Womb Queens. Just kidding. It's not Womb Queens. Versus Jadel's Chaos Dwarves. This is going to be a very interesting battle here. I'm curious to see how the Dreadquake Mortar performs. And the field will be on Shimmer Sword in the Ulthuan Plains. A rather open field. All right. Now, you can go ahead and get in your bets. Go ahead and get in your bets. We're going to take a look at the map, and then we're going to take a break, okay? We're going to take a quick break. All righty. Hara's leader keeps committing Sudoku. Shut up. Yeah, Cetra the Imperishable might be too confident in his imperishableness, and it's gotten him killed both battles, every battle he played so far, but I believe in him. I don't think there's a lot of range in Jadel's army from what I remember, so I think I might be okay. Alrighty, get your bets in. The Chaos Dwarves are so heavily favored, and I don't know if I blame them. If the Quake Mortar focuses the Necro Sphinx, or the War Sphinx, or the Necrotact, the Chaos Dwarves are actually going to have an extremely hard time. That is all I'm going to say. If the Dreadquake Mortar, however, focuses the Guard at all, I have lost. I have likely lost. All right, so get your bets in. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, okay? And then we'll get this battle started when I get back. We're going to have 3 minutes of ads so nobody gets pre-rolls, and I'll see you guys in just a moment. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss out on the next battle. This one ought to be close. guys. I was drinking a lot of water. I don't want my voice going out early. Alrighty, so are we excited? Cetra does not serve a purpose. Oh my god, y'all. I don't like Cetra either, but don't treat him too harshly, guys. He's still Cetra. He still has really Chad moments. Hara's army just needs to pretend that Cetra isn't there. They might actually win. I think if I have a battle where both Cetra and the Necrotact don't die extremely quickly, I have a really good chance. It's just that both battles so far, both have died at the same time. Like, both have routed and died at the same time, which feels so bad. An ahi tuna gift? I actually don't like tuna, surprisingly. I wish I did. I wish I liked fish more. Yo, what's up, good cat? Welcome in. Oddly specific? Wait, what's oddly specific? Welcome in, Blue Eagle, by the way. We will bury Cetra in the kitty litter box. Look, we're gonna treat Cetra like the end times. I know a lot of people hate the end times, but we're gonna treat him just like that. We're gonna explode him, like we're gonna Mr. Manhattan his ass until he's just ahead, and then we're putting him in the litter box. Landlocked palate. Hey, okay, actually, this is gonna sound really weird. So I don't like fish, and I'm not a big fan of shrimp at all, but I like lobster, and I love oysters, which is kind of odd if you think about it, because most people are like, yeah, fish is good, and then like, ew, oysters. But I actually really like oysters. Oysters Rockefellers are like some of my favorite foods. A little bit of hot sauce and a cracker. What about crab? Crab's all right. I can eat crab and I can eat... See, honestly, I would like shrimp. It's just the look of shrimp is off-putting to me. It looks too much like a bug. That is my one problem. Lobsters and crab look different enough from bugs where I don't feel buggish about them. But every time I eat shrimp, I feel like I'm eating a bug. Radioactive shrimp from Walmart with my Windex my Windex margarita, yeah. Would be interested to one day. Fresh ones are really good. It's just you gotta have crackers and lemon juice and hot sauce. It is a bug. They're all bugs. Shut up, nah, shut up. I'm putting my fingers in my ears. They're crustaceans. I will cope until the day I die that they're not actually bugs. They're buggish. Don't care. All right, we're getting started. Enough bug talk. This isn't ants. This is Warhammer. Alrighty. Let's get started. Oh, great. And the fucking Dreadquake is focusing my... Oh, God. Well, it was a good time while it lasted. Don't look like I'm winning this one. Fuck. God damn it! Of course I get unlucky the AI for once. Oh, it fired one shot and then gave up. It's moving on Cetra. Hey, you guys should, like, run. Yeah. Oh, thank Christ. It's focusing Cetra. Oh, thank God. Why are you stopping for it? Yo! 100 Ben, thank you, gear. What's the difference between a dirty bus stop and a crab with a boob job? One's a crusty bus station, the other is a busty crustacean. I literally hate you so much. Why are you stopping? Dude, I swear to God, the AI handles my army like it has brain damage. I'm so cooked. I am so fucking cooked, man. Luckily, they're only focusing one unit, but I am beyond cooked. Like, why does it keep stopping my army? I do not understand. Why are we stopped? Oh my God. It's literally only me too, dude. I don't know what this game's function is with my army. Oh wow, the Dreadquake didn't Dreadquake. I'm literally gonna have to pray that this Necrotact and Necrosphinx, or my bad, this War Sphinx and Necrosphinx just absolutely body this entire army by themselves. Like, my fucking Kepra Guard are already dead, and the fucking Tomb Guard Halberds are about to meet the same fate. My God, it hurts. It hurts so much, dude. If I knew the AI was gonna be this brain damaged with my army, dude, I would, oh my God, I'm so sad. I'm so sad. My infantry's already dead. Well, I'm going 0-3. I was like, yeah, if the AI's stupid, like it has been all the whole game, it focuses Cetra, I'll be okay. Doesn't focus Cetra at all. Oh, hey, at least it did more damage to its warriors there than it did me. Okay, well, you win some, you lose some. My skeleton warriors are getting cooked by these renders, but they're meant to die anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. My Ushapti are just absolutely cutting through these blunderbuses? Blunderbussies? These chaos blunderbussies are getting fucked up on my Ushapti. And they keep shooting on their infantry units against my single target units. So I'm actually having not a bad time. Somehow, my Kepra Guard are only slightly losing, despite losing 3/4 of their force before even getting into melee. I have a chance. I have a chance, chat. I have a chance. All I ask is one win, man. Just give me one win, please. That's all I ask. The problem is that Sorcerer Prophet is completely unhurt. Luckily, my Ushapti have cover from this Necro Sphinx. And my Ushapti are just cutting through things because they're anti-infantry. Come on, Cetra, put in some work. It's your time to shine, baby. You haven't died instantly, and that's actually really big for this army. That's actually huge. I believe in Cetra. 110 leadership on this Necro Sphinx. My Ushapti are just absolutely cleaving through all these short manlets. Come on, baby. The Dreadquake can't shoot. Oh, yeah, let's do it. Let's go. All right, Cetra, I need you to, like, really hurt those Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses. Honestly, the Dreadquake Mortar has knocked out as many Chaos Dwarves as it has, Tomb Kings. This is so funny. Yeah, Necro Sphinx. Use your cool obelisk blades. Yeah. Let's go. I think my luck is changing. Oh God, Cetra, if you die to these one fucking wolf riders, I will actually screech. Let's go. Come on, baby. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, I am absolutely. Can we get some Hara Pogs in chat, please? Are those not wolf riders? Or wolf raiders, whatever. I missed an A. Let's go, dude. Imagine being terrified. He's only like 30 feet tall and not alive. Dude, unironically, if this Chaos Prophet lands, I unironically think this Necro Sphinx could 1v1 him right now. It's literally just the Dreadquake and him left, and the Necro Sphinx is trying his best. Uh-oh. Don't hit the Kepra Guard! Come on, man! The Kepra Guard's already suffered enough! That's 4 shots! That's so unfair! That's so unfair, dude! They've done nothing! Oh. That's why you gotta stupid-proof the army. You really do. Okay, the War Sphinx is trying to finish off the Dreadquake. I'm not gonna lie, hitting that Necro Sphinx will do nothing but hurt those Dwarf warriors. Alright, now I'm just gonna wait for this bomb to land. Kill him. Whip him like the people who were building the pyramids, Necro Sphinx. That didn't actually happen, though. That's not historical. Land, you gangly fuck. Oh, that beard is actually really sick, though. Holy shit, that is actually a really fucking cool mount. He's also like, what the fuck is that saddle, dude? How is that not hurting his crotch? He's like a Gundam model. It's connected through the taint. He's too afraid to land. He did this against the Khorne army, too. Oh my God, we're gonna have to do the same thing here. He's just not gonna land. All right, land, you fucker. He's gonna try to 1v1 Tzeentch, almost undoubtedly. Yeah, here he goes. Dude, I swear to God, if Tzeentch dies and this Chaos Sorcerer turns this battle around, I'm actually going to scream. And he's actually getting cooked. He's actually getting so cooked, too. Oh, Tzeentch, please, buddy. If you lose this battle for me, I will be so angry. If my Lord gets sniped and I lose, I'm ending stream. Wait, really? They didn't marshal against the enslaved folks? Well, enslaved folks didn't build pyramids in Egypt. It was actually the farmers and stuff. Oh my God, Tzeentch, you are so fucking dumb. I swear to God, if you die, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. He's just covered in debuffs. You are not winning. You have 0 leadership, buddy. And the rest of my units are just standing around. I fucking hate this game. They're,
Grandpa got turned to dust in Vietnam.
He is actually about to get turned to dust in Vietnam, yeah. Dude, this game actually fucking hates me. I fucking hate this game. They're actually respectfully 1v1ing. This AI is so fucking dumb. This AI is so fucking dumb. Literally none of my other units are fighting. Everybody's just watching Tzeentch die. I cannot believe it. I'm actually speechless. I'm actually fucking speechless. I swear to God, the AI has not played an army literally dumber than mine. This is literally the dumbest I've ever seen AI play this. Just absolute brain rot. Just absolute fucking brain rot, man. Allowing all of the lords and heroes to get 1v1 by the one lord left with your 2 best units not even trying to fight. It's actually insane. I'm actually just so blown away, it's not even funny. That's actually incredible. Do not ever play Tomb Kings if you need the AI to do anything. I'm actually so fucking amazed. Luckily, they've got good binding. Hopefully, they can finish him off fast enough. Because, oh my lord. The War Sphinx is still standing there and watching, by the way. Hopefully, the Necro Sphinx... Oh my God, thank Christ. Oh my fucking God, thank Christ. I was gonna be sick. I was gonna be fucking sick. I was gonna be so fucking sick. If I lost that battle, I was going to be so fucking sick. It's not even funny. Stop laughing. Stop laughing. I'm actually getting trolled by the AI. I am sick. Oh my God, I finally took one. Tzeentch has died all 3 fucking battles. Tzeentch and that shitty fucking Necrotect, who's only there to heal these units, has died all 3 battles. It is actually incredible. Oh my God. I want to see this fucker die. Oh my God, man. Thank you, Jesus. The AI just hates me, man. Literally my best unit standing there and watching Tzeentch and then the Necrotag get bitched is it's so bad. It is so fucking bad. The Cavalry got 125 kills. The Dreadquake for the Chaos Dwarves got 90. And yet, the fucking Chaos Sorcerer did the most damage because Tzeentch and the Necrotect are just fucking idiots. I'm just blown away, dude. My God. 44,000 to Oda-san. Holy shit, a win is a win. Mortar killed 90. Holy shit, I am sweating. I'm still in the tournament. I don't know how it happened, but I'm still in the tournament. Oh, man. Holy shit. That Quake straight yeeted on your halberds. It was actually on the Tomb Guard. Luckily for me, the Dreadquake AI was just as stupid as Tzeentch's AI and just absolutely decimated 2 of its own Chaos Warrior units, trying to hit both Tzeentch and the Necro Sphinx, which it did no damage to. I could have been a much easier win if my Necro Sphinx and War Sphinx actually fought the Chaos Lord, but whatever, man. Oh my God, a dub's a dub. Okay. Up next is Tyler Drawn against Birdman Chill. I'm sorry you lost, Jadal. I'm sorry you had to be, there had to be a loser, and I'm sorry it was you, buddy. Alrighty. Alright, so we have Birdman Chill's Dwarven Army with that Thunder Barge that has had really mixed results so far. Up against the Skaven, which is a mixed force, but is a zoo army. So while there's not a lot of forces here, this Plague Priest and Skrulk are going to summon a lot of Skaven units. We're just have to see how well this range does into those Skaven before they really meet that line. All right, we're going to be in the Charnel Valley, the quest battle map. This ought to be really interesting. Let it be known, the AI really is just that fucking dumb, man. My God. All right, get your bets in. Oh. Partly my own dumb self? What do you mean? I mean, your army in theory isn't bad. I think you just got unlucky. I think the Dreadquake Mortar is an exceptional idea. We've seen the Dreadquake Mortar win Chaos Dwarves almost entire battles. Oh, did you mix up the Hero and Lord? Ouch, yeah. That might do it. All right, so there are a ton of bets on the Dwarves. If you have anything, put it on the Rats right now before time runs out. You can win big. Oh, too late. If you bet on the Rats, you have like a 5 times chance here to win 5 times what you bet. All right, let's get started. It is a completely open field here. I think both sides have a little bit of artillery, but the range is mostly up to the Dwarves, and the Rats are the ones charging. That gives a lot of time to for Skrulk to summon extra units if he wants. But I don't think that the AI will do it early. Just running along some fine Egyptian walls over here. Buzzards circling overhead, waiting for free food. All right, it is looking like a very slow march here. We're gonna go ahead and speed this up because this is gonna take a minute. Literally, all of the ancient Egyptians watching, despite being undead and having literally all eternity to live, are going, come the fuck on, I don't have all of eternity. Watching these slow-ass dwarves and rats get their battle started outside their walls. Do ratlings mess up the Thunder Barge? It depends if the Ratling Gunners get messed up themselves, but typically we've seen yes. They do tend to take out that Thunder Barge relatively easily. All right, these Plague Claw catapults are almost in range to start shooting. I have units good for the Thunder Barge, I think. Maybe. The first few shots of these grudge throwers are going out. It is going to be a bit of an artillery duel at first. The Thunder Barge is not going to fire its harpoon yet. The Plague Claw catapults are still working on preparing their first throw, I believe. They're still getting in a position. So those grudge throwers get the first shot, the second shot as well. Second one not being nearly as effective as they'd likely want it to be. It looks like the AI here is going to try to focus the Thunder Barge early. A wise decision, and it's, as you can see the line here, the catapults are attempting to get in range. If I had just used more Storm Vermin, quite possibly. All right, those Plague Claw catapults are sending their first volley into this Thunder Barge. It's going to be a pretty easy hit, but it's going to take a lot more to take it out. The Dwarves are just going to let this little ranged fight go on, this little artillery duel. Much like a Napoleonic battle, the artillery is just letting loose here, and both armies are just having to stand and watch the rounds come in. Oh, the first shot from the harpoon from the Thunderbarge goes in on this Doom Wheel. Causes a lot of damage, and I don't think the Doom Wheel realizes that it's a little lost here. Some huge damage coming on the Doom Wheel. The AI is just not realizing where this Doom Wheel is actually going. What is bro doing here? All right, looks like those Quarrelers are turning to the right to take care of it as well. Try and focus him down. Luckily for the Dwarves, there's nothing under this Thunder Barge, which leaves a lot of these Plague Claw catapult rounds to do very little damage. The Thunder Barge is moving forward, which is mildly inadvisable, but just did a ton of damage to those Night Runners. Oh, finally it is above its own unit, so the Plague Claw might actually do some damage on misses. The Rattling Gunners are starting to now pour into this Thunder Barge, moved up a little too early. Again, we see this Thunder Barge becoming a huge target for Rattling Gunners. And the battle has now officially begun here. A giant shockwave is hitting this left side as Skrull casts his evil rat spells that he found in a New York subway. The Thunder Barge is already at half HP. It is now dropping payloads, however. And the Skaven are having a rough time coping with this superior Dwarven front line. The Barge is already about to go down, however, from these Rattling Gunners, which just have not ceased shooting, and there it goes! Unsurprisingly, the Thunder Barge has such a little effect here. Keep in mind for future AI tournaments, do not use a Thunder Barge. This Plague Priest has also moved too far forward. It is an absolute brawl here. The Skaven have a bit of a favorable lead here, but there's still such a long way to go. Yo, what's up, Itchy Beard? Yeah, the AI is extremely terrible with these Thunder Barges. The superior range of the Quarrelers is starting to hit these Rattling Gunners, which need a straight line of sight to do anything. They're trying to get up on this hill to get a really good vantage point, but they're going to take some losses trying to get there. Skrulk is actually on the front line himself, fighting some Longbeards. Very interesting, but that flail's put in work as the Plague Claw catapult backs him up. He's letting that Morning Star whip on these Longbeards, catching multiple bodies each swing. Here he goes. Another clash into the line. Oh no, this Plague Priest is really low and stuck behind enemy lines. He's trying to cause these Quarrelers to skirmish their way away from him, and it is working for the time being, but he will not last much longer. Down to 187 HP. Playing it very recklessly. And he finally routs, realizing he needs to take that lucky dice roll and get on out of there. The Dwarf Lord is carving through this left flank here. Finally starting to make some impact on these Clan Rat Spears. But now he's being focused by Rattling Gunners in the back. It's still a rather close battle. However, it looks like the Skaven numbers are really starting to take their toll. And that Doom Wheel is actually causing a lot of problems on this back line. A huge charge coming from these Storm Vermin, which are definitely destined to deal some major damage to these Quarrelers. Oh, and they take the Doom Wheel and the artillery at the same time. It's an instant break. Huge for the Rats there. himself has almost completely eviscerated this council guard storm vermin, which always fight to the death. And they're done for. A huge unit loss, but it might not be enough for the dwarves to turn this around. The grudge throwers seem to be returning to their equipment now that the doom wheel and everything that was striking the backline has fled. They might be able to turn this around here. There's not a lot of rats left on this field. It's really all up to how well Skrulk and this Dwarf Lord can hold the line for their respective armies. There are way more dwarves left here. Can the Aishin Sorcerer and Skrulk hold the line? The Dwarf Lord has much lower leadership at the first glance and just took a direct hit from artillery. The artillery continues to foolishly focus him now instead of these surrounding units. Skrulk continues to work that Morning Star into these Dwarf Warriors and these Miners. The Rattling Gunners have gotten too close and are now starting to flee themselves due to these Quarrelers having the superior range and line of sight. It's an absolutely abysmal front line here. Storm Vermin and Dwarves just littering the ground. The Aishin Sorcerer is now fighting the Lord in one-on-one combat. The respective winner might turn the tide. It's a very close fight. Lord Skrulk continues to try to give the Sorcerer cover. But the Sorcerer is losing. He's not meant for melee. Oh, some clan rats sprout from the ground finally. Just what the clan rats needed. Just what the Skaven needed right on time. Acting as an extra force to hold back this Dwarf Lord for a moment. As Skrulk tries to make his way through these ranged units in the back. The catapults still have plenty of ammo here. If they can just last out, eventually the artillery might win it. If they can just strike enough units and everything is within their range. Can we see what they're focusing? They actually are not currently firing. Interesting move by the Skaven AI. The Sorcerer is losing all of his leadership as the clan rats have evaporated. These Rattling Gunners keeping them covered and then forced away immediately from the superior range of these Quarrelers, which have made all the difference so far. And that might be it for the Skaven. The Dwarves might have been able to turn it around. They have! It's over! The Dwarves win off leadership alone for the second time against the Rats. That is all she wrote. A very close battle again. You can tell that they are just generational rivals. Oh man, Lord Skrulk actually having his best performance so far with 236 kills, almost 20,000 damage, but it just was not enough to offset the underperformance of the rest of his units. All right. A big win for Birdman Chell. All right. Our next one will be Angel of Death against Space Rag. All right. So we have Space Rag's little kind of diversified orc army going up against this kind of meager wood elf force. If I'm not mistaken, I believe both are 0-2. We've seen that Ariel could put in some work, that the AI does not know how to use the Sisters of Twilight, and these Way Watchers are really effective. However, I think I'm favoring the Greenskins. I know I favored this army like 3 times in a row, or 2 times in a row, and they've lost both times. But I really do think this is their chance. I know a lot of their infantry is just goblins, but the Wood Elves don't have much of a front line at all. It's literally 3 Eternal Guard and Aerial. Meanwhile, they have plenty of arrows to deal with these Hawk Riders and Way Watchers. See, Angel, it's been not a good run. You're not done yet, buddy. You're not done yet. You still have a chance. All right, let's check our map. And it will be the Withertooth Crown Quest battle. All right. Same thing with the Beastmen, yeah. I don't believe so, Tactical. All right, we got an extremely snowy, low visibility map here, but it's rather straightforward. Man, I'm just on a roll of saying here today, apparently. All right. It's time for me to turn tail and run. Well, thank you for the lurk, Tyladron. I really appreciate your organs. Hey, Metin, how's it going? We should have a here counter. We should not. All right. Get your bets are finally in. We can go ahead and just get this ball rolling. Oh, it's going to be a very close start here. God damn it. I said it anyway. Very favorable for the Orcs with all that cavalry. The Way Watchers are going to have an extremely effective first volley. And then after that, they might just get completely overrun. We'll have to see. Ajag, however, as we have seen in almost every battle, much like Cetra the Imperishable, flies forward into archers and dies almost every time immediately, and that has been a big problem for these Orc armies. And he is doing it again. Dude just does not learn his lesson. The very meager front line of the Elves are kind of trying to spread out. Will these Way Watchers be able to make the difference before they all get completely enveloped? I don't think they will. The first line crashes into the Eternal Guard. They hold, but they don't actually hold them from the Way Watchers, which is what they needed to do. Another clash here in the center. The Savage Orc Biggins immediately fleeing, haven't taken so much fire already. Ajak is out of the battle, already knocked out. That's insane, having barely done any damage. He might be the biggest, but he's definitely not the smartest on this battlefield. Oh, he's wavering. He's coming back to the field. Well, these Hawk Riders just shoot him out of the air. He is very shaken, and Ariel is just absolutely carving through this right side of the Orc force here. From the Elven perspective, she is just coming in on these flanks and just wiping through Greenskins. But it doesn't seem to be enough. These Eternal Guard are just entirely surrounded. Ajag is running in deep, hoping to opportunistically deal with these Way Watchers that are fleeing. If only the Sisters of Twilight would send one shot his way. There's just too many Greenskins. Slowly, the entire elf force is being chipped away by all this cavalry. The Sisters of Twilight still refuse to acknowledge Ajag, who just sits beneath them praying for a fight. One that they should be taking to win. And they just won't do it. They continue to fire their little shitty magic missiles towards large units. Some shots are coming in from the returning Way Watchers. But they're not hitting Ajag. Despite it all of Ajag's bold, dumb shittery, he is somehow just staying on this field. That's it. The cavalry, I'm calling it. There's no way these elves are surviving this. The waves of Orc cavalry are just too numerous. Ajag did not die fast enough. just like the last time against the Wood Elves, Azog will not be denied his victory. The cavalry just storming over all of the Weight Watchers. The sisters still refuse to focus him. Ariel just killed him in one-on-one combat, but it's probably too little too late. Now all the orc forces are gonna have to turn around and try and deal with Ariel. Oh no, the orcs are wavering. Despite them having a vast superior numerical advantage, they are reconsidering their victory here. They might clinch. They might quench. Oh my god. I can't speak. I'm just so fucking flabbergasted. They might clinch a loss from the jaws of victory just because Ariel is in the center here and there's a couple Hawk Riders and one Eternal Guard unit. They are trying their best, but they're just sitting beneath them getting picked off. Another shot coming in on these archers, dealing minimal damage. Ariel is exhausted. It might just be enough. The land units are not focusing on the elf land units, and the ranged units are not focusing on the Hawk Riders. The orcs just have their priorities all mixed up, as you would expect with orcs. So surprisingly, despite 90% of the Wood Elf force being eliminated, there's still a lot of fight left. The Hawk Riders, however, are running out of ammunition, causing them to move into melee, which is only, it makes it a matter of time until they get eviscerated by all this cavalry. The orcs are just kind of waiting their turn here. Ariel, while healing, is not healing fast enough and is starting to be surrounded finally by this giant horde of orcs. The Hawk Riders are getting crashed into from the rear by a superior boar boys. Can we make the names a little bit easier to alliterate, please? Causing these Hawk Riders to finally flee the field. There's still so much battle left. With how many orc units that are wavering, despite Ariel being the only ground unit. Oh, she's finally wavering. Here comes another cavalry charge. And Ariel is finally fleeing the field, and it's over. The orcs finally take it. It looked very hairy for them, but it's finally over. Yeah, it's very hard. I'm not Eminem here. I can't just wrap these up, you know? All right. Despite Ariel getting 118 kills, man. Those Sisters of Twilight only dealing 5k damage is embarrassing. Ironically, the Forest Goblin Spider Riders coming in clutch here, having a lot of the damage alongside these 8-peak loonies. Azog, ironically, the lords for both armies continue to be useless. All right. Up next is Lore Master of Tzeentch, Scarbrand's Wrath against Odasan's Executioners. This actually ought to be a very interesting battle. Both are heavily melee focused. Now, Khorne is absolutely known for their melee proficiency, but they're not the most elite units, and it is the most elite Harganeth Executioners, nothing but Harganeth Executioners with extremely high leadership. So it all depends on how well can these Dark Elves hold in this melee battle. It'll be very interesting here. I've underestimated them once. Against the first round against the, against that, Lizardmen army, and while they didn't win, they got much closer than I expected. Someone is going in big on the executioners. If you have any channel points, bet them on Khorne. Odasan is going all in on his army. He is extremely confident. All right, and the battle land will be the Bleak Lands at the Darkland Crater. That will be our map. It is going to be nothing but a melee off. There is one unit, I repeat, one unit of cavalry, and they are flesh hounds. Everything else is melee. This is going to be a slugfest, folks. Bet on Khorne to try and get Odasan's entire backlog of channel points. Scarbrand doesn't appreciate your desecration of Scarbrand's favorite sea cretin? Really? All right, let's check our map. This is going to be an absolute brawl. If you want a proper fight, you're about to get it. This is going to be nothing but like face to face, ass to ass, sword to sword brawl, lines meeting lines. No chicanery here, no wimpy shit like bows, no dishonorable crap like arrows or artillery, barely any fucking cavalry. It is just burly men, burly, hairy-chested, elf and demonic men with big swords hitting one another. That is all this is gonna be. It's gonna be a boxing match. Alrighty, let's get going. This is absolute. This is the army. You know how Lord of the Rings has the Battle of the Five Armies? Well, we've got the Battle of the Chud armies right here. These are two Chud armies. Andrew Tate would build an army like this, bro. All right. We've got Andrew Tate's Khorne army against Clavicular's Dark Elf executioners. Let's see how this goes. It is just gonna be a full-on charge. All right, we don't need you to read off your search history. Oh, my bad. Did I get a little, did I tell myself a little bit? This whole battle is that one edit of the TF2 characters, like with giant breasts, like men's titties, like pecs, to like Joji's TikTok. All right, here it comes. Scarbrand leading the charge alongside Scylla. Oh, it is an absolute cleave into these executioners. Oh, they're focused in rage, circling around Scarbrand the Exiled. The rage causing them to pull into a one-on-one battle. It is just a line of battle here. The executioners, unit to unit, have the advantage. They've already almost wiped out a Forsaken of Khorne just by themselves. What a battle line! Scarbrand is just cleaving through executioners, but they have so much armor. The Dreadlord, ironically, is getting messed up by some berserkers over here. It is impossible to tell who quite has the upper hand quite yet. There are more executioners, but Scarbrand is gonna definitely pull his weight, if anything, in this melee. The one unit of cavalry is hitting on the back of these exiled, but they're immediately getting cut down. These executioners do not play around. The high leadership of these executioners means that they're gonna fight to the very end, and they're just gonna barely outlast the slightly lower leadership of the Chaos Warriors, who just can't take the punishment. It is down to Scarbrand practically to carry this battle. The Lord, however, might die and really hurt his executioners. We've seen him be a weak link for this army so far. These executioners, however, they just take punishment. And they continue to just cleave through these Khorne gores, which are usually just a very scary unit to go up against for most armies, are just getting torn through by these executioners. They have no qualms fighting any Khorne unit in a melee. Maybe one of the few units that can do it so effectively. And just like that, it is about to be down to Scarbrand and some Bloodwake Berserkers, as another Harganath unit joins the fucking fray. Just a 5-stack on Scarbrand, who is granted rampaging but surrounded and losing. The Dark Elves might actually take this fight. It is not nearly as close as I expected, but there's still a lot left in it. This is some real Warhammer fighting here, folks. Men are crying, pissing, and shitting on the battlefield. They're fighting to their very last breath, their very last unit. Skilla himself down to 400 HP, 300, 200, 100. And he's barely standing, he's down. Scarbrand has caused another rampage. It is now him and these Bloodwake Berserkers against the world, but the Hargrath Executioners are rampaging against Scarbrand. They are holding, however. Their leadership is so high, Scarbrand is wavering. For once, Khorne might actually have taken honorable duels one too far. Oh, the strongest unit of executioners are actually pulling off here when they could finish off Scarbrand and win the day. It's still completely equal. It is a bloodbath over here between these Wrathmongers and executioners. Scarbrand is shaken. He's got 11 leadership. It's not much. He will crumble long before his Berserker entourage. He's also only down to 1,500 HP. These executioners are very healthy, but their armor's been sundered. Scarbrand is getting focused, however. He, however, has 25 stacks of Horn of Khorne, putting him on a very strong melee attack. He's almost wavering. He's down to 2 leadership. Down to negative 19, negative 25. He's down to 500 HP. He's rampaging, however, which means he's going to stay on the field. 3, 2, 100. Can he outlast? 50. He's down. Scarbrand is dead. It's now down to some Harganath Executioners and Bloodwake Berserkers. The Executioners are losing because of their sundered armor, but a second Executioners unit that is extremely weak is coming in to reinforce. It is so close. It is so close. It is a white-knuckle brawl right now. Oh, it's over. Khorne somehow wins. You've got to be kidding me. Khorne somehow, even though Scarbrand fell, Khorne wins. That's insane. The line could not have been thinner. Odasan just lost all of his points. Oh my gosh. Absolutely insane fight. I could not believe it. That single unit of Bloodwake Berserkers winning the battle by just high enough leadership. Wow. That is just crazy. The difference might have simply been the difference in lords. That might have been it. Because the Executioners were the better army on the day, but just the Lord getting knocked out so early. Man. That is only 1,000 damage from this Dreadlord. I don't think we've seen lower. We've seen very few instances of lower finishes so far. Wow. Executioner's getting very unlucky. All right. We are now going to have Cubson's Pain Train against Ember's This Can Only Go Well. That is our next battle. All right, Cubson is running Chaos Dwarves. And Ember is running the Empire. Both are rather well-rounded. And our map will be the Chaos Wastes and the Chaos Wasteland. So go ahead and get your bets in. We do have a Dreadquake Mortar, which is going to be very scary for the Empire. However, the Empire does still have, you know, some Demigryph Knights, a Superior Light Wizard and Carl Franz, and Hellblaster Volley Gun. So it depends if Franz is able to get on that Demon's Tongue and stop it from firing fast enough, the Empire can take the victory. But if they can't, this Dreadquake Mortar might just settle it before it even starts.
Well, let me guess.
Really? Oh, it didn't work. My bad. That's interesting. The chairs aren't working. Hold on. Who broke the chairs? Oh, my lord. One of you dinguses broke the chairs.
Well, let me guess. Spring cleaning.
Yeah, it's not working. God damn it. Are any of the throwables working? No. I've got to restart Twitch integrated throwing system. Hold on, guys. Hara, your tits are broken? Yeah, they do that. Yeah, they do that. All right, let me fix the connection real quick. Ignore the fancy line. Ooh. Yeah, I think Twitch integrated throwing system is having a cow. It is freezing up. All right, we got the bets together. I'll go ahead and start the battle. Don't redeem any throwables quite yet. All right, let me test it. Okay, it should be working again. Sorry about that. Don't use it yet, though. I gotta turn it back on. Okay, I will now throw a chair at myself. I will self-flagellate for chat's enjoyment.
Well, let me guess. Spring cleaning.
Oh my god, are you kidding me? Hold on. Fucking broken ass things, man. Things breaking for no reason. You were working at the beginning of stream, damn it. Why are you breaking?
Well.
Work!
Spring cleaning.
Thank you! There's their chair. Jesus Christ. Finally. Chair fixed. Yo, what's up, Cursed? How's it going? Alrighty. So, we're gonna go ahead and set up our battle and get started, because bets are in. Alright, the Dreadquake Mortar is already taking its first shot. Always the first artillery to fire, and it's always quick on it. Oh my lord, those spearmen! Oh dear god! It's just blood and carnage! It's like a bloody mess perk in Fallout New Vegas! Dear god! They might be based on Germany, but that's a lot of fucking pizza sauce on the ground this early. Good lord! A huge spell! Karl Franz already realizes he's got to focus down that Dreadquake mortar. He cannot allow that to happen to his army. Oh, but he's not going to stop the second shot. Here it comes on another unit of spearmen. Oh, it hits the Demi-Grip Knights. Oh, what massive effect. However, those Hellblaster volley guns are also just absolutely chipping down these dwarves. The artillery is just creating a bloodbath on both sides. Another shot from the Dreadquake. The Demi-Grip Knights. Oh, it's actually hitting its own units. It is starting to backfire now. We've seen these Dreadquake mortars start to shoot their own units when things get too close. Oh no, these great swords are getting in range of its forward cannons. It's now launching on a light wizard in the back. Karl Franz is now getting focused. As is the Demon Tongue Quake mortar. It's about to get shot down by Hellblaster volley guns. A really good use of the Hellblaster volley guns, but oh wow, it's down already. A really wise use of the AI to use the Hellblaster volley guns on the Dreadquake mortar. That is a huge advantage for the Empire. That might have just turned the battle. The Chaos Dwarves are already starting to rout. These Hellblaster volley guns and these handgunners are just absolutely cooking whatever they come across. It's a firing line out there. Armor-piercing rounds are just flying all over the place. Karl Franz continues to hit this line as well. It's down to Astrogoth Iron Hand. The Hellblaster volley guns have a very good vantage point as well. They've ceased their firing as they're afraid of hitting their own units. But the handgunners have the hill, and it's over. The Empire takes it rather easily. Wow, the Dreadquake mortar, despite immediately knocking out 2 units, just could not hold back against those handgunners when they actually focused it. That's crazy. The Demon's Tongue took out 109. Meanwhile, the Hellblaster volley guns themselves took out about 114. Absolutely crazy. All right, congratulations to the Empire. So that would be Embers. This can only go well. Takes the victory. Next up is Tori Nissan against Tactical Horses. All right, Tactical has an all-cavalry lineup, going against some rather formidable High Elves that have some really strong cavalry of their own and a lot of spearmen. This ought to be very interesting. Both are rather well-rounded. The Dark Elves, in the sense of while they're mostly cavalry, they do have these Raven Heralds that have really done a lot for them lately. But those Elven Archers are going to be very difficult to stop, as are those Fireborn Dragon Princes. All right, we'll be doing it on the Blasted Wastes, a realm of Tzeentch. We'll go ahead and check out our map. Start getting your bets in. We have it favoring the High Elves by double right now. I think another creature that could make a big difference here is the dragon for the Dark Elves, which has caused a lot of armies to try to focus it down, and it actually end up getting them killed. It's really weird that they can spawn over there. It's really odd. Alrighty. It is now favoring the Elves by almost double. It is a rather open map, but a small one at that. That might be a big benefit for the cavalry, which can clash pretty easily. But also, this is just a lot of spearmen. It's fewer units of exceedingly useful cavalry against a lot of cavalry, and some spearmen against a lot of cavalry. It'll be very interesting to see how each deal with one another. Go forth and conquer horses! Yeah! It's gonna be a lot of cribbing. Like, a lot of cribbing. Do not park your car literally anywhere on this map. A bunch of horses will bite it. All right, our bets are in and we are ready to start. This one's gonna get going quickly. The Dark Elf Cavalry is already making fast advancements across the battlefield, and the army's gonna seemingly meet one another. They're splitting into threes. The first spell coming out, one hitting the tree, dealing minimal damage to the Storm Riders. A huge blast coming in, but having very minimal effect. The Dark Riders, despite having shields, are stuck. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon is fighting Tyrion one-on-one in the center. It looks like the Dark Riders have met the Dragon Princes and are obviously the inferior force in this one-on-one, and it's showing by how many casualties these Dragon Princes are racking up. Luckily, more riders are coming in to assist. I don't know if a 3-to-1 is even favorable, though. Horses are finally crashing on the flanks, but there's just enough elves to hold. This Black Dragon is stuck by itself as well against this noble in Tyrion. Finally, the dragon gets a little bit of a break. These horses just keep exchanging charges, but they're all frontal, so it's not causing nearly as much damage as you would hope. It looks like these Dragon Princes are making their worth known over here, 1v3ing these Dark Riders. Not caring at all about the number disadvantage, but just simply being superior, more heavily armored. They are just wiping out this left flank, 1v3ing entirely. It's a huge victory for the High Elves. It's looking rather shaky for the Dark Elves over here. The High Elves' superior cavalry really making the difference. I'm honestly not seeing how the Dark Elves can really come back. It's going to be extremely difficult. Despite the bar saying it's even, these Dragon Princes over here just soloing. They're about to be finished. They're about to move on to another flank. And the Dark Riders just aren't doing enough against these spearmen and stuff. Tyrion being at half health is the only saving grace. The other benefit being there's not much range left for the High Elves. They're not going to be able to easily focus down these Raven Heralds and the Flying Dreadlord. A spell is coming out. And it looks like the Black Dragon is actually fleeing permanently now, having gotten caught up in those spearmen. Tyrion clapping dragon cheeks. Imric must be so jealous. It sure looks like it. Finally, the Dragon Princes have been let go, but they've been shot to pieces by these Raven Heralds, just merely by how long the Heralds have been hanging out by them. They might actually finish this unit off before they can cause further damage. More cavalry splashes against these spearmen over here. But there's just so much to fight. Now Tyrion and the Dreadlord are in a heated 1v1 battle, with Tyrion slightly winning. It's now only a matter of time, including with that spell, before that Dreadlord succumbs. he's dead, just like that. That might be the final nail in that coffin. It is. The High Elves take the victory over their dark compatriots. Wow, the horses just quite weren't enough. They got very close to finally pulling them apart, but they just weren't quite there. Hara was paid off? What do you mean, dude? Just at the end of the day, 167 kills on those Dragon Princes in that open field against 3 Dark Rider units. That's just unstoppable. Like, they did so much damage. That's a quarter of the Dark Elf army being eviscerated by 1 unit. Definitely got their money's worth on that unit of renown. All right. Next up, Hero Shadow Flames Celestial Sentinels against Aurelia Tempress's Golden Abhumans. Should be another High Elf army. This is the one that focuses on the 3 dragons and 2 lords going up against the Wood Elves. Oops, maybe not. Hold on. Against, actually, Grand Cathay's army. This ought to be interesting. I actually have no way to know how this army is going to deal with those 3 dragons. As we've seen, despite being 1-1, those dragons, the 3 dragons included, as well as those dragon princes, have almost won the battle they lost. Got them very close against a very strong Chaos Dwarf army. All right, so start getting your bets in, and let's... Oh, I didn't change maps. As soon as I clicked start, I was like, oh, shall I change map? All right, I got some extra time to bet. Also, how dare you imply that I've been paid off? I wish literally any of you would have offered to bribe me. I'm so disappointed I didn't get a single DM of someone being like, hey, $20. I'll give you $20. None of you. Have I not taught you anything? All right, it'll take place on the Blasted Lands. I think we've already done this one, actually. The Retired Ridge. There we go. I'll give you a hug. I'll consider it. $10? That's it? Chat is full of people that play the good campaign because they feel bad otherwise. I mean, same. I'm benevolent. All right. I think we can put him back here and he'll run that way. All right. So it looks like the High Elves actually have a little bit of the high ground, but it doesn't look like they're really going to utilize it. All right, bets are in. Let's get started. The artillery from Cathay immediately comes out from the sky junk, making a focus on Emmerich early. Unlucky for the sky junk, if we've seen multiple times, it is so inaccurate. It can only be counted on to hit maybe half of its shots against a single target. Huge spell coming out. These Grand Cannons are also going to be focusing Emmerich. The arrows from the Sea Guard are coming out and hitting these Cathayan lines. Emmerich, however, is chasing right into these ranged units of Cathay and taking some not so insignificant damage. Oh, wow, Imrat the Eternal absolutely scorching the Celestial Dragon Guard up front. Imrath, don't look at Emmerich. Imrath on these battles has been the decision maker for the High Elves. They really need these Jade Lancers to hit these Lothern Sea Guards, but the problem is that the Sea Guards have spears. They are not afraid to fight up close. Meanwhile, Imrath is actually extremely preoccupied trying to hit this Sky Junk and doing very little because of it. He's just, yeah, he's... This poor one Jade Warrior crossbow is just getting trampled, just trying to get out of the way of this guy spinning in circles. Oh, and he has been literally ripped in half. Oh, what a poor soul. It seems that the mandate of heaven was not with that guy. This cavalry just seems stunned. They don't seem to know what to do and are just dying to arrows. A really bad luck as this Mage of Life heals Emmerich. Finally, they make a decision. And finally, Imrath figures it out and realizes he just has to fly to attack the Sky Junk. There are more rounds pouring in from these Sea Guard, and they have plenty of arrows left. They just do not care. And while the cannons are in a good shot, a good place to shoot at Imrath, they're just completely covered up by the Star Dragon and Imrich. More cavalry coming in. These Dragon Princes we saw were really effective last time. And they make men fly. How one gets up after being flung 30 feet while wearing full body armor, I do not know, but apparently Grand Cathay has figured it out. A huge blast coming out from Imrath. The Terracotta Soldier Sentinel, however, is being focused by the Sea Guard, despite it trying to fight off Emmerich and the Star Dragon on behalf of the Celestial General. All three dragons are now fighting against the Celestial General and the Sentinel. Arrows just pouring in here. Finally, the Celestial Dragon crossbows are putting in some work, much needed work on this back line of Sea Guard. And they immediately give it up. All right, well, I gotta stop saying things. The AI can hear me, apparently. It is just a absolute fusterclack. In this center, as Emmerich starts to waver. Oh, wow, that is actually some crazy damage coming in from the crossbows. Imrath better be careful. He's suddenly extremely hurt. These crossbows are putting in the much-needed work on just about every unit on the field. They're taking heavy losses, however, and will not last much longer. Oh, they're starting to leave Imrath a little early. Emmerich is on his way back as well. They're trying to scare off this guard. The Star Dragon is also returning. If they're not careful, they can turn it around by killing the general, who has been suddenly left unaccompanied by his entourage. And now they're getting healed by this life mage. Oh, no. Cathay might have just thrown. He's down to 100 HP. Can he escape Imrath in time? He's knocked down and he can't. He's dead. A huge loss for Cathay. They got way too cocky and left him unprotected. Now all that's left is Imrath and Emmerich to just rampage as this Sky Junk takes just arrow after arrow. They got too ahead of themselves. They counted their chickens before they hatched, and they're paying the price by overextending. That should be it. The High Elves should have this victory. Cathay just clinching defeat from the jaws of victory. Imrath is about to go down. They might actually take something with them. They have killed him. Can they focus down Emmerich fast enough? That's 3,400 HP to get through. That is a lot left. However, they just might be able to. Emmerich is fleeing wisely, letting his archers deal with them instead. The second Star Dragon has left the field. These Jade Warrior crossbows are now focusing Emmerich. Emmerich finished off the Dragon Guard that were absolutely frying him. They still have to clean up a little bit more before this battle can be called. But it looks like they have it. I do not expect these crossbows to survive this fight. More arrows just pouring in. And it's over. The High Elves finally take their victory. All right. Congratulations to Aurelia Tempress. Yo, what's up, Ferris? Thank you for the 5-stream streak. Who's getting goat seed? Uh-oh. Hopefully not me. 105 kills, 136 kills from the Dragon Princes, 114 from Emmerich. And while they did a lot of damage, ultimately leaving the Sentinel getting up and leaving the General just cost Cathay to win the win. It's so disappointing. The AI just counted its chickens too early. All right, now it's time for your favorite army. Tin Jenkins Pain Train against Hash Brown's Puppets of Misrule. The trains are back. Having only lost one battle narrowly against Lore Master of Zodek's Khorne army. Let's see if they can repeat, continue their rampage towards the upper bracket. All right. This will be very interesting. We've got a Lord of Change, so they're not going to be affected too much by any kind of long-range artillery from the trains, but the trains, however, will have a lot of large targets to shoot at and focus down. All right, and we'll be on Pack Ice Bay, a quest battle map. One that is actually heavily forested. All right, start getting your bats in. There's a lot of cover here for the Warriors of Chaos. They might be able to utilize that to their advantage if the AI just gets lucky. Who's red, who's blue? What do you mean who's red, who's blue? All right, we're getting started. Oh, old joke from the two pain train power hour. Who is red team? Who is blue team? There are no red and blue teams. It is merely Chaos Dwarves against the armies of Tzeentch. Oh, well, I guess Chaos Dwarves are red and Tzeentch would be blue. I can't imagine Tzeentch wearing any other color. It looks like the trains are hoping that Tzeentch is going to line up this way. If they do, this will be really easy for the trains. If Tzeentch lines up here, they might have a harder time. When we bet it's red and blue, what do you... Okay, Dark Knight, I don't want to tell you this, buddy. There's no red or blue there. It says Sea Dwarfs and Tzeentch. Trains do not care about the forest? I think they might. I think they might a little. They need the sight line to shoot things, 10. All right, we're getting started. Oh, Oxy, come here. All right, Tzeentch foolishly lined up right in the train's warpath. We're about to start seeing the first few salvos coming out, and it's going to cause a lot of problems. Very lucky. That Dreadquake mortar's coming in, but as we know already, It doesn't do, actually it's the Hell Cannon, but still it does not do much against these supply trains. They simply have so much armor. Another howling round comes in. Maybe about 15 more might take out a train. Oh, trains are getting a little bunched up over here. It looks like a Halo game for the predictions. Nah, it doesn't show that for me. I think it only shows it for you guys. But still, though, you shouldn't have to know if it's red or blue. It says Tzeentch or Chaos Warriors on it. Like, you should be able to tell through the amazing technique of literacy. But yeah, there are no colors for me. They're both purple. All right. It got a little bit of damage, but not nearly enough. And the first few shots come through and actually have very little effect. How many chugga-chuggas is too little for the chews? 2. Oh, wow, those Changebringers just taking so much grape shot. The trains are now moving through. This is where they really get scary. You'd think it'd be the range, but actually it's the melee for these trains. And those Changebringers are starting to get very hurt. Almost like going dove hunting. And they're already out. The Lord of Change also mistakenly has moved in really close. I just don't see the trains losing this. It is such a funny army, and it is actually so hard to finish off. As we've seen, it takes Scarbrand killing 3 himself for Khorne to even have a slim chance. And this Hell Cannon is putting in proper work, but they need more. Village and Jatan the Black are now fighting in the center here. But Village is by himself. The rest of his entourage have fled. This Lord of Change is putting in good work, however, on one of the Iron Demons, but there's still like 6 more to go. These Chosen are also doing well. Again, there are just so many for them to get through. Oh, that Hell Cannon is now taking massive damage from the supply train that has decided to focus in a melee v melee of siege engines. Oh, some of these halberds have given up early. That will eventually cost them. Can you get achievements while using mods? Hey Chuckles, how's it going? Welcome in. I don't know if you can. I don't think you can, but you should be able to download a mod that allows you to get achievements while using mods. But I feel like you can. I feel like I haven't had any trouble with it. This brings me back to Train Simulator. This looks nothing like Train Simulator. What are you talking about? All right, one of the forces of the halberdiers have been completely finished off. The supply train is turning. Yo, thank you for the follow, Tingud. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? The halberds are trying their absolute best. They've almost got 2 or 3 of the trains, but they just can't quite finish any of them off. They finally might get one. Oh dear God, that gentleman just took that to the face and got back up. That is crazy. I can't believe he's walking. They finally take a train. The Lord of Change, however, is starting to waver under the might of Jatan the Black, who was keeping them held down for this train. The halberdiers and swordsmen are attempting to finish off some more demons on the outskirts that are just firing into these clumps of Chaos Warriors. May I get the link for the train simulator mod? It's crazy you can make train simulator look like Total War. Shut up. It would be really funny to get these to look like a New York subway train, though. That would be really funny. It looks like the trains are just too much. That Lord of Change has finally given up. Village is wavering. All that's left is these chosen halberds, and everything that they got, they finally were starting to whittle down, have run away from them. This is very likely it. The trains once again just run over their competition. Like smashing a penny on a train track. These take train very loosely unless they mean wagon train. That's probably what they mean. Over 150 kills on that supply train. Oh my lord. The damage is just crazy. They all did about 7k on average. It's just nuts. All right. Next up is Silel the Bard against Baronzar Kubral. All right. So, Baronzar Cabral has another really well-rounded dwarf army against this vampire count army that is literally just a lord and I think 7 or 8 heroes. This is another one of those meme armies that has performed surprisingly well in its first battle, lost its second due to the number of archers they had to go up against, and are now fighting dwarves that have a lot of range. So it'll be interesting to see how they fare. The next battle will be on Val's Anvil, another quest battle and very open. All right, start getting your bets in. We're gonna go ahead and get this map started up. All right. Yeah, wagon train has been a thing since for a while. I think train just quite literally means like a line of just things that are moving in unison. All right, bets are about even here. Seems like nobody knows which one is really gonna take the victory. Do we have any theories from chat? Does anybody want to explain why they think who will win? Why they're batting? Any thoughts? Any thoughts? The lords are surprisingly scary. We watched a banshee kill Harkon of the vampire coast by themselves, so... I just bet big for the meme. I love it. I love it. Who needs logic? This is warfare. Logic doesn't belong here. We just watched Malachi McKyson fight off like 15 Rattling Gunners by himself. Yo, what's up, fire rescue guy? How's it going? I'm your Oshi? Really? Odd choice, but I'll allow it. I'll send a boon your way. That sounds good. Your car windshield shall now be protected from any chip or rock damage for the next 6 months. Congratulations. There's your boon. All right, bets are in. Let's get going. Okay. Now, just like it has been the last few battles, they're gonna treat themselves like the Avengers in Aura Farm. I don't think they realize, however, this Thunder Barge, if it hits a harpoon, is gonna nearly kill one of them. They're just vibing, dude. Oh, now they're picking it up. Oh, never mind. Those projectiles from the grudge throwers are coming in. It's gonna be very hard to hit anything, though, with them being single units. Looks like they got 1 hit on the Vampire of Shadows, 2 hits. Surprisingly accurate there. They're gonna get pelted just about this entire time. Lucky for them, like I said, it is very hard to hit them. With not a single shot connecting on that salvo. Just moseying along, they sure are. Welcome in, Mary. These guys are literally just aura farming. They're trying to be Malachi Makaisen so bad, dude. They're still just walking it. Like they're going down a New York runway. Wearing some fucking Paris Hilton lingerie or something. Finally, they've moved into a sprint and have raised their shields. The first harpoon comes through and hits, and wow, is it a doozy on the vampire. Vlad von Karstein took a big hit, but the hit on the Vampire of Shadows was much larger. Luckily for them, they can heal, and that harpoon's not gonna be back for a minute. Massive shot there. The Spear of Grugni actually only got 1 use, so it has been used. But luckily, it's gotten some of the heals out of them. A very useful attack, by the way. We've noticed the AI's had a little bit of difficulty getting those used, but it looks like today it's doing much better. The Quarrelers are about to start opening up. Which are gonna have a much more profound effect on these single Lord units. And here it comes, an absolute wall of arrows. Still doing very little damage, though, between the healing from the Vampire of Shadows and the thick armor of these White Kings. They're now nailing in on this Necromancer, all trying to focus it out. If they kill it early, that's really bad for this Vampire Lord, who usually summons all of their undead units. And he's down just that early. Finally, the Vampire of Shadows panics and realizes they have to charge something now. There's just so much to do, though. The Dwarves luckily can hold back on all of their ranged units, but the question is, will it do them any good? They're gonna be hitting a lot of their own units. They wish they were Count Noctilus, right? This Thunder Barge is using its cannons to hopefully focus down this White King that is wisely attacking these grudge throwers. Yo, thank you for the follow. Ugh. Why cycle? That's my best guess. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But welcome into the gold. How you doing? Welcome in, Captain K9. This is maybe the first time we'll see a Thunder Barge just go untouched, allowed to do practically whatever it wants on the battlefield. Finally. Sadly, it's probably going to end up doing more harm than good with its AoE damage on its own units. And these 3 lords are letting these Longbeards feel the absolute pain. Zombies finally get summoned, but immediately are just snuffed out. Meanwhile, the White Lords in the back line are finishing up the grudge throwers, although they've mostly served their purpose. The Quarrelers really should turn around and try and finish them off. Unfortunately for these zombie, the zombie counts here, they have no way of focusing down this Thunder Barge. There's literally no way they can damage it. Will the barge just explode? It explodes and then usually falls, yeah. This White Lord has been completely surrounded by Dwarf Warriors who are losing, but the Thunder Barge is putting out enough chaff to just cause enough damage against them. It looks like the Dwarf Lord is also in pitched battle against the Vampire and the White King, as well as a unit of zombies and Vlad von Karstein, who's at full health thanks to that Vampire Lord. Or that Vampire of Shadows, rather. One of the White Kings is about to be taken out by this Thunder Barge, though. Vlad von Karstein is now fighting two very inferior units. He should be able to cleave through these like butter. This is actually much closer than expected. In fact, the Lord is fleeing, ironically. The Vampire of Shadows needs to go down if the Dwarves expect to win this. Its heals are just keeping all of its units left in the fight. And there it goes! Finally, the Vampire's down. However, there's still plenty of Vampires left to go. That's more space for these Trollhammer torpedoes to let one of these Lords soak up damage, however. And while winning, they're out of heals for their White Kings and zombies. This is looking very perilous for the Dwarves. They do not have much left. Vlad and the Dwarf Lord are now in single combat in the middle of this melee. Rounds are firing everywhere where zombies are laid. It's practically instantly turning into roadkill. The Thunder Barge seems to be moving. Yo, thank you for the follow, Nan Bona. Welcome to the Cold. How you doing? Can the Dwarf Lord finish off Karstein? It doesn't look like he'll be able. He just doesn't have the HP. Karstein's healing with 4,000 HP. Surrounded by more than enough as well. The Dwarves probably really wish they had another harpoon right now. It's looking very hairy. It's slow, but slowly these Lords are cleaving their way through this Dwarven army. More zombies getting pulled out of the ground, rising from the Dwarf corpses. Vlad still has most of his HP. Luckily for them, he's been capped to a point, but he still has most. All that's left seems to be the Thunder Barge. It does not seem to be able to pump out enough damage, though. That's gonna be a big problem for them. Its single target, I don't think, is very effective either. It's now dropping bombs on Vlad von Karstein and his Banshee. And while dealing damage, it's not dealing enough. The Dwarves still hold thanks to the Thunder Barge and their Lord. But their Lord doesn't have much left in him. Vlad von Karstein now finally down to half health. The Thunder Barge is slowly working him down, very slowly. It's still having to change and pick units, though. Between just how many Lords there are and how much HP all of them still have. If the Dwarves can just keep one ground unit up, the Barge can bring them to victory. That's all they require. Vlad is still passively healing, however. The archers and the iron drakes occasionally come back, but there's just enough White Kings on horses to keep them fleeing. It's exactly what happened to the Dwarf Lord. He's just been harassed repeatedly by men on cavalry, and they cannot simply finish them off. The passive healing from all of them as well is also keeping the Thunderbards from being able to consistently put out good damage. Despite it being able to shoot at all three of these lords at once, it just can't quite do enough. Vlad, however, is now taking significant damage, not realizing that he needs to get out from under the damn thing. They're now chasing these dwarf warriors. Meanwhile, the rest of the dwarf army just about flees the rest of the field. Another mining charge coming down on these zombies, hoping to just create some kind of opening for these dwarf warriors just to stay a little bit longer. This is a bit of a slog, I will not admit. I will entirely admit. I will not deny. The Vampire Lords just barely cannot knock out all of the Dwarven units to force them to give up. The Thunderbarge is discouraged, but is still able to pump out damage. Vlad von Karstein's only down to 800 HP, as is this White King. Again, if the Barge is just given enough time, will we see a second major comeback from the Dwarves? A major last stand. Oh, they're on borrowed time now, however. It might not be enough. They might just simply run out of time. Vlad von Karstein is almost fleeing the field. If only they'd finish him off. He's down to 135 HP. 0. Vlad is dead. No way, they're wavering. The lords are wavering, and they're withering. The Thunder Barge. The Thunder Barge wins it. No way. 2 absolute back against the walls recoveries by the dwarves. That is insane. It's all coming up, dwarf. Holy crap, man. That's crazy. I thought for sure they'd lose. The Thunder Barge carries it home. It channeled its inner Malachi Makaisen. That's crazy. All right. Let's see our next battle. Our next one is going to be Maraka against Villalobos. All right. Okay, so it looks like we have a lot of rats, including 2 things, against a literal entire army of Wood Elf Waywatchers. The Waywatchers absolutely disintegrated the first army they went up against, which I think was an Orc army, because they just killed Ajag instantly. With the Skaven, if the Lord dies fast and one of the things go down, they win it again. The Wood Elves will win. So this will be very interesting. That VC army is very vampire methodology, though. Rely on hard lords and just raise zombies out of the fallen army. Yeah, I think that the Skaven, one of the Skaven armies is attempting the same thing and just barely is not getting the results they need. All right, let's pick our map. Estalion Tomb, the quest battle. Go ahead and start getting your bets in, guys. I can't believe we've seen 2 Dwarf Clan 1 unit last stand clutches so far. It's actually crazy that we've gotten 2 of them in the same night, in the same round. An extremely forested map with the Wood Elves not having the high ground here. We've got a lot of bets on the Wood Elves. If you have any points, bet on the Skaven. You could have a big win from this. Zuko gets it, yeah, the Thunder Barge. Thunder Barge. There was a faction to 1 unit clutch and put it on the Dwarves? Really? You see, I'd put it on Khorne because Scarbrand, well, maybe not in the multiplayer battle. Scarbrand hasn't been that crazy because he's only level 6. But man, a max level Scarbrand just solos an army by himself. It's actually insane. I know, because I played the campaign with him. All right, make sure you get your bets in. We're done, we're done. We can go ahead and get started. All right. Now, luckily for them, the rats are going to be very slow, which means these Wood Elves will be able to chip down just whatever they go up against. But they have a lot to chip down. The Way Watchers are all splitting in different directions, which is really smart. The Sisters are using their terrible spell ability that you put on multi-shot. Actually might work out here by hitting these Hell Pit abominations. I really do think that these Way Watchers are just gonna chip down literally everything. I think the Skaven are gonna have a very difficult time. They're gonna be pulled apart in different directions. Despite having a lot of Storm Vermin. Because, I mean, just look at all these arrows. This was the original Rattling Gun strat. In Total War Warhammer 1, you played Wood Elves and took nothing but Way Watchers and the Way Watcher equivalent cavalry, the light cavalry. That you just run circles around whatever army you went up against. If y'all never played the games, you'll recommend starting with the first one. You can start with the first, second, or third. None of them really have like a linear thing. So it's kind of just whichever one interests you most. The first Hell Pit abomination is about to die and hasn't did a single thing. Sadly, this is just looking like a really bad matchup for this Skaven army. They have no cavalry, nothing fast enough to just catch these Way Watchers. They're just gonna run backwards and fire arrows. That's the second Hell Pit abomination about to be knocked out, being focused down. And a single Way Watcher has not died yet. Finally, the Way Watchers are starting to take some casualties as these gutter runners finally pop out of the shadows. They just focus one unit, however, and another Way Watcher lets loose. Just more rain coming down on these Skaven Storm Vermin, who have high armor and high leadership, but are very susceptible here. The Sisters of Twilight are also taking considerable damage from gutter runners, though. There's still plenty of elves left on this field. Skirmishers, bruh. The skirmishers are seemingly focusing the Lord, which doesn't seem like the worst idea right now. However, this Lord is about to literally just get shot to pieces. Looking like the end of a really patriotic American Vietnam War movie. This guy is just getting gunned down. Out in a field. The trees are speaking Elvish. But the rats chase one Way Watcher and the other units of Way Watchers just simply spread out and fire. The Warlord is nearly dead, but the Sisters are also about to die. Both Lords this battle have accomplished very little, it would seem. Luckily, there's so many units surrounding these gutter runners that the Way Watchers aren't quite focusing them. They are starting to now. But they were shooting with impunity, which is causing a lot of space, and it's over. There it goes. Lord died, Rats instantly gave up, it is over. Good Lord. Rats folded like a lawn chair the moment that Warlord went down. All right. What's up, Freak Nasty? Welcome in. All right. Congratulations to Miraka on their win. Our next fight is going to be Aaron Burr's We Green Men against Clincher's Gore Queen's Chosen. How you doing, Freak Nasty? How's it going? All right. Come on, Nurgle! Your alt account's been hacked? Uh-oh, you good? All right, this will be our last one before our next 5-minute break. And it will be, oh no. This Warrior of Chaos army with Valkia the Bloody, which has been very scary, against Nurgle, who has a Chaos Sorcerer, 2 Exalted Heroes, and an extremely scary set of Rotting Riders. Yo, you went to the NFL draft? Really? That's awesome. That's so sick, dude. It honestly seemed like a really good time. All right, so we'll be checking out the Flats of Frenzy in the realm of Slaanesh. That'll be our map. Go ahead and get your bets in. I'm assuming if you went to the NFL draft, you're a Pittsburgh fan then? All right, we're gonna go ahead and get it started. Take a look at the map. Oh, come on. Oh, the Lions. Okay, there you go. Yeah, my family likes the Titans, but the Titans are booty cheek usually, so hopefully that changes after this year, but it probably won't. All right. All in on yourself, really? Does anyone want to bet on the Gore Queen's Chosen? You're gonna get 2 times the channel points if the upset happens. It is a very cramped map, though. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed it, Freak. That must have been a lot of fun, dude. Make me broke? Aaron's like, I want to be homeless. I want to be homeless. Too much? Hell yeah. Let's go. Never have too much fun. All right, bets are over. Let's get started. All right. So Nurgle actually has some pretty strong cavalry here. Meanwhile, most of this army is melee focused, but the Dragon Ogres and the Skull Crushers would cause a lot of problems for cavalry, who look like they're just going to charge straight in because they're the throwing axes. Really good skirmishers. As we've seen, the skirmishers are really well utilized by the AI and can be very slippery. Yeah, that's true. They do have no spear units, which is going to make taking out large units extremely difficult for this army. Death to chaos! Glory to chaos! Damn chaos! They ruined chaos! Literally every Chaos Lord. All right, and the clash begins. Already, these Knights of the Brazen Throne are looking in really poor shape, having to go up against the Chaos Knights of Nurgle and these Demon Spew. The Demon Spew have always been scary. They've been really effective these past few games. Meanwhile, aspiring champions are surrounding this exalted hero, but are getting surrounded by marauders themselves. It's like a tiramisu of flanking. Except it's not tasty, it's just bloody. It's a counter jump. The Aspiring Champions are jumping the Exalted Hero while the Marauders are jumping the Aspiring Champions. Valkyrie herself's the only spear unit for Khorne. That's crazy. Some of the Nurgle units are already fleeing the field, however. Valkyria, though, is getting torn apart by these rotting riders, which could be a benefit for the Warriors of Chaos. Otherwise, these things usually... The Rotting Warriors usually are meant to shred through lines. And while they are beating Valkyria, they would honestly still be probably better suited against some of these Chaos Warriors. Valkyria is just having a very hard time dealing with them, though. The fact that they're armor-piercing melee means that the high armor of Valkyria does not really matter. Oh, and she's already wavering. She's down to 1200 HP. Meanwhile, the Chaos Sorcerer himself is also getting bullied, surrounded by Chosen of Khorne that are dual weapons. However, it doesn't look like Valkyria is going to be able to make it out of this alive. She's trying to take a couple with her, but she's not doing nearly enough damage. 180 HP. She's going to be left alone by the cavalry, but I cannot see her coming back and doing anything meaningful. Which means these Chaos Chosen are going to get hit by these rotting riders and are about to take a lot of damage. A huge charge. And it's looking like Nurgle has a big advantage. If it weren't for these Summoners of Rage cooking these Chaos Knights and this Exalted Hero on this middle flank. Chaos Warriors of Khorne are also fighting like 5 Nurgle units here. And are losing harshly, just being simply outnumbered in mass. Valkyria is coming back, hoping to fight the Chaos Sorcerer Lord. She might be able to make a difference here. She is very effective in duels. And has regained some of her HP. She's dealing good damage. But she only has 140 HP. Oh no, they both might be fleeing. Both lords at the same time have agreed to a mutual retreat. Valkyria's back in it, about to fight this Exalted Hero that's also very low. That might be a little bit more than she might want to chew on, though. Or maybe not. She's got a little bit of assistance from Aspiring Champions. The hero's gone. The Lord for Nurgle's gone. And somehow the Chaos Warriors take it back. Wow. That's insane. The Warriors of Chaos take the victory. How did that happen? Congratulations. Welcome in, God of Thunder. How's it going? Ugh, man. All right, so victory goes to clinchers, Gore Queen's Chosen. Huge wins. I am so sorry for Aaron. I'm so sorry, buddy. You're officially homeless. Don't worry. Luckily for you, our cult has homeless lodging. You can share it with Oda-san, who is also definitely homeless. Curse of Apopus? No, don't use it. Don't use it. Don't use it. Don't worry about it. It's very expensive and not worth it at all. Papa Nurgle loves me even if I'm homeless. If anything, in a homeless shelter, you should be able to spread Papa Nurgle's blessing even easier, so. All right, so. We're gonna go on a 5-minute break. Uh-oh, we started predictions. Is it the right armies? Okay, it should be Lorelei against Hestia. Let me pull them up real quick. Hestia is running the Vampire Coast with a lot of depth guard, while Lorelei is running an army of Slaanesh with the Mask of Slaanesh, who we've seen put in a lot of work today. Oh, predictions aren't up yet? Okay. Yeah, we can wait. I'm gonna go take a quick 5-minute break and run 3 minutes of ads. So you guys don't get any pre-rolls. I'm gonna go get a bite of food and go to the little bird's room. So I'll be back in just a minute. I'll be right back, guys. Either feel free to get your bets in if you want. If not, we can. I think it'd be smarter to restart from when I get back. So I'll see you guys in just a minute. Okay, don't go anywhere. the week, guys. I went to make me a sandwich, and it took longer than I expected. Yo, those hot dog emotes are adorable. Yo, what's up, Erie? Hey, Jenkins. Thank you for the welcome backs. Much appreciated. All right. So we're going to go ahead and get started with Lorelei against Hestia. Can we get the bet started? Thank you. Did I already pick a new map? I can't remember. I don't think I did. All right, the Isle of the Dead. All right. I'm really curious how the Mask of Slaanesh is going to perform against Silastra, because both of them so far have been big, massive units for each of their teams. So it really could just be a Lord showdown. And so, except it, like, usually being, like, which Lord is the weakest will die first. It's like, which Lord is actually the strongest. Slaanesh also gets the high ground, but I don't remember if they actually have ranged units. I know they have a lot of cavalry, but I guess we'll have to see. The Depth Guard have also proven to be, like, really scary as well, especially with those pole arms. They do not care about fighting just about anything. Which is why you gotta love halberds, chat. You gotta love halberds. Halberds are the best. If you are in a medieval army and they go, what do you want? A sword, a spear, or a halberd? You better say halberd every fucking time. You can use it as a spear and an axe. It's literally the best. It is literally the best. Alrighty. Bets are about in. 23,000 points to 10,000. You bet on the weaker one, you'll get double your points. You might as well bet, like, 500 or something. Very super scary weapon, yeah. Only to eventually be replaced by literally a gun with a bayonet. All right, let's get started. Excuse me. Lead, please. All right. Now, there's a lot of Seeker Chariots in the Slaaneshi army, and like I said, the Mask of Slaanesh and Silastra are going to be very scary and are both heading towards the center. Other scary units to look out for are these Night Terrors, as well as this Soul Grinder. It does look like Slaanesh doesn't have any range, though, which means these deck droppers are going to do a lot, assuming the AI can use them effectively. All right, the clash has begun. The Depth Guard are going to the Mask of Slaanesh, and they're going to have a very difficult time here. Meanwhile, these Chaos Warriors and Devoted Marauders are going to have a tough time against these anti-infantry Night Terrors. Silastra is taking a minute to get to the line, which is a bit worrying. Same for these rotting Prometheans. Until we turn it around and make gun halberds. What are we, Final Fantasy? Yeah, these Depth Guard are starting to get absolutely eviscerated due to the mask. She has so much psychological damage and deals so much, like, dueling damage that she just kind of cleaves through anything she comes across. Why do they kind of look like a three-armed Lord Sesshomaru? The deck dropper bombers are getting messed up by these Chaos Furies, which is going to be their only answer to them, and they deal a lot of damage. These Hellflayers are also dying to Silastra, who's barely taking any damage herself. Sadly, the really effective Pirate Gunnery, which we've seen win these Vampire Coast armies a couple battles, are completely stuck on these Chaos Warriors, and they are not going to do well against them. They need to line up and hit the mask. Meanwhile, Silostra is still putting in work. But the Night Terrors have just about run out of gas, despite how much damage they've done. Silostra and the Mask are now facing off, but Silostra hasn't taken any damage. The Song of Enthrallment also is a bigger debuff. It still is anyone's battle. I was thinking more Custodes, but yeah. I mean, look, the moment that the 40K game comes out, there will be more Custodes. Oh, right. Yeah, with 40K, I guess they also do have giant cannons strapped to halberds. No, that's a good point. I do believe I am losing, chat. I mean, you might not be. Your Sirens are messing up this Soul Grinder, which is what you need. And while the Mask is really strong, your Lord is winning. It just depends if she can survive being surrounded. You're gonna have the Depth Guard here, and likely the Sirens. You've also got a lot of casting abilities that do a lot of AoE damage, and a couple Depth Guard units that are still putting in work. Sadly, though, there's still Secret Chariots, and those are very scary. It's looking very close. It's Silostra against the world here. And while she is dealing significant damage, she needs more help. These Depth Guard are sadly surrounded, and despite taking a big chunk out of the Slaaneshi army, they're not doing enough. It is about to be Silostra against the world. However, the battle reader still favors Silostra, who is still holding her own against this onslaught. Shoot, looks like one of those Secret Chariots ran in too close and actually died by proxy. A spell is incoming. Oh, wow. Fog of the Damned, causing everything in its range to lose melee attack and leadership. Huge for right now, when she really needs it. These Sirens might be able to finish off. No, they will not be able to finish off this Soul Grinder, but they got close enough. This is very close. I knew it was a good idea to give her a mount. Dude, those crustaceans, those mounts are always really good. Same if you use like the goblins and use the whatevers, the spiders, those are also really good. The Corpse Grinder's dead. And while she is surrounded, she's still in even combat. And has double the HP of the Mask. She has plenty of spells to cast as well. She might be able to pull it off. If the Dwarfs can do it, why can't the Vampires? Let me see if there are any big debuffs or buffs on her. She's down 6 melee attack, but still, that song is keeps putting this Mask of Slaanesh at -24 and giving her a massive edge. Now, if only she can just keep her leadership, Slaanesh actually realizes they're gonna pull their units off. A very interesting play. You've seen the AI do it a couple times now. That Fog of the Damned is doing some work on the leadership role. She's still in the lead. But it seems like both of them are having trouble hurting one another. The Rotting Leviathan's a no-brainer pick. Like, why wouldn't you? Yeah, 100%. Another debuff, Fog of the Damned being cast again, causing a lot of trouble for these Slaanesh units who are all really low and wavering. Silostra might be at the end of her rope here, though. She just seems unable to actually damage the Mask. Oh, rotting Prometheans have been summoned. That is going to be some huge help for Silostra, who definitely needed it. Despite being on the back of this rotting Leviathan, it is a very important... She's a very important spellcaster. Finally, the mouse takes a big hit here, as her melee attack and speed are reduced once more by the Song of Enthrallment. And the crustaceans finally back up Silostra and hold the rest of the Slaanesh units at bay. Oh, this is so close. Can those crustaceans come in clutch, or were they too late? Sadly, it seems Silostra is still getting hit in the rear by this Mirror Guard. And the Mask is still persevering. She still has her health and is just not taking damage from Silostra. Oh no, the Prometheans have fallen apart. This might be it. The Mask is just too much. What is keeping her from being hit? The plus 10 melee defense is putting in work here. Having nearly double that of Silostra, it's gonna make all the difference. And it's over, Slaanesh wins. Wow. That melee defense just made it just enough to where the Mask could finish it off. That's crazy. Despite being at a massive disadvantage. Hey Gabe, welcome in. The summons almost pulled it out, man. It would have been so cool. All right. Next up is Egoist against Son of Vulcan. We have 4 more battles left in this top bracket. All righty. All right, so Egoist is running a mixed Wood Elf army, while it looks like Son of Vulcan is running this mixed Dwarven army. A lot of artillery for the Dwarves, but a lot of effective cavalry for the Wood Elves. So honestly, I couldn't tell you who wins this one. And it'll be on Old Hunt Rise in the Norskin Mountains. All right, bets are up. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at the map, which I definitely changed. I second guessed myself for a moment, but I did. All right, who do we think's gonna take it, chat? Any guesses? Tell me why you put your bet down. We got 5,000 on Vulcan's Fire. Who's putting 5K on the Dwarves? What are your thoughts? What do you think? Do you think the Wood Elf Cavalry is not going to be enough? There are some Ethereal Stag Riders. They're going to be very difficult to kill. Yo, what's up, Mississippi? I'm innocent. I didn't do it this time. I believe you. My thoughts are fire, salamanders forever. These don't look like salamanders. They don't look nearly tall enough, nor are they green. I bet on whatever has the best payout regardless. It's why I'm broke. Ooh. Always betting on the underdog. It is four times in favor for the Dwarves. So whatever you bet, if the Dwarves lose, you'll get 4 times whatever you bet. It's a good bet. There's not a lot of time left. I'd take that deal. That's a damn good deal. They are coal black on their skin, yeah. I just didn't know how it would go over out of context if I said yeah, but they're not, you know. Yo, power tools? You should totally, like, construct things with those. That would be really tight. Make like a bench or something. Be cool. Make an anti-homeless bench. There you go. Make an anti-homeless bench and put it in your front yard. That's like so needlessly petty. That would be so funny and so needlessly petty. This couch is actually, this bench is actually only for show. I handcrafted it myself. No one's really meant to sit on it. It's supposed to be uncomfortable. I don't want people hanging out in my front yard. I just want people to look at my nice bench. I got nice benches. All my benches. The homeless just simply don't deserve my front yard. All right, bets are in. Let's get going. All right, the elves do have the high ground. Those iron drakes are going to be very scary. Those flame cannons are going to be probably kind of mid because they fire straight. And those archers are going to be very tough to get through. All right, what elf cavalry's coming around the left flank? Probably going to immediately aim for those flame cannons. Meanwhile, these Glade Riders are just going to skirmish on the outside. More Stag Knights swinging around, dodging cannon fire adeptly. Spells are coming out from Orion, causing a lot of damage. Looks like they're hoping to hit these. Yeah, they're definitely going to hit these flame cannons on the backpack here. The flame cannons are doing some work. I would be way more afraid of those iron drakes, however. We're about to just eviscerate these ethereal guardsmen. Dryads have come out of the trees for a very effective flank against the dwarven right flank. Meanwhile, these lost Sylvan Knights are just cutting up these Longbeards. Oh, the Way Watchers are messing up the Iron Drakes. I don't know who bet Dwarves, but you might be losing some money. Fire Cannon still got some aim out, but the Way Watchers are so split. If it was more of a mortar or a doomquake, they would have much more effect. But they're just basic cannons. And the Way Watchers have such superior aim compared to the Iron Drakes. It looks like Belagar Ironhammer is about to take on Orion. Head on. But the Treants are in the way. Remote rural Mississippi where it's nothing but logging, farmland, and wildlife management areas. It's not about how many homeless people live around you. It's about the principle. You gotta let everyone know you're anti-homeless, even if they're not homeless. That Eternal Guard are finally starting to crumble. But these Way Watchers are just getting free fire. These Stag Knights now knocked off these blasting miners. And all of their artillery is gone as well. The Dwarves do not have much left in them. Like I said, this cavalry is really cleaning up. And while the infantry, that's actually just straight up Gotrek, is better for the Dwarves, they just don't have much else going for them. The Way Watcher's range is also just so incredibly large. I think Orion actually provides a range buff as well. Because I don't think Way Watchers usually have that much range. That is an insane amount of range. Yo, what's up, Draxaran? And then bam, their artillery came back. It's looking like they're trying to get back up there, but those Glade Riders are gonna harass them away. Orion and Ironhammer are now 1v1ing among these Dryads. I could not tell you who has the edge there. I really do not know. The dwarves, oh no, that's Ironhammer gone. That is probably it. The moment Gotrek flees the field, it's over. It's crazy to me that that's even a sentence that can be said. I did not think that Gotrek could flee the field. That feels like that's not very canon, personally. You're sounding like a sports announcer? That's the goal. All right, they're giving Gotrek hugs. Orion is giving him a long anime speech as trees hit him. What do you think he's talking about? What do you think he's telling him? What do you think he's saying? I think he's just talking about how short he is. Finally, Gotrek gets pissed. Now all that's left is Gotrek against the world. Lucky for him, he wants to die. Is he I don't think he is unbreakable. Oh, he is unbreakable. I've definitely seen him break before. So he actually will fight Orion into the death. It looks like it's gonna be his death too. He's down to 500 HP. 400. All of these units are slowly taking their toll with Orion just jabbing him from afar. 250. It's only a matter of time now. It's pretty much over. Despite taking almost 100 men himself, Gotrek finally will fall. No Felix to save him this time. $38 and dead. Hello? He's somehow still alive. Okay, there we go. Jesus Christ. All right, the Wood Elves take it. No worries, Drax. Huge payout. The Wood Elves take it. Ecoists, eco-terrorism. All right. Next up is Potato King against Seal. Now, Seal has the same orc army as Rag. So there's not much I can say about it. Meanwhile, Potato King here has a really mixed army of Vampire Coast. With a really kind of weak front line outside of these depth guards. And some rotting Leviathans. Now, this bloated corpse, if used effectively, could cause a lot of damage. Same for these zombie pirate mobs and the deck gunners and the rotting Leviathans. $5 is $5. Yeah, this is fantasy Warhammer, yeah. All right, let's get our map. The Stir River Quest Battle. That bloater will blow up in their own lines. The first two battles, it actually got separated and did well. Oh, one moment. Thank you for the follow, Draxaran. Welcome into the cult. All right. Time to move back, Oxy. You got a little bit longer for bets. It is almost a 3 times bet on the Vampire Coast. So if you think you're feeling green, make sure you get some bets in. Big stretch. Oh, yeah, I popped my spine. There we go. You little sissies, you call that breaking my spine? There's always at least one towards the end of the night. I lost both of the first two. Your army's not bad. Again, it's all matchups. It is all matchups. There's very few armies that are just straight up terrible. Do birds stretch like cats? I need to know now. I don't think they do. I would be surprised. I mean, they obviously like stretch their wings, but I couldn't see a bird like prowling, I guess. All right, bets are in. Oxycontin is ready to leave. Let's go. Now, it looks like the Vampire Coast is going to be pretty separated, but they're going to try to form up tight and neat, as these dwarves are not going to make the first move. Again, it kind of comes down to is Ajag the Slaughterer going to run in and die like he has like 5 times in a row. You're really good at this. Thank you for doing it. I'm glad you appreciate it. That really does mean a lot to me, guys. I really appreciate it. This is a really unique idea. I thought would be a lot of fun, just based off stuff I like to do in Total War Warhammer. So I'm glad you guys enjoy it, because there's gonna be more to come for sure, because I'm having a lot of fun with it, and it's not too hard to put together, and a lot of people seem interested, so I'm glad you guys like it. It gives me an outlet to yap about. But seriously, thanks guys, I really appreciate it. I hope to do much more special stuff as we continue on this year. This is one of my big check marks. So yeah. You love our Egyptian bird yapper. Let's go. All right, they're getting a little crowded up. Luckily for them, the orcs don't have any artillery, which is pretty vague. Most of it is cavalry. Now the thing becomes, I think they're gonna absolutely destroy these gunnery mobs and the regular infantry. But how are they gonna deal with the rotting leviathans? There are a lot of archer units and there are some spear units, but they're all goblins. They're very weak. And I think they're gonna have a very hard time getting through those rotting leviathans. It kind of comes down to can they kill Luther Harkin, and can they deal enough damage to the infantry that the rotting leviathans don't matter. She has an amazing voice to yap with too. Oh, stop it. Those goblins have heart? Yeah, small ones. And they're about to be removed from their chest. Who's winning? It has not quite started yet, but considering that the orcs are already moving in here, it's not looking great. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of that Game of Thrones battle, the Battle of the Trident. All right, here comes Ajag again, running into 1v1 and already losing 1/4 of his health. And apparently shitting himself stinky green. The orcs, rather unorganized, but together, have now moved in rapidly. Somehow, very thinly, the Vampire Coast has been able to form a big line to just encompass all of this cavalry. They're gonna get hit in the rear, but they are holding for the time being, which is really big for them. I forgot to check and see where the fat boy exploded, but Ajag is already about to die again. He is losing hard to Harkin, who just keeps shooting him in the side while he fights this Leviathan. Yeah, the Battle of the Trident, you know, where like, King Baratheon, like, killed that Targaryen, like, in the river. Was it the Trident or the Fork? I can't remember. You know what I'm talking about, though. The one that they haven't shown yet. All night with this guy? He hates being alive, dude. The real thing is that, honestly, that feels like the most orc war boss thing ever that gets, like, a big, like, scary flying dinosaur charging ahead of all the other orcs to try and achieve glory. Although, I think the vampire counts have still lost. They just got absolutely swallowed up over here by something. I don't know what just killed them, but they just got absolutely surrounded and massacred. They're literally all dead. That entire right flank is gone. It's now just Harkon and Crustaceans. And even then, one of the Leviathans are really weak. The fork is part of the trident? Oh. Need to brush up on my Game of Thrones. The only thing left are these Night Terror Morn Ghouls, which are putting in a lot of work, but they're gonna get filtered out soon. Oh yeah, the Fanatics, that's right. The Fanatics are extremely strong, and they were stuck in that pocket. So they caused a lot of damage, that's right. There's still enough left for these Vampire Coastmen, though. Like I said, they're gonna have a hard time bringing these crustaceans down. Yo, Dragon Volfin, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? Because they just, I mean, everything they have is cavalry, which is not good into things this large. And then also, a lot of them are not anti-large. A lot of them are anti-infantry. They might just have enough to win it out, though. Even if those Night Terrors are somehow still holding on. Just look at all the corpses. You can't quite see it, but these rivers are full of blood. Luckily, they have plenty of Orc Error Boys, which is going to make all the difference in this battle. If they didn't have Orc Error Boys, they probably would be lost. But they actually have something to focus these Leviathans with. But find out after these commercials. Dude, I imagine if I hit an ad right now. That'd be so toxic. Look at all the bodies. Sheesh. There's literally some things that are just straight up viscera. It's crazy. Even full health goblin spears are completely fleeing from the Leviathans. They are quite literally dwarfed by it. It seems to be that slowly these rotting Leviathans are carving a path towards these Orc Error Boys. They might actually be able to pull this battle around. If they can make it to those Error Boys, it is over. One of them has made it. The second one needs to get over there. However, these Night Goblins are unbreakable, so this might actually be where they hold. Oh no, it's a Wog! It's a Wog! Absolute catastrophe for the Vampire Ghost! A Wog has struck the field. And just like that, that might be it. It is now just Harkon, as these Leviathans are slowly, finally being chipped away. Victory looked within their grasp, but that last-minute Wog completely turned it around. One of the Leviathans are now crumbling. Can they at least take a couple more with them before they're gone? They sure can. They just got about 15 more kills on these Night Goblins. Harkon himself is doing very little. Almost 200 for one of these rotting Leviathans. 248 for the other. But they're finally starting to lose heart. This might be the end. Just the unbreakable Night Goblins holding back the Leviathans and Harkon just long enough for the rest of the Orcs to find their confidence. And that'll do it. It is only a matter of time until Harkon is overcome. He is now disintegrating, and it's over. The Orcs take the win. Again, despite Arjog trying his absolute hardest, it is over. The Orcs win in spite of Arjog's dumbass. It looks like what happened is especially what was kind of predicted. A lot of their range units got immediately swallowed up. The bloated corpse did 72 damage. And just got covered up by cavalry. Yeah, nice job, Seal. Congratulations on the win. All right. We now have 2 more battles for the 3rd round. Next is DX Zane versus Gear Graphic. All right. So it'll be Zane's Chaos Dwarves against Gear's Grand Cathay. Almost said cafe. And the map will be the Dead Wood of the Vampire Forests. Grand Cafe. Look, maybe they're really good at serving coffee. Both of them are pretty mixed armies. If these Righteous Lances of Wei Zhen can catch these cannons, or these just the backline of the Chaos Dwarves, I could definitely see Grand Cathay taking this one. It's a big ranged face-off. This will be very interesting to see. The Storm Dragon also should commit a lot of damage. Are you saying if they catch these hands, but instead of it's catch these cannons? No, I mean literally like capture them. They're flying units, and flying mounts are always really effective against backlines because they usually don't get shot at and they can make it to where they need to go. Are the Lords mounted? The Sorcerer Prophet is not, and neither is the Demon Smith. However, Miao Ying is not because she turns into a dragon. So, she is her own mount. I got 50 nuggets on the Chaos Boys. Hell yeah, dude. This guy committed a whole Kennedy silver, like not even a silver $50. She's Emmerich's mount? What do you mean by that? That sounds lewd. All right, last minute bets. Alrighty. Wait, Hara, what am I waiting on? I'm putting 100 on Chaos Dwarves. Oh my god, a whole golden Sacagawea coin. Oh my god. Edgar's prized possession of his one and only gold $1 Sacagawea coin has now been put on the Chaos Dwarves. Insane. Let's get started. Never seen any of those Sacagawea coins, man. They're incredible. Insane. Let this battle begin. We all know Miao Ying would top Emmerich. He's her mount. Can we stop talking about a Chinese woman that turns into a dragon fucking a rat man? I don't know how I feel about that. That magma cannon is focusing these Jade Lancers. We're finally moving. The tree cover is a massive boon here for Grand Cathay. And if used correctly, can cause a lot of damage here to the dwarves, so I don't think realize that there's a bunch of Cathay forces hidden in these trees. And here they come. Oh, as well as the Jade Lancers moving to the left side of these Immortals. Honestly, them being made, like, named Immortals just now makes me realize they're likely based off of Persian like a Persian army. It's kind of neat. Miao Ying is advancing towards the Sorcerer Prophet of Hashut. Or Hashit. Let's see how he hashes it out. A full firing line of Fireglaves, however, are absolutely tearing into these Righteous Lancers. But more Jade Lancers show up. A couple of Jade Warriors are already fleeing the field. Meanwhile, we have even combat between these Chaos Dwarf Warriors and Jade Warrior Halberds. Honestly, they both already look really tired fighting at range here. Miao Ying is absolutely frying. A huge shot coming from these magma cannons on this cavalry. It's a really bad look. Iron Hail Gunners are now firing freely as well. However, they're not taking the most effective shots, are they? seemingly just tearing into this little corner of these immortals. A massive vortex in the center of the field. An ash storm causing a weakness to fire damage and removing speed for this cavalry unit. More shots from these magma cannons just rain in as they go untouched on this back line. But finally, this Jade Lancers might finally change that. Persia mentioned? Yeah, I hate those guys. Hate Persia. It looks like these Chaos Dwarf Warriors continue to best their Cathay counterparts. The magma cannons are still firing freely. The Sky Lantern is attempting to put something on these magma cannons, but it's doing so little. Another ash storm being kicked up here by the Chaos Sorcerer. Meanwhile, these Ironhail Gunners try to finish off these Immortals, but they're just taking so much damage. It's looking really rough here for Grand Cathay. Miao Ying is trying to finish off these warriors on this flank as these halberds fight these fire glaives. Finally, the Righteous Lancers are returning. Looking to finally hit these Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses who are going to get squeezed between Lancers. Huge charge. Huge two-way cavalry charge. Oh no, those magma cannons are committing some major heinous acts of friendly fire on accident. These Ironhail Gunners are still firing mostly freely. And now the Dwarves are starting to get turned on. Turned, comma, on. Like they're turning on them. Not they're turning them on. Not like a, you know what, never mind. Don't worry about it. The Dwarves are dying. The Dwarves are dying. Cathay has installed the Path of Slaanesh. And it looks like these Ironhail Gunners are finally gonna finish off these armored cannons. And it looks like Cathay might come out on top. The lack of cavalry for the Dwarves is once again proving to cause a lot of problems. Naturally, it's a staple of Dwarves, but not having cavalry to hit backlines when your opponent has nothing but extremely high rate of fire armor-piercing weaponry causes a lot of problems. The magma cannons keep trying their best to shoot Miao Ying as well, but they're just missing their shots. She's too wily. Another miss. The AI once again prioritizing lords with their artillery might just cause a loss. It's been a big problem. These Ironhail Gunners are just stifling any attempt by any major Chaos Dwarf unit to return to the field. Oh, a huge hit to Miao Ying. One finally connects. But it's completely retreated and crumbling now. And that is it. Grand Cathay and Gear win the match. Alrighty. The Chaos Dwarf Immortals taking 230 kills is definitely what kept them in that match. Meanwhile, their two sorcerers sadly did not accomplish much. The side of Grand Cathay, it was mostly Miao Ying as well as those Righteous Lancers and some those Ironhail Gunners on the flank that just were left entirely untouched the entire battle. All right. So now comes our last battle of round 3. We finally made it. It will be Nepha against Dandelion Days. All right. Nepha's full Tuskgore Beastmen cavalry units against Dandelion's Bretonnian army of mostly extremely high-level questing knights. This ought to be a very interesting battle. Now, we did see the Beastmen take their first victory in the first round as they got put up against an army of Rattling Gunners, and they ran them down like the dog rats they are. But I don't know if they'll have such an easy time against Bretonnia. This match is number 69, that's correct. If only my army could see the front line. It is sadly a luck of the draw on the map, isn't it? Alright, we've done these island battle maps before. So we'll do the Fascination Fields in the realm of Slaanesh. Alright, get your bets in. We've got a lot on the Bretonnian army. Almost double at the moment. Let's take a look at our map. Now, Bretonnia having the Blessed Catapults is huge for artillery range, but they haven't been too useful lately. Danny getting match 69 in Slaanesh's realm, truly a horse. That's crazy. I'm telling her you said that. I'm telling her you said that. All right, we're halfway through betting, and it's still double, leading in the favor of now the Beastmen. 6 times for the Beastmen. Some huge bets on the Beastmen. Yo, what's up, Bunk? So if you think Bretonnia has a chance at all, I would put some points into Bretonnia because you can stand to win almost 6-7 times what you bet. I think that there is a side that has a favorability here, but I don't think it's that one-sided, you know? No, 6-7, no. All right, betting's about to be over. Let's get started. All right, the Mad Max Beastmen army gets started. Let's see how they'll try to do it. Will they try to form a forward vanguard and simply try to wedge their way through the front? Or are they going to try to separate themselves and wrap around entirely? Oh, they're just going to go for a full wrap. It looks like Kazarak One Eye is going to lead the charge right through the Bretonnian center. His fast chariot dodging catapult launch or trebuchet launches as he rides. How will they fare against these peasant mobs? The answer is they're about to get turned into grass. These peasant mobs are about to get absolutely butchered by 40 to 50 feral hogs. These companions are taking on more cavalry chariots or chariot units on the side, but 3 more are coming to reinforce, sneaking around the edges. Honestly, that would have been a really good name for this army. 60 to 70 feral hogs. Oh no, those chariots are getting absolutely butchered by these companions. They're having no chance here. They're just fighting so many men in such superior quality. Trying to hold them off as the rest of these chariots make the long run around. Royal Pegasus Knights are now coming in as Kazarak and Rapines fight alone in the back. It would seem a lot of Bretonnia is starting to falter. The question becomes, after they knock out this weak infantry, can they keep up the rest? Henry is always going to be a scary unit. At any moment, if he decides to participate and destroy Kazarak, it will not be hard for him. Weirdly enough, the chariots are actually causing a lot of problems for the Bretonnian cavalry. The numbers are just too much for them to deal with. What are they doing behind that pillar? They were being very indecisive. A lot of the Bretonnian cavalry has fallen. It's now down to the damsel, Henry, and Rapines to fight off the rest of this army. And there's plenty of it. This is looking really troubling for Bretonnia right now. It's not going how I expected. I assumed that the Bretonnian front line, while we would get crushed, would hold a little bit longer than they ended up doing. And these peasant bowmen, while firing effectively, are just doing absolutely nothing to these chariots. Very minimal damage from the peasant bowmen. There's just simply not enough spearmen either in this Bretonnian army to deal with this much cavalry. Kazarak One-Eye still remains on the field, using some 2 units of Tuskor chariots to fight Henry. They're starting to clean up the rest of the Bretonnian lords. It will not be long until all of the full weight of this Mad Max chariot Beastmen army collapses on these heroes. It's really wise of them to spend 2 or 3 units cleaning up these Bretonnian retreating units to make sure they don't rally towards the edge of the map. Rapines and Henry are still fighting. The damsel is starting to give in, however. If they can kill Kazarak, they might be able to turn it around, and Henry is just trying his hardest, but he is surrounded. Meanwhile, Rapines has actually made all of the chariots around her flee, finally dealing enough damage. There's just an entire army of chariots here, however. Rapines is joining Henry. They hope to bolster one another in this circle, and makes a big charge in these Tuskor chariots. It is them against the world. Again, if they can kill Kazarak One-Eye, they might be able to turn the fight, but they've given up too early. It's over. The Beastmen take a surprising victory. Chat got this one right. Let's go. I really expected the chariots to get worn down by these superior cavalry, but I guess not. The numbers were just too many. Oh, wow. 182, 120, 119, 85, 50. It was the peasant mob, man. The peasant mob just got run over. Like a toddler accidentally walking onto the go-kart track, just run over 8 times. Alrighty, and that is the end of our 3rd round. Congratulations to the contestants. Our 4th round is now up. My lord, 92 battles is insane. Alrighty, so it begs the question, do we want to watch out all of the 03 versus 03 battles, or do we just want to call them because the 03 battles, I'm afraid, do not have a chance of reaching top 8? It'll save us some time, but if you want to play them, okay? We just want to call the 03 battles. So our top 6 right now that are guaranteed entry to the bracket are Loremaster, Blueplant, Dark Jin, Pompano, Jian, and Boy Kissers. Everyone else is in competition that are either 2-1 or 1-2. The 4 out or the 5 out are Jadal, Gorilla, Angel of Death, Tyladron, and Scorch. So it's up to Jadal, Gorilla, Angel, Tyladron, and Scorch. Do you guys want to have your armies fight one more for a chance at a win? I'm not going to deny it if y'all want it. Haters, I still can lose again? That's awesome. I love that statement. You will fight? All right. We will go through all of them then. All right. So our first battle of the 4th round will be Boy Kissers against Dark Gen Lord. All right. Okay, both of these, I believe, are 3-0. Let me double check. They are. So both of them are currently undefeated, but one has to leave defeated. Now, they're both guaranteed top 8 already, but it'll be interesting to see how it goes. All right, let's go and get our map. Norden. You are indeed against Boy Kissers. All right, get your bets in. Oh, how long are you planning on running for tonight? Uh-oh. Did my internet mess up? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is stream good for you guys? It looks like it's unstable again. Hopefully it'll level out here soon, but... Okay, you guys are still good? It's still dropping packets, or dropping frames, but hopefully it'll recover in a second. Yeah, I always freeze while the battle's loading, so I will always have a small temporary freeze. All right, it looks like it's starting to level out, thankfully. Sorry about that, guys. I still feel like 40K is better. I don't know. I like fantasy settings a bit more, honestly. I'm much more interested in them. Plus, like, something else I really like about fantasy is it's not grimdark, which, like, I guess if you like grimdark, that's one thing. But fantasy has hope. The allies, like, actually, like, ally with one another and stuff like that. So, yeah. Alrighty. Bets are about to be in. We got a lot of points towards Slaanesh. Barely any for Tzeentch. I understand why. But if you want to maybe hope for an upset, here's your chance. All right, bets are over. All right, cavalry is moving up. I fully expect a lot of this cavalry to really blitz these large units of Tzeentch. Granted, they have halberds, but those pleasure seekers and stuff, they really just do not care. It's called the Angels of Death, aka Space Marines, for the con. Yeah, sure, dude. All right, these Changebringers, if they can knock out these crossbows, they're going to be very scary. Which it looks like they are trying their best to do. The sorcerer, if the crossbows go down, then these Changebringers will be able to actually be really effective on the cavalry, because there will be very little left to face them. And they've already wiped one of the crossbows out, so that's a huge A huge development, because now they're gonna mess with these pleasure seekers, which should be used hitting infantry. Meanwhile, we have the Scourge of Arden on this left flank, fighting these Chaos Warriors of Tzeentch. The center is also looking pretty even, while the right flank is looking really rough for Tzeentch at the moment. They really need these Changebringers to come in to make a difference. And they are. The Secret Chariots are getting absolutely fried by these Changebringers. And it might be enough to turn it. Can you say Tzeentch again, please? Thank you, I'm very content. You're welcome. Oh, these Changebringers are going to slaughter. They have nothing countering them now, and now they can just spray freely, dude. They're spraying their blue goo everywhere, man. And despite Dakala being there, that's a big problem. It does look like the Chaos Sorcerer is retreating, though. And these Changebringers do not have infinite ammo. They, in fact, don't have a lot at all. Down to 5 and 7 shots, respectively. However, I don't think Dakala is going to be able to pull this fight back. I think Slaanesh has just lost too much. The Dragon of Arden is also finally falling to these halberdiers. Those halberds are going to always cause a lot of damage. They're anti-large. It might indeed just be over. Now, all this does, I believe, is set seeds for top 8. If you are 3-0 right now, you are guaranteed to progress. Well, actually, you might not be. Actually, I take that back. You have a very high chance of progressing. Like, almost, like, impossible to fall. Oh my god, those Changebringers. No, that's it. It's over. Those Changebringers are disgusting. Absolutely turned the fight. The AI knew to use them to focus on those crossbows and immediately did it and made the best move they could have. That's game over. There's no way Dakala can turn this. Even if they kill the Chaos Sorcerer. That is just so much damage. And that's it. Tzeentch takes it. Wow. Both Chaos Bringers combined dealt 20,000 damage. That's insane. All right, so the first game of the top 6 goes to Jin. Up next is the Android and Blue Plant. All right. So we're having this mixed skink-focused Lizardmen army going up against this really strong Bretonnian army that we've seen so far. Both are undefeated, I do believe. Yes, they are. So this ought to be very interesting. All right, so the Old Bastille in the Bretonnian Forest. Looks like the Bretonnian player is going to have home field advantage. I did not expect to go 4-0. Well, here you are, buddy. Now, there's not a lot of cavalry here on this Bretonnian army. I think that could make a huge difference against these Lizardmen that are mostly focused on skinks. Because these 2 units of Grail Knights and Pegasus Knights are going to do really well, but as we saw with their last battle against a Bretonnian army that only had 2 cavalry units, the cavalry units focus on 1 skink army, get absolutely eviscerated by the 3 next to it, and then those skinks just move on and mess up the front line. So this ought to go very interestingly. Because Saint Cecilia had the other army, and I thought hers was strongest of these two, personally. Go eat some French hot wings. Aren't those just like frog legs and buffalo sauce? That sounds disgusting. Barely any points bet, by the way. Might want to get in before time runs out. Read your comment. I am reading your comment. Has Power Stone? Your damsel has Scroll of Shielding? Oh, my mistake. I'll have to get that. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and get it fixed. Wait. Are you sure? Let me double check. Let me double check the form, and if so, I'll get it fixed real quick. Alrighty. Oh, you're correct. All right, let me get that fixed real quick. We'll back out and I'll fix it. My bad. Apparently it hasn't had much of an effect. You're still 4-0 or 3-0. That's my mistake, though. I'll get it swapped real quick. Yeah. There we go. Should be fixed. My bad. I believe in my lizards to win yet again against the French. Let's go, Blue Player. Yeah. I'm also a big lizard fan. I love lizards, Charlie. I love lizards. All right, so betting is done. You go ahead and get started. All right. Now, a lot of that army is hidden because a lot of it is skink. And I wonder if that actually plays a role in the AI. A shot coming out of the Oracle here. Slowly rolling and putting out a massive hit here on these men of arms who immediately get healed. The lizards and the French is kind of crazy. More shots coming in from those blessed catapults, but they're still aiming at a lord. One that is not quite worth it. Another blast coming out from the Skink Oracle, but it hits the hill. How unfortunate. It does not seem to arc. Oh, these peasant bowmen are moving in and hitting these Sara shields entirely for free. It looks like the Sara spears are starting to advance. They are sturdier than they look. See you, Sardo. Thanks for hanging out, dude. Sleep well. See you back on Sunday. 2 p.m. Central. Some of the skinks have revealed themselves. Mostly on this left line over here. But a lot just missed their shot. They're trying to focus on these spearmen shielded arms, but the shields are too thick. The Arc of the Hill is not assisting them either. A lot of these skinks are completely out of range as they've been run off by cavalry on the edges. Now we've got 3 flanking units of peasant mobs and spearmen, but they're getting absolutely splintered in the back and side by these chameleon skinks that are going up against a Bastillodon, which is going to be really hard to take on. It now charges into the middle. And a massive spell coming out from the Skink Oracle, doing a lot of damage. While Gorok fights this Grail, who is way too far up and is going to cause a lot of problems if it's lost. Looks like it's going to be a fair trade of the Skink Oracle for the Grail. Oh, maybe not. Gorok was able to assist in time. Rapunzel is now in trouble. And Skinks are finally starting to split apart some of this cavalry, despite losing so much already to Grail Knights. Oh no, the Grail Knights might actually be too thick in armor. They might be able to clean up all these Skinks. That's looking really bad for the Lizardmen there. They are. They're just moving on to the next Skink unit. Not taking barely any damage. That 120 armor is showing. The Skinks' low ammo and low missile strength are going to keep them from causing a lot of damage. The Skink Oracle is also fixing to rout, with the Peasant Bowman in a perfect position for these blessed field trebuchets. They could not be in a better position. There's still a life damsel on this back line as well. The Oracle is fleeing. This is looking rather hairy for the Lizardmen all of a sudden. More shots from those trebuchets coming in to hit this Bastillodon. Rapunzel is now challenging Gorok to a one-on-one. Now, last time we saw this face-off, Gorok had the advantage, but the Grail showing up is going to cause a lot of problems. The Grail nearly dies and will fight till its last breath by the look of it. And it dies. Now it's Rapunzel against Gorok. And while I said those Saurus Spearmen are very strong and sturdy, they are finally starting to break under all this pressure. However, that right flank of Bretonnia has fallen under the weight of this massive Bastillodon. Skinks are finally coming back around from being routed, but they've taken so much damage and they're still dealing with Grail Knights that are so hard to kill. It's looking rather hairy for both sides now, but it looks like Bretonnia still contains the edge. Rapunzel is by herself, stuck between Gorok and the Bastillodon. If she's not careful and she goes down, that could be a full rout for the Bretonnian army. The trebuchets are trying their best to at least knock out the Bastillodon, getting some direct hits, but it's just not enough. The Damsel of Life is coming into the rescue, allowing Rapunzel to actually flee and reinforce some of the few units she has left. Finally, the Grail Knight Cavalry is coming to finish off these Saurus Spears in the rear. This could be a death blow. Oh, but they cancel some of their charge. For some reason, they change a lot of their... Oh, no, they change a lot of their charge, and it proves rather ineffective. This is extremely close. It looks like Rapunzel is starting to give in. She does not have much left in her, despite all of the work of these Beast Slayers of Bastogne. And the reinforcement of a peasant mob with renewed vigor. The Bastillodon might fold. Somehow Rapunzel remains on the field despite 200 HP and Gorok looking to finish her. Can Gorok finish her off? He's gonna let her go. The Bastiladons also still remain, finally retreating itself. It's been a trade of Rapans for the Bastiladon, who is likely going to die on the back end. And it's over. The Lizardmen somehow break despite losing their lord. Gorok remaining on the field apparently is just not enough. It's over. An absolutely insanely close fight. Congratulations to the Lizardmen. Over 230 kills on one of the Blessed Chameleon Stalker units. That is absolutely insane. The only thing contending are the Grail Knights, which is just crazy because those Chameleon Stalkers are nowhere near as much as Grail Knights. All right. Yo, what's up, Apollo? How's it going? Dude really is an adamantium wall. You're so right. It's just leadership looks to win in the day once more. Leadership is just so surprisingly important. All right, so now we have Stale Pompano against Lore Master of Sotek. Okay, so we're gonna have to see how Khorne deals against a lot of these larger units. I don't know if they'll really care. This Khorne army has won 2 battles by the skin of its teeth. Its first battle against those Chaos Dwarfs, and the third battle against, was it more Chaos Dwarfs? No, against the Executioners, the Dark Elf Executioners. Scroll of Shielding Death? Oh no, you should have, yeah, it's definitely the Scroll of Shielding Death. Does Nakai have his items? He does have the Golden Tributes. And the Primal Roar, but no Miasma. This will be a very interesting battle for sure. Meanwhile, Scarbrand has just about everything he could want, including Slaughter and Carnage. Hey, Wolf Warrior. I kind of look like Athena. Really? You think so? I think I'm a little too birdy and maybe a little bit too radioactive, but hey, I'll take it. Athena's really cool. I'm actually the combination of Ra and Horus in ancient Egypt, known as Ra Harakti. Yeah. But I appreciate it, Wolf Warrior. How you doing? How's your night going? All right, get your bets on and together we're gonna pick our map. The stomping grounds of the Badland Wastes. All right. All right, so my thoughts are Khorne does not have a lot to do with these Pterodon riders nor the Skinks. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond to the weak range. However, the poison of these ranged units will make things very effective in melee because it not only sure doesn't do a ton of damage all the time, but the poison reduces their melee attack and melee defense and their speed. Or actually, it might just be a melee attack and speed. So being Khorne, losing that against Kroxagors could be very problematic. Morning for me and chillin'. Let's go. Well, I hope you slept well. Okie dokie. Let's get started. Alrighty. Now the Skink should have a little bit of free reign here. Now they have a lot of armor piercing, but they don't have a lot of anti-large. Which is what I'm noticing here. And almost, oh, they have one, the Chaos Warriors of Khorne Halberds. And they're gonna have to really try to focus down this Dread Saurian, because every battle this Dread Saurian for this army has completely carried. A lot of their units have been strong, but the Dread Saurian has been the whole reason. All right, the clash has begun. These Fleshhounds of Khorne are immediately getting torn apart here, while this Sinner is looking insane. They're all enraged on Scarbrand, who is poisoned and taking a lot of debuffs. Thanks to those skinks, the Kroxigors are fighting on the Forsaken of Khorne. And it looks like they're starting to lose. Sure, the flanks here are getting outdone because simply they're taking so much poison. 15% to armor-piercing missile damage, to speed, to base missile damage, to base weapon damage, and to armor-piercing weapon damage is causing a lot of problems, and that might be why they might lose in melee to these Kroxigors. And I think these also have poison, if I'm not mistaken. So Khorne is actually having a very difficult time. Nakai the Wanderer, though, is in 1v1 against Scylla and Scarbrand and is taking some pretty heavy hits. Scarbrand doesn't appreciate the Lizardmen stomping on his lawn. It looks like the Khorne units, if this poison stays on them, they won't be able to win these fights. They're losing in melee. They're also being completely harassed. Kroxigors are now flying into the back line of Khorne here. The Dread Saurian is only racked up 22 kills, surprisingly, but these cohort of Hwaddle have 107. Nakai the Wanderer is stuck between a rock and a hard place. Scarbrand and these Khorngors are gonna absolutely cut through him. And despite Scarbrand taking a lot of damage, Nakai might just die. Nakai goes down, it's over. Scarbrand, even poisoned and taking fire, refuses to be denied Nakai's head. Oh, now there's a rampage. Scarbrand has caused all of the Lizardmen to go on a rampage. However, Scarbrand is getting focused by the skinks coming in out of nowhere. That is really bad for Scarbrand. Nakai the Wanderer is also making his way back. If he keeps getting poisoned like this and focused, he might go down. The Dread Saurian still has 4,500 HP. Scarbrand's down to 1,700 and is poisoned. This is looking really bad for Khorne. The weakest we might have seen Scarbrand so far this early in a battle. And they just keep pouring it on. Scarbrand does not have much left in him. He is slowly getting chipped. That might just be it. The poison, it's too much, the poison. He dies to something as cowardly as poison. A dishonorable battle for sure, but the Lizardmen take it nonetheless. The Gators go 4-0. That's crazy. Scarbrand the Exiled finally does not get by on the skin of his teeth. Lore Master of Sotek finally meets his match. Oh my lord, over 161 kills for the Regiment of Renown Kroxigors. 117 for the other Kroxigors. 3,600 damage from regular skinks. Nakai the Wanderer dealing 5k. Kroxigors 95 kills, but 12,000 damage. The second best unit of Kroxigors did almost as much, did only 500 less damage than Scarbrand himself. That Lizardman army is looking incredibly formidable, and I might say it might be the favorite. All right. Congratulations, Pompidel. All right, Tori Nissan against Sister Cecilia. It looks like we're going to have a Bretonnia versus a High Elf matchup. This is the High Elf army with the Dragon Princes and a lot of Illyrian Reavers, and the Sea Guard and a lot of archers. Meanwhile, this Bretonnian force have these Battle Pilgrims, Knights of the Realm, and the Questing Knights. This will be elite cavalry against elite cavalry. And some good old-fashioned, just absolute medieval line warfare. It's a mix of bows, a mix of cavalry, a mix of knights, a mix of heroes, and a mix of fervent fighters. It's gonna be very interesting. High Elves against Bretonnia. Let's check our map. It'll be on the Barrier Idols quest battle map. All right, let's take a look. Get your votes in, get your bets in. Scarbrand loathes stealing. I'm sure he does. It is a faction for chaos. Khorne. Drax. All right, we have 3 times the amount of points on the High Elves and Bretonnia. Try to slip in a last-second bet to get some extra points. All right, let's get started. Blow darts really do seem to be the play. Really, you don't want them as like your main force, but you want a couple just to act as debuffs for your melee. Something I'll have to keep in mind for if I ever do Lizardmen again. All right, so we have the High Elves making the advance here. No artillery here, just a good old-fashioned land battle. Henry, as always, is going to cause a lot of problems, and we'll see how Tyrion and his entourage are able to handle it. It's 3 lords against 2 as well, but the 2 lords for Bretonnia are mounted, and that is something to remember. Actually, it is 3v3 if you count the Grail. So this ought to be very interesting, where they have 3 single units each. And a mix of cavalry, and a mix of infantry, and a mix of bowmen. A very standard medieval battle here. Definitely some sort of high fantasy. Now the peasant bowmen will have the edge simply because of how good their range is. Henry is already running his way into some archers. And then Illyrian Reavers are being chased around by Knights of the Lionhearted. A big spell coming out on Henry. Meanwhile, Tyrion and Rapine and the Lords meet in the center. Oh, the Illyrian Reavers have made it to the back line of Bretonnia. That is really bad for them. Meanwhile, the companions over here are losing harshly to the Fireborn Dragon Princes. However, they're taking enough with them that it could make it a rather neutral victory. Meanwhile, the Knights of the Lionhearted are not focusing on the Elven archers. They're trading archers here. It is a rather neutral fight right now. The 1 extra unit for the Elves might just make this difference here, but then clean up these extra archers faster. It's a very neutral fight so far. Both sides taking punches on both sides. Meanwhile, the lines remain rather locked as Tyrion and his noble fight Rapines and are winning rather handedly. Henry needs to come help Rapines in now. The Death Mage is also there, but has been intercepted on his way to assist the Lord and Tyrion. They are just cleaving through each other on these lines. The Battle Pilgrims and the Spearmen refusing to back down. A lack of a Grail here really hurts the Battle Pilgrims, though. They usually get an extra bonus of leadership from that, and they don't have it near them. In fact, I don't see the Grail at all, and it might have already been lost. It has! It's already been lost! That is a huge loss for this Battle Pilgrim army. It looks like their Battle Pilgrims are rather inferior to the Swordsmen of Hoeth as well. It's gonna make it very difficult for them to come out on top. This fight in the center continues. It looks like the Elves are just outlasting the Bretonnians on every front. Better in cavalry, better in archery, better at the sword. Just bodies littering the ground. Rapunzel has very little left here. Less than 200 HP. And she's dead. For the first time, I think we've seen a Rapunzel actually die. And that should break the rest of the Bretonnian army. That should be it. That should call it. Even the Elven cavalry on the back line trying to keep these archers busy has been killed to a man, absolutely sacrificed themselves for victory here. Henry himself is retreating as well.
Well. Let me guess. Spring cleaning.
All right, can y'all hear me now? Okay, y'all can. I love my audio mixer, dude. It was like, oh, you're using me? What if we update? I was like, okay. Yeah, my audio mixer was like, what if we update, dude? That'd be sick. So, my bad, guys. But it looks like the Elves end up coming out on top. Essentially, all I said was like, I wonder if these archers can hold off and chip down enough to convince Henry to try and finish the fight. But it looks like they were not able to, and that looks like the end. Henry ended up giving up. Honestly, the casualties are pretty far spread out. I'm kind of surprised that all of these companions over here that got absolutely butchered by those Dragon Knights. Actually, you can see them both just laying in piles against one another. You can see where they clashed. Along with the archers that were chased around by that cavalry the entire time. But a huge win for the High Elves. Smart audio mixer. Yeah, it's like Windows. It loves updating at the best moments. 158 and 211 kills from the Swordmasters of Hoeth. 129 from the Fireborn Dragon Princes. It's just, the line was just too strong. The Grail did not stay alive long enough. If it had, those Battle Pilgrims might have been able to have held for, like, long enough. But man, those Swordmasters of Hoeth just literally cleaved through everything they met. She didn't pray to her machine spirit? I never do. They should be praying to me. And maybe that's why the problems I have. Alrighty, the next battle will be Stimpak's Royal Army. I do believe. Or my bad, Stimpak's Royal Guard against 10 Jenkins Pain Train. It'll be trains against a absolute horde of Beastmen. I'm gonna be honest, this is gonna be a bloodbath. This is definitely going to be a bloodbath, almost undoubtedly. All right, let's check our map. Skjold. What a crazy name for a map. We'll go ahead and get our map together. Let's go, the trains. Look, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna tell you right now, if the trains somehow lose this battle, I legit will like, I don't even know. I'll eat a boot on stream. No, I won't do that. What will I do? Fuck off, blank. It's not my house. But anyway, if the trains lose, I legit, I don't know. What do you guys want me to do? What gamble? What could I possibly gamble to lose? See, it's hard to lose things when you have everything, you know? This really is the ideal train matchup. Force yourself to listen to ASMR. That sounds awful. Okay, how about this? How about this? If the trains lose this battle, I will make an ASMR video. How about that? I will make you guys an ASMR video if I lose this battle. That will be my gamble. I can't gamble with points, so I will gamble this. There's no way these trains lose. There is no way these guys lose. It is weak Beastmen infantry. As well as Stimpak's army is done, this is it. This is the end of the line. All right, let's go. And the trains begin their choo-choo. All right. Now, these trains don't have a lot of range, but they won't need it. Dude, these things are actually horrifying looking. Literally just two things firing grape shot at anything in front of it. This is about to be Pickett's charge. Like, unironically, the Beastmen here are about to commit Pickett's charge. It's gonna be really bad. Fucking Zamboni levels of movement. You're damn right. How long have you been on, Cute History Lady? 6 hours. We're at 6 hours. My God. All right, the Beastmen are about to be in range. That is not the entire army. I don't know why the Chaos Dwarves can't see the rest of them, but... Actually makes me wonder, where are the rest of the Beastmen? How have they not shown up yet? Okay, they're there. Whoa, they're extremely close. Oh my Lord. Did y'all see those shots? Holy shit. Bodies just went flying. Oh my God, the carnage. Oh my God, the carnage. That is horrifying. Beastmen bodies just fired backwards like confetti. Good Lord. The white hot steel of these demons not caring at all into what flesh it meets. Oh, these Minotaurs are actually doing a lot of damage to these Iron Demons, way more than expected. And while Beastmen corpses are flying, They might get, y'all, I might be making ASMR. I'm now starting to realize that there is a non-zero chance with how fast these Minotaur great weapons are killing this demon that I might be making ASMR later. I really don't want to be making ASMR later. I really thought this would not be this close. I really expected this to just be a killing field. I really did. I'm gonna be really sad. I'm gonna be really regretful of opening my dumb fat bird beak. This is like so much closer. The fact that one tree, like one is down and another one, two more are really injured is really scaring me. More shots just flying through from these trains. Beastmen bodies just littering the floor. We thought it'd be more like Pickett's charge, but it's more like a successful Japanese banzai. Don't do it anyway. I can't not hold myself to a lost bet. Night, Anime. Thanks for hanging out on. We'll be back at 2 p.m. CST on Sunday for the rest of the tournament. Yeah, these Minotaurs are chopping and they don't care. They are really fucking up these trains. Y'all, they are actually about to lose. Oh my god. They're actually about to lose. These Minotaur great weapons are doing so much more damage than I could have ever expected. I'm actually blown away at how much damage these Minotaurs are doing. I really did not expect them to do this well. God. I'm actually really scared. I really don't want to do ASMR, man. I hate that shit so fucking much. I thought this would be an absolute slaughter, and it is, but it's not enough of a slaughter, man. Oh, there's another. Oh no. That's four trains down. 4 trains are currently down. The Beastmen are severely hurt, but they are not hurt enough, man. 5 trains, an actual supply train is dead. A second one is getting very close. It now all depends if Zatan the Black can just kill these Minotaur great weapons. Oh no. That other train's about to die. Oh no. Oh no. This is looking like a Chaos Dwarf loss. I'm actually so surprised. I am so cooked, chat. It's not even funny. I am so fucking cooked. So, no, I do not have an ASMR mic. Wow. That's, wow. Well, that was quite literally a train wreck. I guess I'm doing ASMR at some point. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go hide for a minute. Hold on. I'm just gonna go hide for a little bit. I'm not happy about these events at all. The trains failed me, and I maybe got a little too cocky, and now I have to do an ASMR. That's really not great. Yeah, not happy about that one at all, actually. So yeah. Can we make a deal? Welcome in, Bubonic. How you doing, buddy? You're finding me at maybe my lowest hour in months. Can we work out a deal, Chad? Can we work out a deal? Can I do anything else besides the ASMR? I'll fully admit, I got too big for my britches, and I will do something else for you guys that chat can pick at a later date. But ASMR, I feel like I would really fuck up. Not ASMR. I hate you. I hate you guys. I hate you guys so much. Mods, make sure to make the payout for the Beastmen. Oh my god, I fucking hate my life, dude. I hate my life. Oh my god, I hate my fucking life, dude. This sucks. Alright, fine. I'll do ASMR at some point, I promise. Can't believe I fucking lost that bet. I hate my life. Fuck you, 10. Fuck you, 10. 10 years of friendship down the drain. You and your stupid trains. You and your dumb, stupid trains. Oh my god. I hate my life. I hate my fucking life, man. Such a fat fucking chud. Oh my god. Alright, well, Stimpack wins. 4-0 for her. That's fantastic. I'm happy for Stimpack, though. Next up is Bob of Ross. Who am I up against, actually? Oh, I'm up against Hestia. Hestia, it is me and you, and we're the second to last battle. That's crazy. Alright, Bob of Ross versus Omega Bomba. I've been here for a while. Well, I'm glad you've had fun. I watched Cypress do something similar, get called on it, and had to read a My Little Pony fanfic on his stream. That is so much better than ASMR. I'm not taking the ASMR seriously. I'm letting you know that right now. I'm not taking it seriously. You're getting something dumb. I'm not gonna do, like, I don't know, like, ear lickies and kissies. I would literally rather, like, destroy my head in a pressure cooker. I'd rather slow roast my own head in an oven. It's not happening, bro. I'm not that kind of VTuber. Alright, so we have Nurgle going up against the Warriors of Chaos. Let me make sure the colors are right here. We're gonna make them pretty distinct. There we go. Alrighty, so it will be Bob of Ross's Nurgle Pox Maxers versus Omega Bomba's the Curselings Chosen, I think, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, things are getting cut off. It's not telling me. Yeah, the Curselings Chosen. Okay. So this is the Curselings Chosen. These are the Pox Maxers. Yo, what's up, Scotty? How's it going, dude? Welcome in. Thank you for the follow, Maple Chef. Welcome into the cult. How you doing? I like your name. What do you cook? Hey, Twisted. It's going really well. We're in our final round of the Swiss stage. Asmongold Redditors versus Spellcaster, dude. I think that's like Asmongold versus Clavicular. Nah, it's definitely Asmongold's like Redditors versus Clavicular's TikTokers. Who's winning so far? Let me see our standings. Our current standings, Pompano is 4-0, Jin is 4-0, Blue Plant is 4-0, Tora Nissan is 3-1. Stem Pack is 3-1. Boy Kisser's 3-1. Jian 3-1. Lore Master of Sotek 3-1. And then Sister Cecilia 2-2. Actually, it is looking like our top 8 have actually already been decided. I might expand it, honestly. We might expand it to 10. I don't know if I can already do that. But I find it boring that the people that all went 3-0 got a guaranteed entry and nobody else got a chance. Because that is what it's looking like. Oh, actually, never mind. I lied. People that are 2-1. People that are 2-1 can become 3-1 and it'll be a tie. Okay, never mind. I'm not thinking right. No, it's fine. There are people that are 2-1 that still need to get through fights. I have no chance of being top 8, sadly. But at least I got a win, I guess. So we don't have anyone that's 0-4 yet either, so that's pretty big. All right. Okay, have we done bets yet for this one? More fights, more data. We have had 96 battles, not including the bracket yet. There's no way in hell I'm doing that. The bracket's going to be best of 3. Mines, have we betted already? It will be in Nurgle's domain, so this ought to be interesting. Nurgle will have the home field advantage. There is no real home field advantage, but... Okay, bets are over. Let's get started. No one bet. Yeah, people, I think a lot of people that are in here are poor. I noticed that Oda-san suspiciously disappeared after he lost like 100,000 channel points. I mean, you also lost? Shut up. Shut your fucking mouth. You also lost. Yeah, fuck you, man. Starting the fucking battle. Mr. Pompano, fellow lizard enjoyer, if you can read me, if I were to fall, please donate all my lizard gold to Darwin's frog preservation. I love it. All right, so both armies are getting prepped. Hara, we need a stimmy. I'm not giving you a stimulus package because you all gambled your points away. All right, these hell cannons are firing in. The only artillery on the map, which might cause a problem for Nurgle as it tries to advance. Because these skull cannons can do some major damage. Although Tamarkine is dodging like it's Dance Dance Revolution back there. Skull cannons are wisely reorientating their shots. These skull cannons are the only inch of range here outside of this soul grinder. Huge hits on these chosen back here. I like that Khorne is like melee only, except unless it's a motorcycle with a giant cannon on it. Those are fine. Ew. Imagine being hit by like radioactive snot. That's disgusting. Nurgle seems to be content to just let this bombardment continue as these chosen great weapons are getting worn down. How vile. Angel of a Mellow, welcome in, how's it going? Skull cannons are reorientating their shots. And Nurgle is beginning to charge. Oh, I'm afraid follow age doesn't work right now, dude. Sorry. I forgot to get that changed last stream. Sadly, that that Soul Grinder of Nurgle is not hitting his shots, and that could be a big problem later. Now we have these Chosen Great Weapons going up against some Bile Trolls. And while the Chosen get bowled over, I don't think they have much of a problem fighting them because they're anti-large. Oh no, they're actually just only armor piercing. All right, the melee has begun. Who knew Demon's Blood? Chaos Trolls are starting to work up these Chosen. Their armor is getting eroded as their armor-piercing melee have poison attacks and regen, which is really big for them. However, this centerpiece of Nurgle are getting rather messed up here. The Skull Cannons landing direct hits on this Soul Grinder of Nurgle. Tamarkon and Village are fighting in the back. But Tamarkon's surrounded. We've got No Fucks versus Blood Must Flow. Yeah, No Fucks, it's literally cortisol level high against cortisol level low. Surprisingly, these Skull Cannons are always pretty kind of useful in melee. They're really dual purpose. Those Rot Knights are making a pretty wide flank. Tamarkon is left alone, though. He's so massive. Now, where would those Rot Knights be charging if they get it off? Bile Trolls are now swinging in from the side here to hit these Chaos Trolls. It's literally Trolls v Trolls. Nurgle continues to take some major hits as Village continues to just kind of vibe by himself at full HP. Troll Bull, yeah. Give me one moment. Alright. I'll help him with his speedrun, I don't care. Nurgle seems to finally be getting cut up, though. That Khorne, I'm back, what happened? Wow, how fucking timely. Don't worry about it. Alrighty, so the Noxbringer has actually moved into melee. Sheesh. Yeah, it looks like Nurgle's finally getting pretty messed up by all these Khorne units. The melee is significantly hurting them. You have a question, I have an answer. Yeah, these Rot Knights just did not end up hitting a backline, and that's probably gonna be the end of Nurgle. Why are you adorable? I was made this way. Yeah, Tamarkon is just done. Nurgle is completely crumbling. That should be it. Village again, man. Village has just been a menace. Tamarkon still has 2k HP, but he's absolutely exhausted and has no units left. It's only a matter of time now. I think the only thing that hits harder is the Slaanesh chariots. It sure seems like it. Yo, what's up, pupa? He is slowly burning to death, and these Skull Cannons are just gonna finish him off here soon. 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, he healed last second. He's actually regenerating. That's crazy. Despite being on fire. That should be it, though. He should still be dead, right? And there it goes. All right. So, Omega Bomba takes the win. Congratulations. Next up is Egoist versus Baranzar Cobral. Thank you for the follow, Otanin. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? In Baranzar Cobral. No pestilence this day, Sag? I'm afraid so. All right, so it'll be this dwarven lineup going up against these wood elves. I believe both are 2-2. Let me double check. Baranzar is 2-1. Meanwhile, Egoist is also 2-1. So whoever wins this one will be in contention for for bracket for the next round. So this is a really important battle. All right. So we'll be doing it on the Blackland Wastes. Or the Badland Wastes, my mistake. It's the Black Gulf Bluff. Just make the extra content free, geez, but then they lose out on like $400. Yo, what's up, Duke? Random side note. Night 10. All right. So what we're gonna do is, I'm going to take my quick 5-minute break. And when we get back, we will finish up this fight, okay? I'm gonna run 3 minutes of ads so people don't get pre-rolls during the battles, and I'll see you guys back here in just 5 minutes, okay? guys. Bets are in, and we are good to go. Let's get started. All right, this is going to decide who goes to the second round here. This is a really important battle. A pretty unfavorable start for the Elves, though. This giant crater in the middle. Some of their best units have already taken a big hit. What? You ran out of bird seed? Look, as long as we have sunflower seeds or pistachios, we're cool. Yeah, the Wood Elves are happening to them what happened to me in my second battle. It just got crowded up on a wall. Oh, huge shot coming through from that harpoon. Luckily, they only get one of those, and it did not take out as much as it could have. If it had hit like Orion, it could have done at least half his health bar. Oh no, those Glade Riders just ran right into range. Those Glade Riders are about to get eliminated entirely. It's looking really bad for this Wood Elf army early on. They're just not able to get anything together here. Archers are now focusing on the Thunder Barge, which is wise. And the Weight Watchers will be able to run backwards from these Dwarf Warriors. We were making plots. Plots of what? No plotting. You're not allowed to plot against your goddess. It's not allowed. Oh my god, the AI just absolutely whiffed a spell here. The Thunder Barge, as usual, is getting absolutely butchered. Still in, but butchered. There's not much HP left here. It's still taking on plenty of arrows. This cavalry over here is just taking so many free hits, though. The dwarves are pointing almost half their army towards it. And the barge is down as expected. Man, those barges are just not being used well by the AI, are they? All right, Orion has casted a spell. Hopefully hurting some of that dwarven front line. Now the Weight Watchers are being left alone on the rear here, which is a really good thing for the Elves. But they're gonna need a lot more to really hurt these dwarves. As they do not have a lot of infantry and their best cavalry has been mostly killed off. Cavalry is hitting these grudge throwers. They need to hit the Iron Drakes and the Quarrelers instead. Otherwise, they'll be eviscerated like they are right now. Oh, also, thank you for the follow, Arden Gaiman. Welcome to the Gold. How you doing? And no touching the crown, rude. There you go. All right, it looks like Orion and this Lord are finally facing off. He's kind of run himself a little too far forward. Could be a big problem for him. There are still plenty of dwarf units left, though. Can these Eternal Guards hold against all these dwarf warriors? They're bloodied already. One goes down. Trying to hold on. We got a duel here on this corner between these two. Oh, another elf down. Oh no, it looks like Orion miscast his own spell. Hitting the back of his own Weight Watchers. Still watching this, oh, and now 1-on-2 duel. Oh my god, the elves are getting so butchered over here. It's looking so poor for them. The Dwarf Lord is fleeing, however, which leaves Orion unchallenged, and despite all the damage, those lost Sylvan Knights are still holding on. The Elves can just continue to hold a little bit longer for their Way Watchers. They could turn it, but it's looking really bad for them right now. Hara's like the NFL commentator that had a former career, really. I don't know if I'm that knowledgeable on the game. I appreciate it, though. Oh, the last Way Watcher unit is taking some major damage. And the Lord has returned. He was not finished off. Oh, but they're doing just enough to keep the Lord damaged. They are still barely in it. The Quarrelers didn't have such long range. They might be able to last a little bit longer. It's looking like the end for the Wood Elves. It's just Orion left. Oh, a great spell usage by Orion. Absolutely eviscerating some of these melee units that have tried to surround him. I doubt it'll be enough, but what a great use of a spell. So many dwarves just died to that one spell there. Had it been a close fight, that might have made the difference. Trying to see if he has any possible spells left to use. It does not look like it, though. He looks done. Absolutely spent. How did the Elves lose in range? That's a good question. The high armor of the dwarves is one thing. The long range of the Quarrelers is another. The waste of their cavalry is also a problem. Orion continues to rampage, though. He's still holding strong. Is he unbreakable? He is not. He can waver, but he is surrounded. He needs another spell really badly. He's down to 1,000 HP. However, he is passively gaining. Oh, a buff has now hit the dwarves. Melee defense and leadership. There's no way he can pull it out now. Over 184 kills for the Woodsman. For the Great Hunter. But it looks like he is the hunted now. Oh, wow. Just carving out dwarves, but it will not be enough. The 8-foot-tall king is finally falling to all of the short manlets around him. Oh, he's still healing a little bit, though. The passive healing is just keeping him in it just so slightly. He's now been buffed with Foe Seeker. Down to 69 HP. He's still holding. Oh no, he's still healing. How is he still in this? 22, 23, 38, 53. How? How is Orion still living? He should be dead. A giant spear thrown backwards. And there it is. The Dwarven Lord finally knocks him on his ass. It's over. God damn, the dwarves finally win. That was extremely drawn out. All right. Baronzar Cabral, congratulations. Next up is Pancreas against Miraka. Hara, some don't want their organs in a jar. Too bad. I didn't ask. That is a main requirement of this cult. All right, so we have an army of just Weight Watchers against this relatively well-balanced Elven army. The problem here is that these Weight Watchers are definitely going to do really well with only 2 units of Silver Helms. So I'm curious to see how this goes. All right, and it'll take place at the Fall of Man quest battle. Go ahead and get your bets in before it's too late. All right. I don't know where he could leave on this map. Oh my lord, there's so much space in this back corner. Holy crap. And it's funny that neither side is going to use it. There's a huge hill there too. This would be so useful if it was not AI versus AI. All right, so we have the favorable... Everyone is favoring the Wood Elves at the moment. Does that mean Hara's a mummy? Technically. Somewhere. Did she just say Pancreas? Yeah, Pancreas no works Elven army here. This is Pancreas's army. All right, betting is almost closed. He is a very cool guy, yeah. His videos are great. I watch a lot of them. I fall asleep to them a lot. All right, we're getting started. All right, the sisters have already made a big shot on these spearmen on the left side. Those are the only ones viewable right now, as the rest of the Weight Watchers are hidden, probably in lines along this route here. The Sword Masters of Hoeth are going to be very scary, but these Weight Watchers are going to get so many shots off before they get close. And in they come. So many arrows being loosed. So many in return from the High Elves. They are returning in kind to get some of these Weight Watchers. Oh no, it's looking bad for these Weight Watchers. These Silver Helms are not getting focused. They will be able to crash on these Weight Watcher lines back here. The ones in the center are getting completely cut out by the Everqueen's Court Guards. They're in retreat already. Yo, thank you for the follow call. Welcome to the Cold AD1. Oh, the Silver Helms have slowed on this high hill. The Weight Watchers are able to shoot backwards and are causing a lot of problems currently. But these Lothran Sea Guard and these Everqueen's Court Guards, their missile damage is just so high that they are just cutting through the Weight Watchers. This truly is a battle of arrows. They're flying in literally all directions. And the range of these Weight Watchers is so large in comparison to the map. You should have some kids somewhere. I mean, maybe, but you'll never know. All right, the Phoenix is starting to get focused. Techless has actually made it through relatively unscathed. The Wood Elves still have a lot left over, and they really need these Silver Helms from the silver. You can tell I've been going for 6 hours. The Silver Helm shields are finally crashing on some of these lines. Is Hara old? I am 5,029. What do you think? Yeah, a little bit. We have a bird fight in the middle. Huge bird fight. Yo, bird fight. Hell yeah. The sisters are somehow losing to a regular Arcane Phoenix, which is crazy. There's gonna be a huge loss for the Wood Elves here if they lose the Sisters of Twilight, which they will. It's not looking great for the Wood Elves. They held and did a lot of damage, but they did not hold nearly enough. It is a 3v1 back here. But it's starting to turn as these Weight Watchers finish off these Silver Helms. The skirmishing is just too much. The cavalry still needs more space. Teclis is not mounted. Oh, never mind. Yes, he is. I forgot the other person did not mount Teclis. The sisters are back, and they are firing. But again, these Everqueens Chosen deal a lot of damage. And in it comes. Teclis is attempting his hardest to ride around on his horse and provide cover for his units. But there's just so many Weight Watchers, and they're all taking pot shots as they move. The Swordmaster's been nearly completely depleted. The Weight Watchers are foolishly charging into them. They will be cut apart if they're not careful. Teclis is getting really low. Just a couple more stray shots from a Weight Watcher's unit, and he will be dead. The Sisters of Twilight are also about to fall on the opposite end of the battlefield. Oh, they've healed themselves. They'll last a little bit longer. They're continuing to try to finish off these archers in the back. It is extremely close here with the High Elves having the edge. However, these Weight Watchers still have the ability to pull these units apart. They really only have a couple more Weight Watcher units to break. The Sisters are running really low again, but they get another heal off. The AI seems to finally be using this correctly. Now they get a second fight against this Arcane Phoenix that they lost to earlier. Oh, the Phoenix gets its heal off. Wow. Bunch of healing birds. Huge play. And despite the sundered armor, that might be all she wrote. What an incredibly close battle. Teclis is also about to go down to 200 HP. If the Weight Watchers get one more stray volley on him, he could be dead. Will they shoot? Will they shoot or will they break? Oh, they fire. Oh, but they're targeting the wrong unit. Oh, no. Disaster. They're focusing the Swordmasters and not Teclis. They just need one volley on Teclis and he's dead, but they can't get it. Pancreas takes it. Oh, wow. High Elves win by the skin of their teeth. Really, it was the Phoenix itself and their archers also that really kept them in it. I'm starting to wonder if he's gonna have any what? The bird fight went crazy. All right. Honestly, there's nothing on either army that really seemed to have stood out. The Sisters did much better this battle than they normally do. Teclis did pretty bad, but it was just enough for the High Elves to win it. Don't worry about it. All right, so Pancreas gets the win. Next is Nepha and Clincher. All right, so we have Warriors of Chaos, a rather balanced, mostly melee-focused army, against the Beastmen Chariots, who I've underestimated, I think, all but once now, and have continued to prove me wrong, so I'm very interested to see how this one's going to go. Let's check our map. The Ashen Hall quest battle map. All right, make sure you guys get your bets in. Yeah, it's it is 60 to 70 feral hogs against Khorne. All right. I'm noticing that bets are getting pretty low. Are we still wanting to do bets? I'm totally fine if we drop them for the few battles I've got left in me. I'm gonna call you Gamba Graphic from now on. Not a bad idea. Everyone else is poor? That's what I mean. Do you want me to wait until Sunday? Seems like all the rich people took their channel points and got off. All right, you got about 10 seconds for this one. But yeah, I think we'll drop betting after this one, Gear. We'll pick it back up on Sunday. I think a lot of people have gone to bed by this point. All right. We are ready to go. It'll also speed things up a little bit. I'm sorry, it'll speed things up a little bit. There will be plenty of bets on Sunday, I promise. All right, the 60 to 70 feral hogs are taking on literally what are quite literally pig slayers. So I'm curious to see how this one will go. In this cute little magical forest. All right, despite being infantry, the first line of chariots look like they're getting absolutely wrecked. More chariots are moving around the side, however, for a flank. That was a really weird noise. Yeah, this is a really interesting turn on its head. Here come the rest of the chariots. They're actually kind of slow. More coming in from the side. All of them just slowly chipping with their charge bonuses. But Kazarak One Eye is getting kind of cooked here. More Chaos Warriors go flying. Hara's a mummy with good skincare. Actually, I'm just a body snatcher, so... Valky is a beast in combat. I hope she wins. She's definitely good in single. However, it looks like Chaos is actually having a very hard time against just the number of chariots. Yeah, this one's a little slow. If the chariots aren't able to repeatedly get their charge bonuses, it'll take them a while to kill off the infantry. But the Chosen are getting cooked pretty hard. They're not able to hold the chariots down. If they're able to, they end up doing a lot of damage, but the chariots can just wheel away and another one hits. It's kind of funny how well just Beastmen chariots are doing. Now, Valkia the Bloody, though, that will be a different story and will be much harder for them to bring down. Same thing with these Dragon Ogres. Holy shit, those Knights of the Brazen Throne are moving so fast. And are a really good counter. Oh, another spell coming in. Demon Shield has been activated. She is invulnerable. Not that it was really needed. Yeah, these Knights of the Brazen Throne and the Dragon Ogres are just holding off the few chariots that come close and stay close. Everything else is getting cut up pretty bad, but they're armor piercing and anti-large, so They have a pretty easy time. One Eye is still on the field, but who knows for how long. What did I miss? 6 hours, 7 hours worth of tournament. Does Valkia have her sword thing she can drop in this? I don't know. I would imagine. Yeah, the spear Sleipnir. Yeah, she's got it. Kazarak is back in the middle of the fight. They're starting to get pinned in now and surrounded by all these chariots. The only thing standing strong is Valkia, which is really scary for the Beastmen here. This might be the end. Did I win? Good question. You have to check the bracket. All right. Looks like Chaos wins. Congratulations to Valkia the Bloody. Let me see if you won. You did not, I'm afraid. You lost to Ember. All right. Yeah, we're about maybe 8 out of 92. 8 out of 22. We're like maybe a third of the way through the 4th round. All right, so now it'll be Gear versus Seal. All right, I'm gonna randomize the map, then we'll get started. The Witch Grove. I'm gonna be so curious if I smack down Seal. It's a lot of orc boys. You have to do a lot of smacking here. Can I trade my stream points for my organs? No, but you can spend them to throw your organs at me. If that sounds cool. All right, our next battle has started. All right, Cathay has the Hell, which will be really good for things like their Iron Hail Gunners and their Crane Gunners, who have already started firing and hitting Ajag. That dude just cannot catch a fucking break. Just one shot coming in and hitting a random orc boy. Or two, rather, due to the collateral damage. Ajag continues to take fire. Oh my, cavalry has met the Jade Lancers on this side. And now the Righteous Lancers are meeting Ajag the Slaughterer in the middle. Arrows flying everywhere. Ajag is taking some huge hits, and these Righteous Lances are moving through this bow cavalry to try and attack the arrow boys. A smart move here. A lot of orcs just getting trampled. And Ajag is already fleeing, but they get a wog early. An early wog. A huge boost here for the orcs. Will they be able to use it effectively? It's sure looking like it. Those savage orc boys are keeping these Iron Hail and Crane Gunners from doing what they need to do. Meanwhile, the Righteous Lancers are no longer causing these archers to rout because of the wog. A second wog! No way! A second Wog is insane. What a crazy roll. The orcs have gotten incredibly lucky so far. Is it enough to bring them the win, though? A second Wog has indeed hit the Warhammer battlefield. Can we get a third? A third would definitely crush the battle here. Good lord. Those Jade Lancers are just surrounded. And this one unit of Orc Cavalry has completely ruined these Crane Gunners, which was their greatest advantage back there. How unfortunate.
We piss on your pyramids.
No, please. That might be the end of it. All that's left right now is Miao Ying. Everything else is in a rout. It's set for the Sky Lantern, who's not focusing Ajag like it should be. If Miao Ying can kill him, it might turn the tide, but it's not looking likely here. She's also surrounded and being pelted with arrows. Although Ajag is down to 164 HP, this might be it. It's over. The orcs take the victory. An absolutely insane double roll of wogs, something we have not seen happen yet. Absolutely came in clutch and definitely caused the victory there. That is so unlucky for Gear. All right. Big win for Seal. Next up is Aurelia Tempest versus Lorelei. All right, Aurelia Tempest is the one running with the 3 dragons. Meanwhile, Lorelei here has the Mask of Slaanesh, which might be the strongest duelist in the game so far, in this tournament that we've seen so far, as well as a bunch of Seeker Chariots, Seekers, and Hellflayers that'll really cause a lot of problems for the Sea Guard. So I'm very interested to see how this one plays out. And it is in a realm of Slaanesh as well. If you have 2 losses and a win, I am afraid you are likely out. I'm probably going to expand it to 10 in the bracket. That way, 10 or 12, that if I can, that way we can guarantee some 2 and 2s, like the top of 2 and 2s get into the bracket. But we will see. That way we might get some bracket breaks, because I don't want people that are 2 and 2 to feel like they have no chance, you know? All right. Let's get started. This is really going to depend upon how much damage the Mask of Slaanesh can deal to Emmerich, Imrath, and the Star Dragon. That will decide everything for this group. The Seeker Chariot should clean up literally everything else. But it's really dependent on how they deal with those. I'm surprised the Seekers aren't just charging, though. They really should be at this point. Another problem is that the Slaanesh army does not have a lot of missile units. They're sending the Star Dragon to fight forward. Meanwhile, Imrath and Emmerich are going against these Hellflayers. A really good idea by the AI here. Otherwise, they would have caused a lot of trouble for these Lotharian Shield Guard, who are already going to have a difficult time against these Slaaneshi quick units. Like, these Seekers should cause a lot of trouble, as should the Chaos Furies. In fact, these Seekers are going to run in on the end of these Dragon Princes by the look of it. Oh, they're not actually. They're just hard flanking. And here they come. They finally smash on those Dragon Princes. They're not going to do well against them, though. The Mask is seemingly refusing to fight forward, but the Hellflayers break free and just cause a ton of casualties on this Sea Guard. Exactly what they wanted. These Chaos Furies are going from the other set while the Mask tries and hits the back line of the third one. Really, though, the Mask should be focusing these dragons. They really do not want to be fighting. They really want to be fighting Imric. Hara, how many more matches are you planning to do today? At least 3 or 4 more. My voice isn't feeling out yet, and well, we have Super Battle Golf tomorrow. It's not until late. So at least a couple more. Okay. It looks like Slaanesh is starting to break free here. And the dragons are beginning to get tired out fighting these larger units like a soul grinder and things like that. Imric's down to half. The Mask is starting to move further through this Sea Guard and is finally being attacked by Imrath. We'll see how they're able to do that 1v1. Those Hellflayers have been completely destroyed. But there are still Seeker Chariots, and they are still causing a lot of problems. The Seeker seems entirely uninterested in Imrath, wants to finish off this Life Mage, who really does not need the help against these Seekers. The Seekers have it. Now the Mask is finally headed for Imrath here. The duel we've been needing, the duel we've been looking for. Meanwhile, Imric is about half HP and is moving in to fight himself. Can they 2v1 the Mask? They also have a heal going out for them right now. Someone is tooting a very large, loud horn, apparently. Meanwhile, this Star Dragon fights these Mirror Guard in the back. Very high leadership. They should be hard to take out for that dragon. Oh, Imric is running. The Soul Grinder is now moved in to help the Mask. And despite losing, is being enough of a distraction. Yo, thank you for the follow, iCreed. Welcome to the cult. How you doing? Thank you for the follow, Bale Mephisto. Welcome in as well. If you guys enjoy your stay, how y'all doing? How's your weekend? Imric is now fleeing, almost dead. Imrath is gonna fight to the death as he always does, however. That Star Dragon is also still on the field. The Mirror Guard are also gonna fight to the death. But they're not gonna do much to this Star Dragon. They're really just holding it down for the time being. They are starting to reposition to help out the Mirror Guard, though. The Mask theoretically should have this handled, but is starting to lose against Team Wrath. Maybe the first duel that we've seen the Mask start to lose. Night, Cubson. Sleep well, dude. Hope to see you back on Sunday. This is actually the first time we've seen the Mask start losing a 1v1. And they're losing it rather severely. They've even got spears with them and they're not able to finish off Imrath. However, everything else Elven is starting to lose. The Soul Grinder is actually withering away and is finally down. Imric is trying to come back to help. The Mask is dead. For the first time ever, the Mask has died. Instead of surrender, it is now up to the regular forces of Slaanesh to try to finish off these 3 dragons. It's going to be very difficult as they have no range. I gotcha. See ya, hi. Thanks for coming and hanging out, dude. It says that Slaanesh has it, but how much do they really have it by? It looks like Emmerich is shattered. He is not coming back. Same for the Star Dragon, who has very little left. So now all that's left is Imrath, and he's up against spears. He is slowly falling to pieces. He will slowly be pulled apart. There are plenty of Slaanesh units left. It looks like Slaanesh has this one in the bag. And here comes that ever-loyal Mirror Guard. A huge dive from Imrath. Emmerich continues to flee, as does the Star Dragon. They definitely are not coming back. They, however, cannot just seem to put Emmerich in the, Imrath in the ground. Or Imrath, my mistake, in the ground. They can't finish it off. They're finally getting some hits in here. Another dive. The only issue is that these Mirror Guard have so much leadership. And Imrath only has so much HP. 55, 36, 23, 4, and 0. It is over. Lorelei takes the victory. All right, big win for Lorelei over Aurelia. All right, we have 12 battles left. And we've gone through 10. I think I'm going to try to do at least 3 or 4 more before we end tonight. I really want to get round 4 done, but it's late on a Friday night, and I think most people are really tired. So probably try to go for like maybe another hour, I think, and then we'll probably call it. We'll see how many battles we can get through in another hour. So Scorch 52 is up against Angel DXD. All right, so we have this mixed rat army up against this mixed Wood Elves army. Let me go ahead and get this map set up. No, I don't work on Saturdays. At least not usually. Dude, I love these hot dog pictures. Where are you getting these from? Those are crazy. Live dog reaction. Dude, I'm dogging for some dogs. Not usually is so real. Yeah, there's some days I have to work 6 days a week. It stinks, but it is what it is. I get compensated with a lot of paid time off. He does have little hot dog pickies. All right. A very interesting map layout. The Skaven have a lot of cover, but I don't know if that helps them here. We'll have to see. Now, it's likely that they're going to split their forces around into these trees. But it looks like she's already taking her first shot. Is that not just going to hit the wall? Massive brain play from the AI there. Great spell use. Good shot, good shot. Now, there's not a ton of units to this army, but as we've seen, Ariel can cause a lot of problems if you don't take her out fast. The Skaven are using a lot of Aishin Triads and a lot of gutter runners, so they might be able to pull apart this army, but those Way Watchers are going to have a lot of strength themselves and way more range than the gutter runners. The rats are now moving in. Rattling Gunners hitting these Hawk Riders in the back. Rat Ogres charging these Eternal Guard. Ariel coming in to reinforce. The amount of melee that we've seen a wizard in is crazy from Ariel. More Rattling Gunners pulling apart these Hawk Riders alongside these Gutter Runners. These Hawk Riders are not gonna last long. Rat Ogres are now fighting the Way Watchers, trying to push them backwards away from the fight as more Rattling Gunners spray into the other area, grouping of Hawk Riders. The first Hawk Riders are down. Meanwhile, the Gutter Runners realize they can start moving onto the Lord and moving backwards towards these Way Watchers that are occupied by these Rat Ogres. It's looking very, very rough for the Wood Elves. Deathmaster Tzeentch is in the back line over here, just cutting through Wood Elves, not caring about their shields whatsoever, slipping through and around them. Meanwhile, Ariel is completely surrounded by Death Runners, Rat Ogres, and more. The Way Watchers just cannot keep these Rat Ogres off of them. They're too fast. Hey, ready? We're doing an AI versus AI Total War Warhammer 3 tournament. The Rattling Gunners are shooting, but most of their rounds are getting caught in the trees. Looks like Ariel is the only one holding things together, but Deathmaster Tzeentch for the first time is hitting what he should be hitting. She is wavering. This is one of the few armies where Way Watchers probably have a really hard time actually doing what they need to do. Oh, Ariel has been completely surrounded, is now in full rout. And it's over, just like that. That was a very quick one. Scorch's dogs, take it. All right. It looks like a lot of the Rat Ogres were able to create a lot of chaos on those Way Watcher backlines, and then they just used the Triads to surround and kind of repeatedly stab Ariel in the back. Alrighty. It's now Tyledron versus Jadal. More Skaven going up against the Chaos Dwarves, but they do have a Dreadquake Mortar, which can cause a lot of damage depending on the map here. The Night of Revelation. I have no clue what's going on, but the gambling was good while it lasted. It can be a bit of a complex game. That's true. It's actually a lot of fun to play, though. Typical Total War AI moment. I know, right? That's what makes it so fun, though. Alrighty, we've actually played this map before. I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was one of the first battles we had. So this ought to be very interesting. I really think that Dreadquake Mortar is gonna make a lot of difference here. And we're gonna see that yeah, there it is, the red comet coming in immediately on these Storm Vermin halberds. It's actually off its mark. Thankfully for the Skaven. Every shot missed is like 50 rats saved, quite literally. Let's see how that second shot goes, coming into these Council Guard, which are a great thing to target for this Dreadquake. Here it comes. Most of this unit ought to be wiped out. A direct hit. A good fourth of them gone immediately. More will be lost in the reverberations. Half of that elite unit gone just like that. If another shot comes in, which it might be because these Skaven seem to be rather shocked, they might go ahead and just lose this unit entirely, which usually will fight to the death. Oh no, they're gonna lose way more than that. This is gonna be an absolutely catastrophic hit if it lands. Thankfully for the Skaven, it was slightly off the mark, but that could have been catastrophic. They need to focus this center here, but they're failing to notice just how much damage they could cause. Oh, keeping up what's happening? Yeah. Another shot coming in. Rattling gunners aiming into these bull centaurs. Oh, these shots are just barely off the mark. Surprisingly rough misses from the Dreadquake mortar. Had it not missed so much, it would have been much more devastating, but now would have a free shot on these rattling gunners.
Obey us, or we will piss on your pyramids.
You're gonna need a lot of piss to put out this explosion. A massive detonation, a crazy strong hit against these ratmen. It was slightly off the mark, but was probably an even better shot because of it. It is now hitting 4 different units. Oh, good lord. It could not get much worse for the rats. Here comes another shot. Cutting off the retreat of that unit. Thankfully, still, this Dreadquake mortar's only had 1 solid hit. It's still anyone's game, though. There are plenty of Skaven left. Skrull can summon more himself. And the Chaos Dwarves are taking some rather nasty hits as well. The mortar really needs to focus someone that is not these lords of the center. They're finally focusing these Night Runners as they should be. And if that's a solid hit, it'll be a ton more kills as well. Here it comes. It could be cataclysmic, and it's going to come up short, but still do significant damage. Does the mortar give any sort of long-lasting debuffs? Not long-lasting, but it does slow them, which is why it's typically good to have 2 Dreadquake mortars, despite how expensive they are, because one will slow them while the other one hits them. Still, very lucky for the Skaven. These shots continue to be off the mark. If these were a little bit more centered, a lot of these Skaven units would already be dead. Still, though, the Skaven are somehow still on this back foot. The Night Runners are moving out of the way to try and dodge this. Oh, it was a really good hit, though. The Plague Claw catapults are trying to assist, but they're not doing a great job. If anything, they're closer to hitting their own Doom Wheel than they are the Chaos Prophet. Oh, a massive detonation on their own Chaos Dwarves. That is really bad. That is a terrible shot. Oh, that Dreadquake mortar is absolutely trolling. That guy is like a 0-5 top lane set, and he's talking so much shit to you as the 2-0 ADC, knowing your game's over because that Darius is gonna run you over. Rattling Gunners eviscerated. Finally, a solidly good hit. Skrull still has many more rats in his pockets, though. Yeah, it really was only friendly fire on that shot. There's still also an Aishin Sorcerer as well. Plenty of rats to be summoned, and Skrull does not mind taking in the melee himself. Oh, the Dreadquake's gonna take a shot at this Doom Wheel. Not the wisest shot. Oh, wow, those Plague Claw catapults had some pretty great shots. Oh, the Dreadquake hit the Doom Wheel and destroyed it. That's crazy. It's becoming another very close fight. Skrulk really needs to summon him some more units. Oh, he finally has. Speak of the devil. More clan rats coming through. Maybe the worst time possible, however. Oh, God. Just as the Dreadquake mortar lands. But couldn't it a huge pile of rats that weren't moving? I know, right? Both lords remain in it. As do the artillery pieces as well. Finally, these Plague Claw catapults get some solid shots in onto these Chaos Dwarf blunderbusses, which they really needed to take out. Those clan rats are already retreating. It is quite literally down to Skrulk now. In Plague Claw catapults up against one unit of great weapons, a Sorcerer Prophet, and the Doomquake mortar. This is still anyone's fight. As the clan rats still have an Ishin Sorcerer and their own Plague Claw catapults that are just trying to chip down the Sorcerer Prophet. But sadly keep on missing. Oh, this Dreadquake is starting to be shaken. Its leadership is also failing. Oh, a solid hit on the Sorcerer Prophet, but it's not doing nearly enough damage. He finally moves to challenge Lord Skrulk. He's buffed himself as well. His armor's up 60 and base weapon damage is up 2. The blunderbusses have also returned. And the catapults are out of ammo. Skrulk is by himself. He's in a lot of danger. Oh, those blunderbusses returning might make all the difference here. The Chaos Dwarf warriors just stay in it. If he can get another clan rat summon off, that could change this whole tide. But he needs to get it off. Oh, Toxic Rain has been cast on him. Finally, those catapult operators are moving in, but they've only really got hammers. All right, it is now just the Prophet, which as we've seen, to be rather stubborn about not wanting to land and just get some chip damage down. He's almost won a battle against me, for example, focusing on my lords. So let's see if he continues to sit there and chip. Oh, the Dreadquake. Oh, no. The Skaven don't realize the Dreadquake has come back online. Oh my god, this Sorcerer Prophet is the biggest cheeser of a lord I've ever seen. If you want a smart AI lord, choose apparently a Chaos Dwarf Sorcerer Prophet. Smarter than all the other ones. Oh, more rats finally summoned to the field. Much needed, but it will likely be shot down by these Chaos Dwarves. Oh, wow. Shotgun fire going all into these clan rats, but there's so many of them alive. Oh, they're second guessing their charge, though. Oh, more scores of rats falling. Skrulk will take it upon him himself. Oh, no, the Dreadquake mortar also just refuses to stay gone. This is actually taking a very long time. Oh, the Skaven rats left just before the Dreadquake retreated. Another unit of clan rats coming out. This is so close. Oh, they're just waiting. They're very ignorantly waiting. Oh, it ended. Skrull just died. Oh, no. Chaos Dwarfs took it. That's crazy. Wow. That is so unfortunate. 15k damage from Skrull, and it didn't matter. Oh, man. All right, that's a big victory for Jadal's Hatchets Horde. Up next is Gorilla against Cubson. It is the Pain Train versus the Rattling Gunners. All right. And our map will be the Pestilent Plateau of the Nurgle Wastelands. Yeah, this ought to be a lot of fun. We'll essentially be seeing if these Rattling Gunners can cook that Demon Quake mortar before they all die. All right. All right, that Dreadquake, as usual, immediately lets off a shot. Seemingly into the void, however. And it looks like it missed. Its first shot was a complete whiff. The rats are trying to move up very quickly before the Dreadquake gets another shot off. What the fuck is that? What is that? That is disgusting. Another shot coming in. Oh my. Oh, it aimed at Icket. The fire vortex is causing a lot of damage to these Skaven slaves, but none of these shots were accurate. These Rattling Gunners are free to fire as they please. Oh, here comes another Dreadquake mortar shot, but it's still on Icket Claw. Skaven do not mind if that hits Icket at all whatsoever. Warp Lightning coming through. Me and Hara aren't for like 2 or 3 more fights, yeah. Oh no, this is looking like a definite win for the Rattling Gunners. Finally, an effective shot from the Quake Mortar, or the Dreadquake Mortar, but it's just so late. Look at this crossfire. The Dwarves just don't know what to do. They're just being shot to pieces up on this hill, unbeknownst to them, putting themselves in a high position. Just bullets from every direction. Oh no, Icket Claw, though, is getting soloed by Iron Hand. The Rattling Gunners need to turn and focus this dwarf, who's about to finish Icket off. It's still very winnable for the Chaos Dwarves. Despite there being plenty of Rattling Guns due to these warriors, they seem to not know what to do with themselves. The Dreadquake is now being focused by these Rattling Guns, but it's still gonna get a big shot off. They're letting loose into the back of these warriors, completely flanked by fire on all sides. Oh, wow. Another Dreadquake shot. The rats do not look like they're able to hold, with a lot of their own fire hitting their own units, scraping over this hill and missing. Still very close. A lot of these Skaven are going to turn around and try to make a shot They have the range of these rattling guns. Ayoso, welcome in. It's some definite chaos for sure. Dreadwake Mortar is coming in and completely hits its own unit. It would not be a Dreadquake Mortar if it did not decimate one of its own units at least once per match. Finally, another shot. Might actually do some significant damage. Oh, and it still just absolutely focuses half on Chaos Dwarves. Oh, dear God. I know it's why it's called a Dreadquake. You dread it being anywhere near your team. Actually, though. Honestly, the Rattling Gunners finally take it out, but might be doing the Chaos Dwarves a favor at this point. Some fire coming in on these Granite Guard, finally being taken out and overrun by Skaven slaves. All that's left is Astrogoth Iron Hand himself, who's stuck right now between Skaven slaves and Rattling Gunners. He's just about the only unit left now. If he can somehow finish it, he might be able to turn it. Yo, what's up, Norcorp? Nothing much, nothing much. Weirdly enough, all of these Rattling Gunners are moving into melee. And Astrogoth Ironhand's not gonna care. He's gonna win those fights. Oh no. If they don't get a line set up and just start shooting him, he might actually win. We've had the Dwarves do a one-man stand, last stand, twice now. Can the Chaos Dwarves emulate their good brothers? Oh no. This is looking really bad.
We piss on your pyramids.
This is actually crazy. They have so many Rattling Gun units and the AI just seems completely confused on how to use them. This is so surprising. All right, we're gonna do this. We're gonna see if any of these decide to actually set up. It does not look like it though. I'm actually amazed at how incompetent the AI seems to be here. All they have to do is just turn off skirmish mode and shoot him to death, and they refuse to do it. This battle continues on. The Rattling Gunner is just slowly moving in to die to him in melee, and he's taking no damage. This is gonna take forever. This is actually so awful from the AI. I can't believe this is happening right now. Insane that he is fighting back. And now he's about to kill Ikit. Oh my god. Rattling Gunners can run out of ammo, but it's that gray bar or the orange bar at the bottom there. They are not out of ammunition. The AI just doesn't know how to turn off skirmish mode. And Ikit's dead. Oh my god, the Chaos Dwarves won. Oh my god, you're kidding. Oh my god. I don't know who that Rattling Gunner player is, but I would literally be folding my monitor. Holy shit. Holy shit, that is just pure AI incompetence. That is insane. That was just pure AI incompetence. Yeah, they can't figure out how to get a line of sight with them. That's just so bad. Oh my god, that is so unfair. Cobson's Pain Train takes it over Gorilla's Rattling Gunners. That's ridiculous. That did not deserve to happen at all. All right, up next is Odasan against Nazgul. All right. On the Night of Revelation quest battle. Actually, I think we've done that one already. Val's Anvil. All right, so we're gonna have these dwarves, which have some good cannons, some iron drakes, and some dwarf warriors up against Odasan's line of just executioners. Yeah, that's the AI for you. I've been on the stupid end of it twice today. I'm expecting a third time, honestly. All right. Now, these mortars should get some chip in, as should the iron drakes. If they're not able to kill at least 2 or 3 of these executioners are gonna run all over these dwarves. It's gonna be so rough for the dwarves. Considering the cannons also are not firing yet, that is a very bad sign. The line of sight is fucking them. Oh no. Okay, they're finally shooting. And they're doing some good damage too. They're getting some really good angles. We'll see how many get through the iron drakes. That is what matters. The iron drakes are gonna cause a lot of damage. At least they should on these executioners. They're very tightly pushed together. Here it comes, the first wave of shot. Any second now. The moment they get lines, yeah, there it is. Oh my lord, a sea of flamethrowers. It's not nearly enough though. These great warriors are going to be absolutely butchered on this front line. And they are. They're being absolutely butchered immediately. Those Hag Wraith executioners are not going to care at all about anything melee in front of them. However, they are holding them long enough for the iron drakes. That left flank's actually collapsed immediately. Oh no. It's actually looking really bad. Those iron drakes are just frying everything. Even the own dwarves, but it doesn't matter. Hey Doc, what's up dude? How's it going? Oh no. Now this is the army with Malachi Makaisen. You did the one-man stand against those Rattling gunners. It's going, it's a mood, it's a mood. But these flamethrowers, oh dear God, the iron drakes are just putting in so much damage. These executioners were not prepared for this kind of ranged combat. And their lord just died as well. Oh my God, their morale is in the toilet. Any attempt at a charge back in is just gonna meet more flamethrowers. Oh wow, the executioners are holding on a little bit. If they can just catch the iron drakes, they die immediately, but they have to catch them. But they are catching them at the moment. Because if these great weapons and these iron drakes get caught in a fight without the executioners there, or without the warriors holding on, they just get butchered. You're like, I'm watching ESPN Total War. Welcome in, Kidney Sour Kid. That's awesome. That's exactly my goal. I'm glad you're liking it. It's kind of the idea. Makes me very happy that we're having new people come in and enjoy it, though. It really does. I definitely plan on doing more. I'm really loving this. All right, Malachi Makaisen is holding another last stand, but he's not going to be able to hold nearly as well as he did against those Rattling gunners. These executioners are going to surround and quite literally execute him. He is fleeing wisely, but he has no iron drakes to back him up. They're not going to be able to make it in time, it looks like. They're trying to come to the aid of Malachi, but these great weapons aren't going to help either. Oh, dear Lord. Hold on, it might turn. 3 Iron Drake units are making a turn over here. And they have the range and height. Oh, no, it's still extremely close. If Malachi dies, they might be able to take the win. But these executioners are not gonna make it. Oh, there's just blood and viscera everywhere. It's incredible that these executioners are still willing to move up and charge after losing so many men. Oh my god, they're just getting crossfired. Holy shit. These Iron Drakes are all gonna have like 100 kills. Pigeon Caster, sorry, I mean Peregrine. Yeah, you better watch it, nerd. You better watch it. With the end of my rope over here. It's still even. Malachi McKyson has likely died. It is now down to the Iron Drakes being able to kite out the last few units of these executioners. Oh no, they're out. They're just barely holding back a tide. Oh, that's it. Those Iron Drakes got caught. It's over. The Dark Elves, oh no. Just when I think one side wins, the other one is able to pull ahead. It's so close. It is a dead heat 50-50. Oh, they got their fire up in time. They're actually hitting 2 units at the same time as well. Oh, the Iron Drake's held. Can they get one more shot off at point blank range? They can. Massive casualties. But is it enough? It's not. Those executioners just have so much leftover morale.
This fight is lost.
Oh my god, the Dark Elves do it. Oh, good lord. Who is casting Total War Dork? Who's watching someone cast Total War Dork? I'm a fucking anime girl. What do you mean? All right. I thought the Dark Elves wouldn't make it either, ZUW. How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, good lord. Look at these kills. 7, 8, 7, 9, 6 damage from all of the Iron Drakes. 11,000, 11,000, 6,000. Just so much damage from those executioners. They somehow were able to hold. A small step for man, but a giant boot for Falcon kind. Yeah, I'm about to put a giant boot up your kind, if you know what I'm talking about. All right. I think Gear might have gone to sleep. So that one's for Cubson. This one is for Oda-san. All right. Up next, Hero Shadow Flame versus Ember. All right, we've got a small Empire army against Cathay, both of which are very well balanced. And it'll be on the Mortis Waste in the Nehekaran Desert. Another grudge to the buck. Hey, there was some really good dwarf wins earlier, Vulcan. That same army beat that Rattling Gunner squad when he was 1v like 10ing those. Malachi McKyson was 1v 10ing those Rattling Gunners. It was crazy. A very wide open map. There's 2 Hell Volley Blaster whatever things. Hell Blaster Volley Guns. There it is. On the Empire side, I think the Empire is gonna absolutely destroy this. Night Blank, thanks for hanging out, dude. We'll continue this back on Sunday at 2 p.m. CST. Hope to see you then. Those Hell Blaster Volley Guns should win it here, if I had to guess. Here come those first few shots. Oh my god. Just devastation on these Celestial Dragon Guardsmen. If left unchecked, they should absolutely eviscerate this entire army. Another huge shot from that light wizard. Hellblaster fire now hitting the terracotta soldier. Probably be better used on these front lines, but again, the AI just loves facing down single target. Now the dragon crossbows are moving in to hit these gunners, the silver bullets. There's just fire everywhere. Rifle fire, magically enchanted crossbows, absolutely destroying the silver bullets. One unit of renown seems vastly superior to the other, apparently. A full charge coming out of the Demigryph Knights, trying to seek a flank. Hellblaster volley guns are still focusing down the Terracotta Sentinel, now having it down to half HP. A large blast from the Sky Junk, which continues to do more harm than good. And then finally a clash of Jade Warriors and Great Swordsmen in the middle. The Sentinel's coming in for a flank and just absolutely runs through a bunch of Empire or Imperial Spearmen. Blood just flying everywhere under his feet. The other Hellblaster volley guns have been completely overtaken by these Jade Lancers. Some huge shots from these crossbowmen. Oh, now they've hit the other Hellblaster volley gun. Neither of them are able to fire. Completely swallowed up. And Karl Franz is below half. Oh, the Jade Sentinels, or the Terracotta Sentinels also about to go down. Some big units dropping all of a sudden. It could be down to just regular units between both armies. Both sides' cavalry is raiding each other's artillery. Luckily for Cathay, that Sky Junk is unable to be touched by those Demigryph Knights. This is extremely close. Sky Junk seems like a good name for that unit, right? Karl Franz is fleeing with less than 600 HP. The general remains almost full. That could make the difference. Demigryph Knights are now running down those crossbowmen that have caused so much trouble for them. Oh, Karl Franz has turned around. He's so weak, though. He's all in. And he's made a strong charge against the general. There is not much gas left in on either team. Oh, and Franz goes down. That might just be it. A huge loss for the Empire. The Celestial General is still at half HP. Oh, a massive swing on that Great Swordsman. It's still anyone's battle. Oddly enough, they are starting to flee. Yo! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everyone. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and I do War Thunder variety, strategy, and history streams. Thank you for the raid, Lore Master. How was your stream? What are we up to? We are finishing up our Swiss rounds of our Total War Warhammer 3 AI tournament. We only have a couple battles left in round 4 to decide who moves on to the bracket on Sunday. Thank you for the follow, Hawk Oddly. Welcome to the cult. Thank you, thank you. Where were you playing, Sotak? How was your stream? But yeah, if you guys want to check the bracket, you're more than welcome. How's my Scarbrand Legion doing? I think you've ended up 3-1. You finally lost a fight. I'll have to double check after this battle. I can't remember who you lost to, but you lost in the 3-0 round, so essentially the final round. You've definitely made it to the end bracket. That's right, you did lose to the Lizardmen. That's right. Scarbrand got absolutely wrecked by a, what was it? Their massive monster unit and Gorok, they tag teamed Scarbrand and he had no chance. A Dread Sour, right. The Dread Saurian. It's still anyone's battle. I can't believe this is still going. If these great swordmen can kill the general, it could be over, but my lord. He's still got plenty of HP. Yeah, really what made you lose were the skinks that poison darted all of your Khorne units and reduced their melee attack by like 25 and their armor by like 15, and they were just getting absolutely destroyed by Kroxigors. Usually your Khorne units that are really good in melee got absolutely run over by those Kroxigors because they didn't have the debuff. Is it finally over? Did Cathay finally take it? What is left on the Empire side? Oh, some Hellblaster volley guns that don't have the siege unit. That's crazy. Don't let them know that. Let them think they won an honorable combat. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, the Light Wizard's still going. I don't think this is gonna change, though. There's so little left. A close battle, but Cathay ends up taking it. All right. I actually forgot who was who on here. The names are different. Oops. It was definitely Hero Shadowflame. Okay. All right. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 battles left. Do we want to brave it out? Do I pop open a Pepsi and we try to brave out these last 7 battles? What are you guys thinking? Do we brave it out or should I save them for Sunday? The next battle is Zane versus Potato. Then we have Dandelion versus Villobo. Horses against Rack. Hash Brown against Birdman Chill. Silal against Boyfoy. Hessie against me. And then Vulcan against Aaron. All right, are we all tired? Are we all ready to go to bed? Should I save them for Sunday? Okay, everybody wants to save for Sunday. We will call it. All right, guys, we will call it for tonight then. I'm going to move us on over to chatting and find someone to raid out to, and we will continue this and hopefully finish at least some of the bracket on Sunday. All right. Okie dokie. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out. Lore Master, thank you so much for the raid.
Big Max penis.
Yeah?
Got stuck in the door.
Bro, like right before bed?
Max little penis. Yeah, that's gonna be so.
Yeah, I bet it is gonna hurt. All right, so thank you guys so much. If you want to see the conclusion to the tournament, either Sunday or next weekend, we will be continuing it on Sunday at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. We'll definitely be at least getting into the bracket. Guys, please. Guys, please. I'm trying to finish up. Please stop. Thank you. It is 3 in the fucking morning. I've been streaming for 8 hours. Let me finish the damn stream. But thank you guys so much. Please join the Discord or the Twitter if you guys want to check me out. Until then, we'll have a short tomorrow before streams. Make sure you check it out. I'll also be playing on Hestia's Super Battle Golf Tournament tomorrow at 6 or 7 p.m. Central. I will let you guys know in the Discord. I won't be streaming it, but I will be playing. So you should totally come check it out. Until then, I hope you guys sleep well. I hope you guys have a great rest of y'all's night. And I will see you on either tomorrow night or Sunday, okay, guys? Let's see if who we want to raid. Let's see. Let's raid. Ooh. Give me 1 sec, guys. Not a lot of options this late, is there? Not streaming because they fear losing on stream? No, because my vocal cords are going to be absolutely fucking shredded tomorrow. All right, we're gonna raid Melazon. I think I'm not gonna raid. Hold on, I gotta check and make sure she's actually still streaming. Okay, she is. All right, so we're gonna go raid Melazon. She's playing Dead Island. She is currently literally stabbing a guy in the head with what looks like a glass bottle. So that looks like a lot of fun. More carnage for you guys, even if it's not Warhammer related. I will see you guys on Sunday at 2 p.m. CST, okay, guys? You guys have a great rest of your weekend. I love you bunches. Mwah. Bye-bye.